It is fucking beautiful.
So that means we can only see a portion of where we are in the Milky Way galaxy because we are a solar system in a portion of the Milky Way galaxy.
Right.
Are you sure they don't call it Milky Way because they're creaming on us? Okay, that's a little vulgar. I'm sorry.
No, well, sure. I mean, however, and whoever came up with it, fine. This is as far as the space-time shit that they're talking about. It's a very minute portion of it. So anyway,
hey man, Helio, man, the space-time continuum continues with the space and the time twirling through the vector of the outer space, which is actually the inner space of the outer space.
Asshole.
Right inside the here's what's happening. The Milky Way galaxy is at the center of this. At the center of this galaxy is a black hole.
Try not.
And it's one of the multitudes of black holes, right? So.
So I'm gonna admit, when I believed in that shit, it was I loved it. It was so fascinating to me.
So
I
good.
fucking loved it.
Oh, I was so in, man. I'm like, oh, they landed on the moon and the Hubble and the space shuttle. Oh, fuck yeah.
I mean, that shit fascinated me. And then when I got into Eric von, whatever the fuck his name is, and the ancient aliens and all that shit, oh my god, I was so lost in this shit for years.
Wait, Ancient Aliens? That wasn't Eric Dubay. Who was?
No, not Eric Dubay. It was Eric von Daniken or some shit like that.
You're talking about Von Braun?
No, not Von Braun. Wasn't he the NASA dude?
NASA dude, yeah.
No. I'm talking about this. There's this dude wrote all these books about ancient aliens and that they're the ones that built the pyramids. You ever heard of this guy? Hold on, I'll look it up and put it in the chat. I can't believe you guys never heard of this.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Somebody came up with aliens in outer space. It's amazing.
Well, and all this,
what the?
And then I went down the rabbit hole with oh god, what's that asshole's name with the fucking lizard people? Shit, what is that guy's name?
David
No.
Yeah, David Icke. Oh my god, I spent years on that.
David Icke was a fucking alien reptile, fucking functional.
You remember that episode where
do not tell me that
the Swiss author he wrote Chariot. You guys never read Chariots of the Gods? You guys never read that book? Chariots of the Gods.
No.
Oh God,
I've heard of it.
Give us an overview. Yeah, I've heard of it as well.
Overview is that all the bullshit ancient texts, the Bible, everything was all people on Earth witnessing aliens coming to Earth and then ruling over Earth and building pyramids and building civilization and doing all this boring.
Hey man, what about, has Hollywood ever made that movie?
No, actually, yeah, it's called Stargate.
Stargate.
There you go. Yeah. See,
gotcha.
So, but that's actually going backwards from that story, right? So, and it's not the only one. Stargate's not the only one.
Right. Yeah, there's got to be more than that.
Yeah, bro. All this shit: Star Trek, Stargate, Star Wars.
It's funny how disillusioned I was with the idea of aliens because I thought I was this one human on an insignificant planet hurtling through space with all these other planets So of course I would think there's got to be life somewhere else. But now that it's it's so amazing to me how ridiculous it sounds.
Yeah, it does sound ridiculous now, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Dude,
I
it's
pretend to
amazing how
want to
cool
believe
we
that
can
maybe
be.
aliens could exist somewhere on another planet where they developed like we did here through evolution. What? We don't have any evidence for any evolution. What the fuck are you talking
And then
about?
them horseshit alien movie, I don't know if you guys ever saw the movie Fire in the Sky, but oh my god, I thought, oh shit, this is real.
I ain't gonna
This
lie,
got
I
to be.
still love the space stories. I mean, I still love,
Oh
as
no, I
far
do
as the
too.
fiction, yeah, as far as the fiction goes, I love that. But
But I love them like I love any fantasy type movie. It's fantasy. It's bullshit. You know, it's
but
Lord of the
if you
Rings.
think it's plausible in physical reality, that's your religion. If you think that
Right.
that Earth came about by
Bowman,
the Big Bang and it just happened, just
yeah,
happenstance and all that kind of shit. You don't
yeah.
have anything to prove that. So
All you Mongos have been banged out of a Big Bang. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
That's the funny thing about religion and Globers is I find a lot of Globers are atheists. So they don't understand religion at all. So when you tell them that what you believe in is just a religion, I don't even think they grasp that concept at all.
Well, you got to leave belief out of all of the conversations, man. Belief is a
Yeah.
bitch. Belief is the enemy of knowing. And if you want to know shit and believe shit, that's completely two different things, man.
We really do disillusion ourselves though with our beliefs. We will really trick ourselves into
Yep.
believing something to be true that isn't.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, yeah. And that's the maybe they figured that out and they knew how to manipulate most of the people and say, "Hey, man, you got to believe this and that." And they worked it out, man. Those motherfuckers are
No shit.
they worked it out. That's all
I
I'll say.
wonder at what point they worked it out at.
I,
What
I don't know, man, but they
yeah.
definitely worked it out, man.
They
Um,
sure the fuck did.
and it sucks, man. It sucks that they worked it out. Fuck those
I admire those fuckers.
those fucks.
I admire the shit out of them.
I fucking despise those pieces of shit because they
I
fucked us.
despise them too, but I admire them at the same time because I'm thinking, I
Uh,
mean, as much as I think that I know and I think that I'm awake, these motherfuckers are on a whole nother level.
they're on a demonic level. They're on a fucking shitbag level, and we don't.
shit bag. What does that mean? What is
It
this?
means they are shitbags, and they're on the shitbag level. You
All
follow
right,
me?
so the shitbag level, or even like the demonic level, or whatever. Like
Whatever.
some of this information we come across, like I'm going to bring it back to practicality, right?
There you go.
Earth is Earth,
Earth is Earth.
always has been,
Always has
always will
been.
be.
Always will be.
Right. So Earth is Earth.
Earth
Now,
is Earth.
if you want to try to attribute a shape to Earth,
Yeah.
then, and this is really this is the standard, right? So why would you think the Earth would have a shape in the first place?
Well, because you were taught it in school, man.
All right, cool. So the only
Everything has
reason
a
that
shape.
the
though,
only
doesn't it?
reason that anyone I used to think the Earth had a shape before I came across this topic. So you have to start there. It's like, hey,
Doesn't
mommy,
everything have a shape though?
ah,
In some way?
shape. Are you?
Am I thinking not shape like a ball, But like a tree has a shape.
well, sure, everything has a shape,
Oh no shit.
but Earth doesn't have to have a shape. Earth is Earth.
Right.
It's Earth. It's just Earth.
Hey, it's where we live, bro.
Yeah.
That's where
I
we.
mean, it could be
uh,
Earth could be ever expanding, right? When they
No.
say that the
Could
universe
be,
is
but
endless,
how can we
maybe
know?
it's endless.
how,
Yeah, right. We can't.
how do we know that, man? We don't.
All right, and so what they told us is that we live on a globe, third rock from the sun, third in the in a solar system. Now, this is the only issue that is. They told us how big this globe is.
They
Yeah,
did.
that was a big mistake.
They gave us a fucking number, Helio. They gave us.
Did they think we would never figure out that it was horseshit?
All right, so that's what I'm saying. It's very easy to figure out that this Earth that they claim that we live on, third rock from the sun, is impossible. So that's all I'm saying. Earth
Except
is
The best
Earth.
lies always have sprinkles of truth laid out in them, though.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
you know what I mean? So I wonder what is lie and what is true. So that's why I think when they say space is endless, maybe the fucking Earth is endless.
No. We can't ever figure that out, but we know for a fact that
No.
what they told us about Earth, third rock from the sun, gave us a number, radius, diameter of Earth, cannot be true. We know for a fact.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
So
I'll tell you what, though,
what Earth is, what Earth is, and how far we can go, north or south, we don't know that, but we know what they told us about Earth. With that radius is absolutely not true. Can't be.
Hey, one of the last Robert Bassano's videos he ever did live stream on his channel called Plantes Veritas. He ended his stream with like, dude, man, we're not gonna know what the fuck this place is until we get in a rocket and we go shooting into outer space, man. That's it.
Outer space? What the fuck is outer space?
And he goes,
Robert's the guy that got me here to Discord.
there you go. There, Bassano is legend, OG, flat Earth, skeptic of space, questionable. He's a science guy that likes to question everything.
Yeah.
I love that kind of fucking attitude that Robert had, because he would bust fucking balls and say, hey, man, I'm going to break down your little cuckoo fucking railgun to the fucking minute detail.
Last
bro.
I heard from Robert, he was going to go to Antarctica.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I did not hear this.
Yeah, he was here about a year ago, I think, maybe less than a year ago. He was actually in here talking to us.
What?
He said he was going to do a project going to
Shout out to
Antarctica.
Robert, man.
He said he was going to live stream the whole thing from the start to the finish.
Well, it'd be nice because you got Starlink. He could hook up some
Starlink.
Fuck
No,
off.
I don't think he mentioned anything about Starlink.
Starlink. Hey,
I don't think he's working with Elon on that one.
I heard that the Russians are all pissed at Starlink. I've heard this rumor that Russians are pissed because they're, Ukrainians are using the Starlink. That's all I've heard, man. I know nothing more than that. Anyway, keeping with Robert Bassano, man, the guy would do the most amazing phone calls, man. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, you call like professors and shit. Yeah, he destroyed.
Fuck off. Oh, I mean, I don't know how he kept it together, man. because I would have lost it, man. I would have lost.
He's a fucking machine.
He was a
Guy's a machine.
machine. And to call up, like the head of Hubble and say, "Hey, man, how you doing? I'm a grad student here, blah blah blah." Oh, fuck off, man. Great stuff.
No, but
man.
he had a way of roping them in
Yes.
and getting them to talk, and then he would just spin their fucking head around, and and they didn't know what to say.
And any of you Globers out there want to take on Robert Bassano, let me know. Because
He's like Mike Tyson.
he's like Mike Tyson of Flat Earth. Yeah, exactly. He was
in the 80s. Mike Tyson in the 80s.
right, where he went 22-0, whatever it was. Yeah.
He brought up something interesting one day where he was talking about how he was showing these mainstream articles about how these other governments like China are actually, you can actually go. He showed a website where you can go and buy basically this. You pay this company and they will put a star in the sky for you.
Dude, I remember that. Yeah,
you remember that shit?
There was a company. You could buy a fucking star for the night.
Yeah.
At your party or whatever. Yes, you could
an entire fucking star.
A fucking star. You can buy a
and I looked it up. It's real. I looked it all up, went to the fucking website, did everything he showed us. And it's a real thing.
It's a real thing, man. It's a goddamn real thing. Hey, just like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Samsung selfie satellite, man. Samsung selfie
Shit, I've heard of that.
Have you guys ever heard of the Samsung selfie satellite?
Please tell me about it.
I'm going to continue. Samsung came out with the satellite, and to introduce their new phone, the Samsung fuck all, I don't know the fucking name of it, but they had a huge press conference with models and people hanging out auditorium and said, "We're going to shoot a selfie from a satellite in space, and you couldn't get your own selfie taken from space from the Samsung satellite space selfie satellite. The space selfie satellite, man, from Samsung. You guys can check this out, man. Don't believe me. Samsung made a satellite. You can take a selfie from space. You can take a selfie from space. You could do this. And they had this big press conference and all these people there, and there was this supermodel there, and then said, "Hey, man, I'm going to be the first one to take the selfie from space off this satellite." Right? So the satellite crashed in somebody's backyard. It was connected. I was connected to a balloon, man. The fucking satellite was on a balloon. Fuck off. They totally and literally it crashed at this lady's house, and she's like videotaping it, going, "Hey, man," and it said Samsung selfie right on it. Fuck off.
It said it on the balloon?
It was on a fucking balloon, man.
No, but it said Samsung selfie on the balloon.
Right on it. Right on the video.
No, it didn't.
You fucking yard. This thing crashed. It's so good. It's so good, man. It's one of my favorite fucking bust your fucking satellites up your ass. proofs, man. It's a Samsung selfie satellite. Yeah, I can show you video. That thing crashed at the ground and it was on a balloon, you cucks. So, welcome to satellites in space, baby. Satellites in space, man. Satellites don't exist, man. They're all on balloons. Fuck off. Have a nice
It man, it just makes me wonder: is anything that I learned when I was a kid real? Because it seems like everything I was taught is total horseshit. Dinosaurs, globe Earth, fucking satellites, spaceships, rockets, fucking you name it. It's horseshit. I get disconnected.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. What's the other thing? Yeah. Justice. That's a big one. That there's actually justice in this world. Justice. What the fuck is justice? I've never gotten it. All men are created equal. That's horseshit too. Train's coming. It's really raining here. The morel should be popping, I would think. Actually, no, I take that back. It's supposed to get down to. It's supposed to freeze again in a couple days. I might not get any morels at all this year. Well, I suppose maybe I should go try to lay down next to my fiance, even though she's mad at me. I didn't want to get off Discord when she needed to go to bed at like 10, and I wanted to stay up and drink. And she said, "Oh, come cuddle with me for 5 minutes." You know damn well it's not gonna be no 5 minutes. Shit. There certainly is a design to this place we are on, that's for sure. Very intricate design. And what it all means, who knows? But it seems like there's something to it. We're not just here by random accident. Is there no other species on this earth like us? If we're so insignificant and we're just nothing more than animals, why is there no other animal on this earth like us? I think, therefore I am. Can any other creature on earth say that besides us? I mean, what does that say? Obviously, we're different. We're apart. We're separate from everything else here. That's an accident? Random? This is luck? You don't even need anybody to tell you that. All you got to do is open your fucking eyes and look around. And then think about everything we're told about ourselves. We're told the complete opposite of what we know to be true already. Is this entire existence of ours just a test? A constant test? I don't know.
It's a good question, Paul.
Another thing that I struggle with is, well, if our entire existence here is a test, what is the right and wrong answers? Because there's been plenty of times where I thought I was making the right choice. Well, I guess never mind. I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, I was going to say
laws, a man clause.
The test is the struggle and the game. And it's also the answer that you're going to find eventually. Or if it's not, that's fine too, right? Because you're going to find out eventually, maybe, probably. I don't know.
I don't even think I will, actually. I believe that
people will be like, well, why did God make me this way? I don't know.
I think we only have these feelings and these questions because we're in this flesh form. And once we're out of this flesh form, we're not going to have these questions anymore. And it's not because we're going to
I don't know if... Hey, I actually feel different. It's just like, hey, since I'm in, I'm a spirit in this flesh body, and I'm experiencing the world. Once I am not in this body anymore, then all the answers are going to be revealed. I don't think that's going to happen that way, to be honest.
No, I don't think that's going to happen either. I think that I'm not going to have the question anymore, so therefore I'm not going to get the answer. Because I'm not going to have those questions anymore.
It'll just be a different adventure, I guess, of life.
I mean, I don't know what it's going to be, but I just think that it's. I don't think it's going to be what I expect it to be.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can pretty much guarantee that.
Yeah. Or what everybody wants it to be, where, oh, your grandma, she died and now she's in heaven. I think it's a
And
little more
she's
complicated than that.
one. They give us this description of heaven where there's like mansions built for people that are believers, or I mean, it's just like I would rather be a floor sweeper in heaven than a floor sweeper in hell, or whatever. Ridiculous
You'd
nonsense.
rather be a servant in heaven than a king in hell or whatever.
No. I mean, like Jesus said, hey, in my kingdom there are many mansions, right? And that was implying that, hey, believe on me, and once you die, you're going to have a mansion. But that's not what it says in the Hebrew.
Why would I need a mansion if I was dead?
It wasn't written Hebrew; it was written Greek. But well, hey, you don't need that. See, that's kind of a supernatural, which is cool. Hey, the fact that we exist is supernatural. So, in my opinion, it's kind of I don't know what happens after death, and nobody else can, as far as I know. And I've heard some interesting stories, but like near death experience, people talk about some of that stuff, but for the most part, we can't really know what happens after death.
I don't believe in ghosts either. I think that's horse shit. Because I don't know. It seems like, wouldn't there be ghosts fucking everywhere? There's so many people that have died over the last 1,000 years.
There'd be more ghosts than people. Think about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would be. Yeah, I would say that.
How would it be a thing that only a small amount of the population?
How about instead of ghosts, hauntings? Something.
I think that's somebody that's looking for attention.
No, well, I guess it could be something, but how about it's something you're not looking for? How about it's something you're not looking?
I mean, you mean a haunting like I did somebody
for that
like
shit for my whole life. I
like
ain't
not
never seen nothing.
necessarily an entity coming back to make me miserable, but just the idea in my brain that I did something wrong and I can't let it go, so it's haunting me for the rest of my life.
Aren't the ghost stories really freaking cool sometimes? But they're not. I mean, they're like haunting you. Anyway, but no, that I'm kind of with you. I mean, I've never seen it. I've never seen a ghost or anything like that. I do have some weird ass fucking dreams though. Sometimes I'm like, who the fuck are you? Why am I dreaming this? This is weird. Why should this be? I do have some weird dreams. Well, people I've never met before. And they act like they know me. Sometimes they don't, I have some weird dreams.
We would say somewhere in the Bible not to read too far into dreams and it don't mean shit.
Maybe, but I
just like the stars.
I love
astrology and all that shit. You're not supposed to get lost in all that shit, and it don't mean nothing.
I don't know about that, but I think there's a story in the Bible about someone taking their dreams seriously, but I don't know if it meant that, but I could be wrong.
I mean, I don't know.
But I do remember something like that. Yeah, some story that seems to have something to do with that. Maybe we both have the same.
Dude, why would they?
Yeah,
why would someone tell you not to? Just to disregard everything you dream. Why would someone tell you that?
Probably because the person spent a lot of time dwelling on it, maybe, and just wouldn't let it go and drive him crazy. Maybe I don't know.
And
I
it
don't know why
amounted to
anybody would
nothing.
say something like that.
Although, actually, to think about it, a lot of people have dreams that they're going to be successful, and then they go out and try to achieve that dream, and they make it reality.
But do you think it's because they dreamed it, or because they believed the dream could come true?
I don't know.
And how would you test it? Right? That's the big trick here. It's like, how would you
that's
test
not
it?
Well,
the
I'm
kind
not
of
saying
How would
dreams.
you prove
I'm not
something
saying
like that?
science.
I know, but you know what I mean. Like, right, wherever there's somebody who believes in something, there's somebody that wants to know, well, how would that be true, and like, how would it look? What would it look like, right? You know, I mean, if it's really true, right, there's got to be some proof of it, and then there would have to be certain things about it that would be obvious and things. You know what I mean? Kind of like how the Earth is. You know, how we see things that are
I think
obvious,
I
and we
have
think,
heard
okay,
stories
well,
where people had a dream that they were going to be a chef and own a restaurant, and then that dream became a reality. I don't know.
I dreamed that I had to go back to junior high school once, and it actually happened, but I don't know if that means anything. You know what I mean? Not to
Yeah.
say that other people may not have better dreams, but I had a dream that my uncle died, and I woke up and I called my dad, and he told me that my uncle died. And then the other day, I woke up crying, and I couldn't figure out why. I thought maybe I was just depressed, or maybe like maybe I forgot to take my medicine or something. And then my dad called me and told me my aunt died. So I think there might be something to it, but I can't really nail down exactly whether there's something to just me being in contact with, someone in my family going through something traumatic and me sensing it somehow, or whether they died and they came and said hi. I don't know. I mean, I really can't say that I would accept either one of those, but there's something to it, obviously, because it seems like I always have a dream about somebody, or I'll get emotional right before someone close to me passes away.
Dude,
But I could just be imagining it too,
you know what?
It's possible.
Instead of like I have a 9 to 5 job, and I think I've talked about this before. Instead of eating lunch, like people like eat a sandwich and some chips and drink and like get on their phone and do whatever. Instead of that,
You have a highball?
I go into a corner of where what highball? No, I don't drink it.
I'm just fucking with you.
That's messed up,
All
man.
right, what I
Go fucking
do
with
is
it.
lunchtime. I actually go to a corner of the workshop I work in, and I lay down and I do some breathing exercises. I have a 30-minute lunch, and it doesn't happen always, but I think it's probably 60-70% of the time I go into a lucid dream. Seems like forever once you actually get in there. And I'm not looking for something. Because it's always different. And just like yesterday, I had weirdest dream about somebody I went to high school with, and we were at like maybe it was a high school reunion or something. Dreams are always weird like that. You don't know where you are exactly. But anyway, but you can kind of move around. If you're lucid. See, but it's like I can sleep for 20 minutes, but it feels like 2 hours, right? And it's, dude, I have the weirdest. Sometimes I'll like within 20 minutes, I can have like 5 different patterns that happen inside that. It's just a breathing pattern I go through. It's like, and
But you can't control
I don't.
what
Well,
dreams you have.
I don't want to. I want to see what's going to happen.
But how do you?
That one, and I instantly woke up. As soon as I realized I was dreaming, I looked up, and I remember looking up at the curtain rod in the dream and going, I'm having a fucking dream. I wonder if I can make things happen. And I started thinking, and all of a sudden stuff started changing in the dream, and I fucking woke up, and I was so fucking mad, dude. It was the first time I ever
I
had that
see what you
experience,
do. Just
and it got took away from me. I was like, damn it.
give yourself a trigger. Once you realize you're dreaming, Just give yourself a trigger. She's like, okay,
It's hard enough.
just make it really quick. Make it really quick. Well, like I do a little shake of my head. It's like, oh, I'm here, and then I can go right back into it. And yeah, so it's really strange. But
Yeah, if I wake up in the middle of a dream and I can still remember it, yeah, if I go right back to sleep or if I lay right back down, yeah, I usually will keep dreaming it or I'll go back into it at some point. But it doesn't mean I'll ever remember it once I wake up fully. Usually I'll remember the
I don't
dream for
remember
about
all of it.
maybe 45
remember
seconds
some
for a
of my
minute, and
weird-ass
then after that it starts to fade. Yeah,
One of them, but I mean,
Right.
but none of them make sense because it's just I've had some of them I remember, but I can't describe them.
Oh, I wrote some of them down. They were so vivid. I drew pictures even.
Bro,
I've got a logbook, a dream book that I wrote when I was younger, when I had my first surgery, and it was interesting.
My biggest experience with dreams is I was very young, like grade school age. I used to have this recurring nightmare where men in suits would just come and try to take me away, take my family away. And they had 38 revolvers, and it was terrifying.
Why
And then
38?
they just stopped for some reason. And then I used to have dreams where I would just float off the earth like a balloon. I would just like
Mhm.
slowly descend upward, just straight up.
I've dreamed
And
that
it was terrifying.
scared because I can't
And then when I
stop
got
it.
to my
Yeah.
heightened state of fear, I'd wake up. That's like
Mhm.
the biggest. Oh, and then sleep paralysis. I would have dreams where, or not dreams, but I would be asleep and I couldn't move, but I was awake and I completely aware of everything going on around me, but I couldn't move. This is like my biggest takeaways for dreams that I've
Okay,
had.
that's funny that you say paralysis because I've experienced something similar to it, like where I'm dreaming and I'll feel like something's happening to me, but all I'll remember is just that feeling of panic of like not being able to like wake up all the way. It's not like I know that something's wrong or happening to me. It's that I know I'm dreaming, but yet I can still I feel like I'm awake, right? And so it'll startle me and I'll like wake up, but then I'll realize that I'm not fully awake yet. And it'll like, you know what I mean? That's what it feels like. And then
Yeah.
but it's not really like a feeling that I can't move. It's more like it just seems like an eternity before I'm actually able to like wake up enough to start reacting and moving around enough to wake myself up the rest of the way. It's like, you know what I mean? Like I can't say that it really felt like as if, you know what I mean, I was paralyzed. It was more like just I knew I was like halfway in and halfway out, and I couldn't find one side or the other either way. It was like I was stuck there,
Yeah.
It was just weird, like terrifying feeling.
Weird.
I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean.
Some
Or like I'll wake up from sleep instantly, like I'll wake up really fast, and I won't know why I woke up, but it'll scare the shit out of me, and I'll jump, and I'll just be like wide awake, and I'll be like, "What the hell?" And I'll look around. There's nobody around. There's no noises. It's like, what woke me up like that? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I was talking about lifting off like a balloon from the earth. I thought you had said something. If you had that dream too?
Yes.
I've had something similar. Yeah,
I've actually had a dream like that, and I remember
I've had
the rest of the dream very vividly. It was fucking scary. It was terrifying. I dreamed that I flew out into space, and then I came to another planet of some kind or some other place, and it was made out of red, like hardened red, like ceramic stuff. It was like solid. It was like so dark red that you couldn't even see the surface from a distance. You had to get right down on it before you could actually see the shapes. And it was like even the ground was made out of the same red stuff, and it was like all this like hardened. It looked, I don't know, it was kind of weird. It was like I'm trying to remember what. There's some kind of toy there used to be a toy back in the day where you bought, and it had this Play-Doh stuff that was in it that would dry up and it would like do the same type of thing. And I can't remember the name of it, but
bizarre.
Anyway, it was like this solid like crystalline shit that was like red. It was like bright red, and it was like it wasn't like red like blood, but like red like a deep red like bright colored wine paint. Only it was solid like hard like glass. And I remember I flew down to the surface of it, and I remember it passing underneath me and me thinking, what the hell is this? What's on the surface of this thing that it would look like that? And then I remember like landing, and there was another something flying next to me or somebody near me. And I remember them looking at me and then asking me questions like as if I was supposed to know the answer to like why we were here and all this stuff. And I remember being really confused about that. And then I remember waking up and going, what the fuck is that all about? Like that was the weirdest dream I think I mean, I've had some weird dreams, but that was probably the weirdest fucking dream, next to the one where I dreamed that they put some kind of machine in my stomach, and then they plugged me into this thing, and then it sucked me into this time warp and shit, and I kept traveling through time, and every time it like kept hurting more and more. It fucking scared me. It was fucking scary, bro. Yeah, it was. I've had some fucked up dreams, bro. Or like this one dream, I dreamed that I was in this house.
I mean, I
It was on a
actually,
hill, and it was overlooking all these apartments on this giant mountain, and all the apartments started crumbling and like caught on fire, and like all these people were falling out of the buildings and burning and dying. And I remember like panicking and going, "What are we supposed to do?" And like they're just don't move, just stay right where you're at. Just don't move. Just stay right where you're at. And I remember thinking, what the fuck? Why would I do that? Like, and I remember wanting to run down and like try to stop or help people. And I was like, what are we supposed to do? And they're like, just stay there and don't move. And I remember waking up and going, what the fuck do they keep telling me not to move for? Like, it was just weird. Like that kind of shit messes my head up, bro. Like for weeks I was trying to figure out what the hell that could be.
That's just like, I mean, like yesterday, like I said, I mean, when I take lunch, I don't eat. I just go lay down and put myself in a dream state. Basically, it doesn't always work, but yesterday it worked, and it's like, what? And I don't even try to concentrate on what I want to dream or whatever. So the dreams, when they come, they're fucking weird. Where did that come from? What? And it's like 20 to 30 minutes of some weirdness. It can go from.
Have you ever actually like meditated and actually gone into a state like that? Really? Like, or are you just saying like you were daydreaming? Because I've daydreamed before. I know what that's like. Like I can tell that. But I've never had like one of those kind of like out of body experiences like everybody says. I mean, I even tried on acid and shit.
This is an out of body experience. It's just like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just something personal to me or whatever. But I utilize that time to go ahead and see what happens when I totally relax. You know, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out for like 5 minutes. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But when it does happen, all kinds of crazy shit happens. And I don't know how to describe it. I can't. It's weird.
I had a terrifying out of body experience when I broke my arm. I used to do taekwondo, and I was trying to do an X kick, and I leaped a little too high and lost my footing, came down right on my wrist, shattered my wrist, broke my arm. It was horrible. And I was in the waiting room with the hospital for like an hour, no pain medication, just in thriving pain. And then when they finally got me in, they kept injecting me with some painkiller so that they could try to do what they could to reset whatever bones they could before I went into surgery, because I had to have,
yeah, I know.
they shot me with this. I don't know I don't remember what they called it.
Probably yes,
but it did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. They're like, "Can you still feel this? Can you still?" Yes, I can feel it. Yeah, I was in so much pain. They said, "Okay, we've given you so much of this drug. We can't give you any more. You obviously have a high tolerance for whatever it was."
Wrong drug.
And they're like, "We're gonna give you ketamine." I swear, don't ever
Special
ketamine.
Really?
It was the worst experience of my life. I felt like my soul was leaving my body. And then
I felt like that before.
See anything, but I could hear voices and people telling me, "No, stay," and try to talk to me to try to keep me in my body. But I wanted to leave, and I was trying to leave. It was terrifying. And then I kept saying, "I've been here before. Where am I? Where am I going?" Man, I wish I could really explain in deep detail. But it was horrifying.
You don't got to explain it because there is no explanation for it.
Yeah, if you're all the way out and you're somewhere,
you don't really see it. You just kind of flashes in your mind, and you go, and it like startles you, but you don't really remember enough of it to actually explain it to anybody. It's like, yeah, I know what you mean, bro.
It sounds like he remembers enough of it to know it was.
You remember enough to know it scared the shit out of you. You don't ever want to have to face it, but that's about all you remember.
Yeah, I never want to do ketamine again. I'll tell you that.
That's special case, man. That's the date rape drug, you know.
There was this time where I dropped some acid with some friends, and it wasn't the first time I had done it, so I was expecting it just to be the normal, the whole thing, right? And the first time I did it, I had so much fun. I thought it was going to be a blast, so I was all excited about it. So when I started peaking, we were walking through this field, but man, by the time you know I maxed out, and I like blacked out, and I don't remember anything. But I remember sitting in this house we walked up this hill that was probably 6 miles, just like it seemed like straight up. It was like you'd go up a little ways and then you'd turn a little bit and go straight for a second, then it'd go up again. And it seemed like we just go up and up and up and up to get to the top of this hill, right? It wasn't like a mountain, but it was like a hill that was just forever, right? And we finally get up to the top and there's this abandoned house and there's like this trailer that's been like built into the side of the house, like it's part of the house now. And of course, the house is a disaster area, and there's like writings all over the walls, and there's paint splattered everywhere, like blood, and there's all these pentagrams, all this stupid shit, just like kids do. We're walking to the house, and I go and I sit in this little area where this RV has been like attached to the side of the house, and it's like the kitchen area. And so I sit down in the little area where the booth is. I sit down in the booth in the trailer that's attached to the house, and I remember looking out the window, and I seen this thing floating into the room. From outside the window, and it was like this translucent, like water weenie. Have you ever seen a water weenie before? It's this little tube that's wrapped, it's taped to itself, and then they fill it with water, and when you grab a hold of it, it slides out of your hand, and it just keeps turning inside of itself. Anyway, so I seen this thing float in front of my face, and then it started just rotating, and I watched the room feeding into one side of it and being warped into it, and then it coming back out the other side and then becoming the room again. It was fucking me up, dude. And I started crying, bro. It scared the shit out of me. And so then everybody came in and they sat down in the room with me, and they were like trying to calm me down. They were like, "Are you okay? Like, what do you see?" And I'm like, "I don't really see anything, but for some reason I get this feeling that I'm seeing something that I'm not, and I know I'm not seeing it because every time I would look and like blink, I wouldn't see nothing. But then if I would just sit there and just doze off and like just let my mind go, then I would start to see it again. It was scaring the shit out of me. And they were like, "Just stop looking at it. Just keep moving around. Like let's get up and walk." And then I remember walking out of the house, and I don't remember anything about anything after that for like. I don't remember how long it was, but then I remember running through the woods, right? I just remember running, and there was sun coming through the cracks of the trees, like from above, and we were like in this forest area where there wasn't any like direct sunlight. It was all just like little dots of light that were peeking through the leaves above, right? And then there was like small shrubbery around me, and I was running as fast as I could, but I don't remember running that fast, but I just remember running. And then I remember coming to this clearing where there was like this little tiny creek that was like maybe like a foot wide, right? And there was just a little tiny bit of water trickling down through this little area, and it was like all moss growing everywhere. It was just beautiful, and it was in the shade, and there was trees above, but the light was, and the sun was peeking through, and there was like a little gap right there, right where the water came down this little area. And I stopped, and I was just staring at it going, "Wow, that's awesome, like this is beautiful." And then I remember turning back and seeing all my friends walking up to me, and I'm like, "What's up, guys?" And they're like, "Dude, are you ever going to stop running?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I wasn't running, was I?" I thought we just walked down from the house. He goes, "Dude, the house is up there on the mountain, bro. That was fucking 8 miles ago, bro. You've been running straight as hard fast as you can for like an hour, bro. We've been trying to keep up with you." I'm like, "No, I wasn't, bro." And they're like, "Dude, you were, bro. You were running straight like a fucking crazy person." They said we couldn't even get you to respond to us. You just kept running faster every time we'd scream at you. And I'm like, "There's no way, dude. I never run, bro. I don't run like." They're like, "Dude, you ran through the forest like a fucking crazy man, dude." And I'm like, "Okay." And they're like, "Are you sure you're okay, bro?"
Yeah, I know what you mean. But it's stories like that that made me scared of acid, and I to this day never. I'm 43 years old. I never tried acid. I ate mushrooms. I've done everything else. Well, not everything else. Weed, cocaine, alcohol was enough for me. I didn't need to go any further than that. I've done mushrooms a couple times. I did it a bunch of times when I was in high school. I loved it.
Hey, mushrooms a couple times. I never got high off of it. Someone gave me like
Recently,
half a baggie of them once, and I ate the whole baggie, and I never got high. I never did get off on it. I don't know whether it was bad stuff or what. But
yeah, it was
I
real.
don't think I ever did mushrooms, but I would. I would have when I was a teenager. I didn't do anything.
My fiance is a little bit younger than me, and she had never done mushrooms. She was like, "Will you do mushrooms with me? I want to try it." And this was 2 years ago. I'm 41. I'm like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." She's whatever. It was horrible. I think in order to do mushrooms, you got to be like, just have no cares in the world.
No,
Right? Yeah, because it makes you more emotional.
Let me
about
ask you, Paul. So your wife want you and her to do some shrooms together,
Mhm.
and you found
Yeah,
some.
What was she thinking? I'm just kidding.
No, cool. I mean, they can be awesome.
I know, I'm teasing. No, some people are like that. Sometimes women get all crazy on you. Yeah, sometimes it's worth it.
I'm asking. He hasn't said anything about it yet, so I'm
Okay.
actually asking about the experience because I've done shrooms many times and I did acid at least 100 times. But anyway, so I'm just curious about this. So your wife, where'd he go?
So basically, what happened was she was laying in bed and just trying to act like it wasn't affecting her.
Wait.
Whereas,
So you got some hydroponic shrooms, like a
no,
quarter.
actually, it was way different. It was some shit that I never had before. It was infused in chocolate bars.
Okay,
So
cool.
what?
Yeah.
So
Fine.
what happened was I misunderstood what my buddy told me about how we were supposed to take it. I didn't realize we were each supposed to eat an entire bar. I thought he meant we were only supposed to eat half a bar. So she ate half a bar and I ate half a bar and we didn't feel anything. And we waited an hour, didn't feel anything. My tongue started to feel a little fuzzy, started feeling weird. I was like, something ain't right. And I thought I got ripped off. So I was like, I'm gonna eat this whole other bar. So I ate the whole other bar and I didn't lose it, but I just got so introspective and I was over analyzing everything and
But
I
she
wouldn't
wasn't
I
feeling
talked
shit
non
either. Did she get the buzz?
yeah, she got a buzz, but she wasn't like I was. You know
You
what I
should
mean?
have split it with her, bro, and then freaking done it.
Well, I didn't. I thought it was bullshit because I didn't even know they were doing that. I didn't know you could infuse the whatever the chemical psilocybin or whatever it is. I didn't know they were actually infusing that now into chocolate bars.
I didn't know that either. I thought you were talking about taking some shrooms.
This was shrooms, but
I
it's
know.
well,
I'm just saying. I mean, it's like
yeah.
when I took them, it was just like dehydrated.
No, yeah, that's how it was when I took it in high
Or I
school.
picked them out of the field when I first started picking them out of
Yeah,
the field myself.
it was I don't know. It sucked because I just got super. I was just
So
over
you got
analyzing.
super high, and she slept?
No, she was just, she was high, but she wasn't like I was.
She was pissed. She's like, I can't
tripping.
believe you ate the whole fucking chocolate bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She,
See? Mm-hmm. I know how that goes.
it sucked. Made me not want to do shrooms ever again.
Yeah, because she was fit. But you guys could have had a great time if you gave her a half of it. It's like, baby, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling it. You feeling it? You feeling it? And then it's like, you know what? You ain't feeling it. You know what? Oh, what if I eat this whole thing now? She won't know if I eat it. She's gonna know.
No, she knew I did it. I wasn't. She knew. I said I'm gonna eat this. I was like, this is bullshit. This ain't nothing. I'm gonna eat this whole thing. Watch it. Nothing's gonna happen.
So she knew that you were gonna eat the whole other chocolate bar.
Yeah, she knew.
And did she not want to get as high as you?
No, we just didn't think. We honestly.
You thought it was bullshit. You thought it was bullshit.
Yeah, we thought it was garbage.
Yeah. Okay.
So I didn't think anything was gonna happen. But
it was
I wrong? No, it wasn't. We just didn't take the proper dose. I took too much. She didn't take enough.
That's what's up. All right, cool. But she shouldn't have been pissed off at you if she didn't take.
No, she wasn't. She was only pissed off because I just talked her ear off then for the next 6 hours.
It's like, honey, can you shut the fuck up, please?
Right. Right, that was the only problem. She wasn't really mad. She was just annoyed.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, shrooms is kind of it depends on the strain, depends on the way you take them, depends on who you're with. I mean,
Actually, holy shit! You just made me remember something. I have a whole jar of shrooms in this house, but I refuse to touch them. Anyway, never mind.
no,
Shit,
sure, all of that. I mean, even with it's the same kind of way with acid. All of that is remembers. I don't even smoke marijuana anymore because that's the old friend. I don't even need it anymore. I'm always high. When I'm sober, I'm high.
Yeah.
I don't even smoke marijuana. That's a hallucinogen that I don't necessarily need anymore. So,
Well, the only reason why I mean, I don't smoke it right now, but the last time I was smoking it is because I was getting this medical grade shit, and I swear to God, it was like Viagra. I don't know what was in this shit.
it puts me somewhere I don't want to be.
Yeah, you see, there's a difference between certain strains of marijuana where one is more of a body type high and one is more of a mental high. And the stuff I was getting was a medical grade made for people with aches and pains, and so it was more body.
Dude,
And
that's all bullshit too.
you think so?
No, I'm not saying you can't help people with aches and pains. I'm just saying that the medical marijuana license is just kind of an escape for people. I mean,
Oh no, yeah, no.
marijuana shouldn't be illegal in the first place anywhere in the country. I mean,
But there is a difference between the indica and the sativa strain of marijuana.
Oh, sure, I get all that too.
Yeah.
But I personally, I think I've smoked so much fucking weed in my lifetime that I just don't need it anymore.
Yeah. And it becomes to a point where if you build up such a tolerance to where you don't even really get high anymore.
Oh, so it's like a lot of people give me shit about drinking so much. But it's just like if I smoke weed, it puts me somewhere I don't want to be anymore. It's just like in my psyche, the weed doesn't treat me well. If I want to be a normal person, I don't touch THC anymore. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, but yeah.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
I can't.
I'm kind of the same way with cocaine.
Well, I'm not, but that's another story for another situation.
It's fun for a little bit, but after a while, it starts to become habit for me. You gotta slow down.
Hey, why don't you bring that shit up? Shut up about that shit.
All right, I'm shutting up.
Yeah, but THC, it doesn't agree with me.
Yeah.
But anyway, man, a lot of people talk about weed a lot of time on here, THC and different strains and all that kind of stuff, which is fine. Sure. And it's becoming legal in different states, and everyone gets their jollies and their goo-goos off of it.
It's so much different now than it used to be like 20 years ago. I mean, weed is it's some weed today versus what.
Dude, it's fucking hardcore.
It's like LSD.
You do
it's like
dabs.
LSD.
I've seen people do dabs like that are like this is like dabs is pressed out. You know what dabs are, right?
Yeah, I know what dabs are.
Yeah. Well, You've all done one, right? Or 2 or 3 dabs.
Yeah,
Yeah. No,
another
I
planet.
don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. It's too much. That's too high. You can call me a scaredy cat, but that's way too fucking high.
It's so concentrated now that it's man. And you can take it. There's so many forms now. Like I remember when I was in high school, it was a big deal if you got like liquid hash. Like nobody'd ever seen that before. But nowadays,
And like I think I remember in Amsterdam, they would have some of these weeds, some of the weed, they would tumble it in dryer and they would make hash out of the THC that came off of the weed.
the little crystals that fell off or whatever, the red
hash.
hairs and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but that's not what I'm talking about. This pressed product with the
you know about that shit that was like a paste,
bro. Yeah, that is.
It's like a paste.
It ain't no fucking joke, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I took so much acid back in the day. It doesn't like me.
Yeah, the reason why I was scared of acid because when I was in high school, I mean I was probably like a sophomore. There was these older kids that already graduated and they all lived in a house right down the street from high school. And I used to go and buy weed from them. And one day after school, I wanted to buy weed from them, and they had just told me they all just did acid. And one guy flipped out so bad and had such a bad trip, and I witnessed the whole thing. I never to that day I was like, no, I'm never doing fucking acid ever.
Really? So you never took acid?
Nope, never.
All right, cool. Well, I took a shitload of acid, and I can't say I never had a bad trip, but I never had something, that was really bad that where I never took. No,
Yeah.
I took a lot of shrooms too, and dude, back in the when I was a young man, I found weed. First time I ever smoked weed. This is really funny. First time I ever smoked weed, I was riding around with my friend in his pickup truck, and he's like, "Ooh, we got this weed up, smoking weed," and this is dirt weed. It's not like the weed.
How old were you?
No.
How old were you?
16, I think.
Oh shit, I was 8.
Yeah, so we're like, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny. Whatever. Maybe 15, 15, 16. I didn't keep track of my age when it comes to this. But what happened, I was just like, I was trying to start a band with this guy, it's like, and he's like a year ahead of me in high school and shit. So he's like, we're riding around in his pickup truck. It's like, we're going to Hardee's. I don't know where we were going. I just remember smoking that weed. We'd pull up in Hardee's. We're all high. I'm high for the first time. Guess what happens? I'm in the fucking bathroom puking my guts out.
Oh, really? Oh, that's...
Yeah.
Oh, you puked?
Yeah, I fucking went to the bathroom.
I would have never guessed that.
You probably smoked too much. You probably smoked way too much of it.
Yeah, well, first time I ever got high. Well, no, actually, I got stoned before that. That's not the first time I got stoned. The first time was that. Well, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna get.
No, tell me. I'm just saying. How do you?
Oh, it was the first time.
The other one, that wasn't the right one.
First time. First time, second, third, fourth time was with one of my uncles, and he caught me in his garage, found one of his roaches, and he's like, "What you looking at that?" He's like, "You want to get out of here?" I mean, I mean, and there wasn't nothing weird about it. It's just like, "You want to get out?" It's like, well, yeah. I already knew your ass was weird, so fuck it, smoke. Anyway, that's most I remember, like from that time. And then I was with homeboy, but I do remember getting sick in that Hardee's restaurant. It's like, damn, what's up with this? Hey, but I ain't gonna lie though. I used to drink a lot of alcohol back in the day. Oh shit, I still drink a lot, but I don't puke anymore. But when you're young and drink a lot, parties. I remember some parties where there was like people banging on the door and it's like, "Get the fuck out of the bathroom! I gotta take a piss." And it's like, "I'll try." I can't even lift my head up.
I smoked weed a couple times.
You know why most people get sick
for the first time and never got high. And then the first time I was actually high was I was with my cousin and her boyfriend. We smoked in the car before we went to see Forrest Gump in the movie theater, and I was so high, like the high, like the
Well,
type
let
of
me
high
ask you
you
this.
see.
This is very curious. Was it the type of weed that you smoked, or
I have no idea. I have no idea.
but
I
you
don't know what it
remember
was,
watching Forrest
but
Gump?
I was gone. I mean, imagine, the reddest eyes you've ever seen and just a stupid teenage kid in line to see Forrest Gump giggling his ass off for no reason. And then in the movie theater, my cousin actually had to like yell at me to calm down and shut up because I was.
Do you remember the movie though? Do you remember watching the movie?
No, not really. I don't really remember that much. I remember just my cousin
Dude, I would
yelling at
love
me.
to watch Forrest Gump high again for the first time. That would be fucking awesome.
Dude, I remember watching Caddyshack at the drive-in, bro. I remember seeing that the first time at the drive-in, and I fell asleep the first time I watched it. I only saw the very beginning where where they're waking up out of the rooms and they're walking down the staircases. I remember that part. My mom told me, "Lay down in the back seat and go to bed. Go to sleep. This is an adult movie." And now that I've seen the movie so many times, I'm thinking to myself, why in the hell would they not want me to see that movie? There was only like a couple of nudity scenes in there, and it was mostly just stupid humor. It wasn't even like, you know what I mean? It wasn't even like major stuff. It was all just cheesy stuff. But I remember the very beginning, and then her telling me, lay back down there, and then I finally went to sleep, and I didn't really care. I was tired anyway. But that's funny, though. Damn, I'm old.
I had this experience one time where I had a few years of sobriety because I was a warden of a certain state, and when I got shortly after I got out, I I was like, oh man, I wanna smoke some weed. I haven't smoked weed in years, so I got some really good weed. I rolled an entire joint, smoked the whole thing to myself. It's been years since I smoked weed, and this is really good weed. And I went back in the house and I watched Total Recall, and it was fucking amazing. It was one of the greatest
Yeah, I
experiences of
remember
my
some of the
life.
movies I seen when I was high when I was a kid, and I remember they scared the shit out of me.
You talking about the Arnold Schwarzenegger Total Recall?
Yes.
Well, I would hope so if
Have
he's that
have you
age.
seen the other one? Have you seen the other one?
Yeah, I didn't like that one.
And it's okay.
But if you have not smoked weed in a long time
Dude, the
and you want to smoke weed,
three titty chick.
watch Total Recall.
So fucking cool. Dude, that is freaking.
I'll tell you a scary movie to watch when you're young and you're high is 12 Monkeys. That movie freaked me out first time I seen it when I was high. I was like, what the hell's happening in this movie? And why is it I can't even remember what happened in this
The
movie?
TV series 12 Monkeys is pretty badass too, if you haven't seen that.
Yeah, I actually watched some of that, and I thought it was actually pretty good too. And I don't know why they canceled it, but you know how it is.
No, they did. Kids, there's like 5 seasons.
Wait, what is
Yeah,
this
but
on? I didn't know they made a television series. What network is
it
that?
was pretty good too.
12
I've seen all
Monkeys.
5
Yeah,
seasons.
just look at. I'll send you a link.
It's pretty good
Alright.
actually. It's
Yeah,
basically
it's
goes
like,
into
it's a time travel kind of thing.
it's a different character, like it's a different person. It's not the same people, but it's really well done. Like you'd be surprised. You'd be like, "Wow, this is almost as good as the movie," because it is. It's pretty close. It's pretty good. I mean, like I thought it was decent anyway. I don't know, but
I didn't
like I
understand
was
Hey, you don't
raised.
have to apologize because we both agree. I think it was pretty good.
Oh, so I do have to apologize if we don't agree.
You know.
I'm just kidding.
Well, anyway,
Wait a minute.
but I
Everybody tells me to stop apologizing altogether. Now you're just telling me to only apologize.
No, what I'm
Wait,
saying
I'm
is
just messing with
totally different than the movie. That's what I'm saying.
I know. I
It's-
was just giving you a hard time.
Yeah, the 12 Monkeys series is totally different than the movie. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay, so you sent me this link then. 'Cause
It
I
is,
wanna-
but
I
it
wanna check
isn't,
this out.
right?
I didn't even know they made a fucking TV series for that.
Send you a link.
Yeah, it gives you some insight on the storyline before and after the movie part.
Neat.
Like how they originally met each
Yeah.
other and all that.
I need
The
something new to
characters.
watch too. I've been desperate for something to watch.
Oh, I got a list of movies that you might be interested
Are
in,
you fucking
depending on
what?
what your interests are.
Shit, bro. Yeah, what do you want to watch?
And I've been getting drunk and falling asleep watching what's that shit called where they show them old stupid science fiction movies and they talk over them? Masterpiece Theater, whatever.
Yeah, man.
I've been getting
Yeah,
drunk,
it's
falling asleep watching this shit.
it's called something Science Theater, Mystery Science Theater, or whatever.
Yeah,
That's what it's called.
3,000, right?
Yeah,
yeah, that
3000.
shit
Yeah.
made me laugh.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. Yeah, there was a number at the end too. You're right. Damn, I can't believe I remembered as much as I did, to be honest with you. I remember when that used to be on, and I thought, that's stupid. Like, why would you want... But then I realized it was basically just watching a movie, and then every once in a while, in between commercials, they would talk about it. And I thought, okay, that's not so bad.
No, it's stupid. You're right. It is stupid.
I know I'm right. Like I said, I thought it was dumb when I was a kid, but then again, it was the time of my life when I was in my
It's the
teens
right
to 20s, and I was busier chasing after girls and parties than I was anything else. I was never in the house unless I had to be. You know what I mean? If I didn't have to go to school, as long as I did.
43 and I'm watching it now for the first time.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's what I'm
Just
saying.
'cause it puts me to
It's
sleep.
the right kind of dumb. It's the right kind of dumb.
Yeah, there. Stop eating that 3-day-old food. Get out of there. Get off that. Dang it, cat! Don't eat that. It's gross. Don't eat it. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell.
What the hell are you talking about?
The cat, I got some nachos from like 3 or 4 days ago that's sitting out here, and it had some old meat on it, and he just took a chunk of meat off the top of it and was trying to eat it. It's like, oh man, it's all dried out like freaking freeze dried. It's gross.
All right, gentlemen.
He realized
it's been a pleasure talking to you guys, but I'm bow out. It's 3:30. I had to go in here and
Yeah,
do
don't
my
remind
manly
me.
duties.
Oh, it's only 1:30 now. Okay, I was thinking maybe you were in the same time zone. I was gonna say I'm in trouble.
No, I gotta go in here and make up
Good night.
to the woman, do all that business, and I'll catch up with you guys later.
You have to make up to the woman that you had the weird dreams with. And
No,
you see,
I didn't have weird dreams. I talked her ear off for 6
you had
hours.
weird science.
But all right, guys, it's great talking to you guys. I love you guys. I'll be back.
Face.
Hey, don't forget to send me that link, Helio.
Yeah, I mean this. It's called Soap Today. You can find it. I'll send it to you, brother.
Just what network is it on? Tell me what network it's on.
It's not a network. It's a place you can watch anything on any network.
Like Amazon?
Everything. You don't have to be subscribed.
But if I have Amazon, can I get it?
Not that show.
Shit.
Hey,
I'll leave it.
you have to.
What?
You know what ABP is? What browser do you use?
Start page.
Start page. What the fuck is that?
Start page.
Oh, start.
Yeah, start page.
I use Chrome. I use ABP. You know what ABP
I
is?
use Chrome at work, so
Okay.
whatever.
Either way, I'm gonna send you a link. You figure it out.
All right. Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
I'll send it to you, Paul.
Thank you.
But I recommend you use ABP installed on your browser if you want to use it.
Okay. I'll do that.
So weird. Like how some nights you'll come in and I'll come in and I'll be looking through all my list of different servers that I've joined over the years, and I'll be thinking there's got to be a good conversation around here somewhere, right? And last night it seems like no matter where I went, there was a conversation that going on that was kind of fun. I had a good time yesterday. And then tonight it seems like no matter where I go, I can't seem to find a good conversation. It's always decent stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it ain't fun talking to you, Helio. But it's like there's like nobody around all of a sudden. It's like, where did everybody go? Everybody get tired? Everybody stayed up too late last night or what? It's funny.
Hey. Back at you, man. I don't hear you talking much in here. But anyway, yeah, I mean,
Well, I've been taking time out here and there. Like I haven't been on here all day, but I've been listening for off and on all day. I've been listening to you talk and conversations, some of the conversation you guys had. I've been in and out, but I haven't been talking much today. Been doing mostly text chat and whatever.
No, that's cool. Yeah, because you didn't finish your talk about the mushroom experience.
Oh, like I said, I didn't really have one. I did mushrooms, I think twice, but I guess I either didn't eat enough of them or they just weren't any good. I don't know because I never did get high off that I remember. The first time I did coke, I didn't get high either. That's weird, right?
How did I?
Mm-hmm.
Try to.
Like I didn't feel anything. I was like, well, I don't understand. Well, am I supposed to feel something? And they were like, well, sometimes it doesn't work the first time. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Why would I do it twice? And I just never really did it again. Like, I mean, I think I did it a couple times, like when I was still in my teens, but after that, I haven't done coke in so many years. It's probably been 30 something years. I don't know how long it's been. A long time. But
nobody should or has to do it.
I did try it,
Everyone that comes in here and understands what we're talking about can have the conversation openly, no matter what you decide. At the end of the day.
Well, I mean, I just know that stuff's out there on the street, and people are going to be curious about it, right? So I figure if I tell you my experiences or whatever, then you'll see, like, well, maybe that's not for me,
No, sure, and I agree with that. It's just like, I mean, my brother, he doesn't do psychedelics, and I have many times in the past. I don't need to do anymore because I'm pretty much already there. My brother, he's done it a few times, and every time it's really it wasn't a good experience for him. So.
Oh, yeah, I guess that would, yeah.
He doesn't like it, and I'm kind of at that point. I'm kind of done with that. I don't really need.
The only drug that scares me the most that I don't think I'll ever try, just because it scares me, and now I know why my mom was concerned when she let me get high when I was a kid. But PCP and stuff like that, angel dust or whatever. I don't know.
No, nobody should ever do that. No, not that.
I seen a guy in my neighborhood that was on that, bro, and I'm telling you, I've never met someone that was weirder.
PCP, no.
It scared me. I was like, "Are you kidding me? If it does that to you, why would you do it again?" I don't get it, bro.
Ever do PCP? We talk about shrooms and we talk about LSD and stuff here. But
I'm just saying I've done them. I'm not supporting that. I'm not saying it's a good idea, right?
No. PCP.
I'm just saying, I've done that. I'm not bragging about it. I'm just saying, I've got experience because I'm old, but Yeah, I mean, when I did it, it was kind of cool. Like actually, lots of people did stuff like that. I'm
No,
not saying that everybody did all those things that I tried, but I'm saying, you know what I mean. Like it
no,
wasn't like it was hard to get drugs. You know, you just had to ask the right
in
person.
that way. I mean, PCP and
That's terrifying, though.
well,
I don't know if
PCP's
I could do
angel
that.
dust, right? Yeah, you
I don't
know,
even know what
yeah,
would make
don't,
sense to
yeah,
me.
just yeah, no,
It
no,
like cooks your brain. It does. It makes you
yeah,
retarded or
no,
something.
don't,
I don't even know how to explain it
yeah,
any other ways that it makes you weird, dude. It
don't,
makes you like messed
don't,
up in the head.
yeah, yeah, just don't. Yeah, yeah. Angel dust.
Horrible.
That's no, no, don't do that. Wow, I
Like,
mean,
you know,
drugs drugs you should do and you shouldn't do. I mean, well, just like I was, I was talking to Paul earlier. He said, "Well, me and my wife took a little bit of mushrooms. We didn't feel anything, but then I took the rest of the mushrooms. I felt something, and she didn't." It's like, well, you should have split it with her. It's like, hey, you regret that now, dude? I took shrooms so many times. It's just like, I don't regret, any part of that. I've never done PCP and I never will, but yeah, just don't. Just don't. And the only thing I do now is drink alcohol. I don't even smoke weed. And if I do smoke, I do smoke every once in a while, but it takes like one hit, especially with the crazy ass weed they have out there now. It's like one hit, maybe two, and I'm starborn.
I wish I could get that high all the time. Like I get pretty stoned, like, like it'll make me, high and talk a lot and all that. Kind of like what I'm doing now. I'm a little bit high. You know what I'm saying? But it's
I
usually at night when I do it, when I'm really high. But
take
uh,
one. If I take one hit,
one hit won't do nothing to me.
dude,
I wish.
I'm
I've been
fucking.
smoking it too long.
I'm space. I'm the new
Or
space.
maybe I just smoke too much of it. I don't know. I get high 3 or 4 times a day, maybe four, maybe 5 times if I'm really feeling it. But
Smoke. I never smoke, but I drink every day. So,
I
but
like to smoke.
I used to be a regular smoker.
I did too, but I quit that back
But
in
I
the year.
think there's something in my mind or my psychology. It was just like I only take a hit if I'm in the mood. It's usually like at a concert. All right, I'll take a hit and watch this band. And I'll take a hit or two, watch this band, and I ain't gonna lie, it puts me way off in the zone. It's like 2 hits of weed. Holy fucking shit.
What I like to do is like literally sit out where it's completely quiet, like especially when there's no wind, like out here where I live, and then lay and watch the stars. It's pretty awesome. Kind of zone out. It's pretty fun. And then maybe you get lucky and you see a shooting star or something while you're still like mostly conscious. You know what I mean? You can just kind of zone out. I like doing that, watching the stars. And if you lay there long enough, you'll realize, wait a minute, when I laid down here, this one star over here was over here. Let's move over there now.
Really funny. I remember when I used to like wake up, smoke all day long at work, smoke when I got home, smoke. But no, I just can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I'm getting to where I'm probably not going
If
to
I
do it
take
much more.
one hit a
I'm just
week,
starting to get weak.
pretty much useless.
The only problem is like you can switch to like dabs and stuff like that. You can go to those like vape cartridges, and I wouldn't mind doing that. But the problem with the cartridges is that they malfunction, and when you malfunction something that costs $60 or $100, it's not something that you're happy about. You know what I mean? You buy a little thing and you can
Okay.
and it breaks, or if it leaks out, you're like, dude, I just spent $100 on that thing, and half of it leaked in the console or something, or wherever, in your pocket. That can be pretty frustrating. So, but I wish there was a way I could, like,
Well,
I
it's
wish I had
just
one of
like,
those vaporizing things.
what's another good
That
thing
way I
about
didn't have to take
low
any of that nasty
tolerance
stuff.
is it's like, hey man, can I have a hit? It's free. I know a whole shitload of people that have weed. If I want to get high, I can just be like, can I have a hit?
Right.
And
I have good weed, but man, I'm not
I
spending
take
$100
one
on
hit.
an eight.
When
There's
I
just
take
no way,
one
bro.
hit, I'm fucking high for hours. I don't. It doesn't cost them anything. They always have it. People I'm around, they always have weed. If I
Yeah, you
wanted,
got friends like me, I guess.
yeah,
Always
it's
have it
just
on.
like, dude, everybody I work with smokes weed. So it's like I just don't smoke weed anymore because it doesn't like me. Doesn't mean I don't like the high. It means like if I take a hit, I'm not gonna do anything but sit there and my brain goes 10,000 miles an hour, but guess what my body does? Nothing.
Yeah, I used to drink a lot, but I had to give that up because it got to where I was like not doing anything but that. And I couldn't do it. It
I
was
guess
it
it's
was
kind of
it
like
would
the
have killed
opposite.
me.
It's like the weed doesn't agree with me anymore.
Mm.
Well, and
I guess
I
I
always
figure,
told
the weed
myself,
is the least
I
of the two
told
evils
myself,
because I got weird.
when I quit drinking, maybe I'll start smoking again. I don't know. I don't know if it'll actually work out either way.
Actually, that's funny that you say that because I thought the same thing, but after I quit drinking, 'cause I quit drinking, it'll be 11 years ago in August 3rd, right? And I remember it was December, it was a few months later that I quit smoking. And for some reason, I thought to myself, I said, you know what? I've been doing a good job. I haven't drank yet. I figure if I can stop drinking, and that was really hard for me to do. Like I didn't think I was going to be able to do it because I tried many times before and I couldn't do it, right? And I was getting real bad too. I was drinking all day, I was drinking most of the day. I wouldn't even stay sober during the day into the evening before I would start drinking again. And when I got to where I was waking up in the morning wanting to drink, then that was when I knew I had to stop. But what was weird is that like I quit smoking like a few months after, and I managed to stay away from both of them. I haven't smoked a cigarette, and it'll be 11 years in next December, next Christmas, and then it'll be 11 years I haven't drank. It's crazy. I never thought I'd get that far. And I haven't gotten high the whole time. I didn't start smoking pot again until just like 4 years ago, maybe 3, 4 years ago. I smoked a lot when I was a kid, but I started when I was like 8 or 9, and then smoked until I was in my 20s somewhere, and then I just decided one day that I wasn't going to do it anymore. I started just doing other stuff, like staying out of trouble, and got a job and started working, and then I started drinking little by little, and then when alcohol got bad, then I got really bad. Like I said, I ended up like doing stupid things like blacking out and like urinating on things and at parties and whatever, and people wouldn't say anything, they just laugh about it and then wouldn't say nothing to me. And I found out later, I started becoming more apparent, and my family started complaining, and I realized it was a problem for me, but I didn't finally decide to quit until just not that long ago, 10 years ago, or over 10 years ago. I'm not saying that I'm not saying I'm better than anybody or anything like that. I'm just saying that it's when I finally decided that I wanted to quit, that's when I did it. You know what I mean? And I decided I wanted to quit smoking cigarettes too, because I watched my uncle die. He basically had pneumonia all the time, and I watched him smoke everything under the sun. Whenever he get his hands on it, seemed like he was kind of a lush. But
Rookie,
when I watched him die,
I have a
it was real hard
similar.
on me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Finish.
No, I want to hear what you had to say, please. No,
No, I have a similar kind of thing. I quit alcohol and marijuana for almost 10 years. But I went to doctors.
I quit for 28 years. Hard
Well,
to
I
believe I
quit for
did that.
like 10 years, right? But
Crazy.
I'll tell you, in that time, I went to the hospital because I had some back pain, right? This doctor prescribed to me, guess what?
Norco, Vicodin, OxyContin, what?
Oh yeah, it was
All of the above.
yeah, all of the above. And so
Me too.
oh, I'm clean, but I'm taking fucking 6 of these pills every day. So
Oh
I'm not.
yeah, I'm not saying that I ever. I'm not by any means saying that I ever
I'm
like
not
didn't have
saying
a
that
crutch of
about
any kind.
you. I'm
Yeah.
just
So,
telling you what I did for
oh,
a
I see. Yeah,
long
I
time.
got you.
And so it's like, well, I'm going to church. I'm doing the upright thing, but I'm still taking 6 freaking Tylenol 4s a day. But also at the same time, when you're on narcotics like that, it doesn't necessarily feel like you're high. It's different, it's a different kind of high, but whatever.
Yeah, if
It's
you
so,
abuse it, yeah. I got sick and all that stuff too. Yeah, so I can relate to that too.
dude,
I've been down that road.
coming off of that shit was really, really hard.
Oh, that's right. That's what I was going to say. Is remember somebody's back there. Somebody said earlier that something about his spirit tried to get out of his body. You know what I mean? That feeling. I know that feeling because when the first time I seriously got off of pain pills and pain medicine and all, like all of it at once, I went to a rehab, and it was when I quit drinking, right? And I ended up going back to it, of course, but I have a lot of problems with my back. It's not like I don't have a reason. But anyway, beyond that is I remember that when I quit, like they put me in the hospital and they gave me some other weird drugs. I don't remember what they were, but they were supposed to help me not feel the pain or coming down from it or whatever. But it didn't work because I felt really bad. I mean, it literally felt like my skeleton was trying to like jump out of my body and leave my skin behind. It was weird. It was this creepy feeling like I wanted to run, like literally just I had this compulsion to just run and not stop running, like until I collapsed. It was a weird feeling. Never remember, never. I can't imagine. I don't remember any other pain or any other weird sensation that felt weirder and
Does it
more
start
uncomfortable
from
than
your
that.
toes? Does it start from your toes to the top of your head? It's just
Not
like
necessarily, but yes,
still,
sort of, kind of.
still, but you don't know when it's gonna stop.
Yeah, kind of.
I, that's the way I felt. It came from my toes, came up through my legs. It was like, all right, yeah, and there's a sound that comes from your soul.
All I know is that I remember somebody asked me why I had such a messed up look on my face and why I wouldn't like socialize with people for the first day or two I was in there. And I was like, well, to be honest with you, I really kind of wanted to reach out to people, but I felt so like pretty much I felt like defeated so much that I really didn't want to like share that defeat with other people that I didn't know. But then after I started to hear you guys talk about your problems, and you guys explaining, all the crazy stuff you guys did, and then I felt like, well, if I didn't, then that would kind of be wrong of me, right? Because everybody else shared all this intimate stuff, and some of them broke down and cried in front of everybody and everything, and like all these people were like really cool about it. It was
What are you
interesting. It
talking
was
about,
like, you
like
know,
rehab or something?
yeah, like a serious rehab, like with an insurance company, not like the state kind.
Dude, a lot of
Because I
people
went to the state kind too, and that wasn't.
rehab, but I've been to my own fucking rehab. I
You ever
probably
been 5150? It's not fun.
no. I've
You
never
ever
been
had?
done that, but I mean, dude, I've been to my own personal rehab,
That
and
happened to me because my wife thought I
also
took a whole bottle of pills.
some time with people that trusted people that I have personal that won't share my secrets and I won't share theirs. I've had my own personal rehab. Yeah, bro, there's a certain point where you just have to break down. And that goes for everyone. Doesn't matter if it's an addiction
Yeah,
problem or emotional
yeah,
problem.
I think you're right. I think if you go on doing something and you let it get out of hand, I mean, I don't know. There's certain things like don't think that I think that I've done off and on, through my life where it didn't really. I don't think it really affected my life in a negative way. Really, maybe I spent a lot of money on it or whatever, spent a lot of time doing it, but I wouldn't say that it was like really horrible or like life changing. Like it didn't ruin relationships and things like that. But I'll admit that I wasn't. Like there was times where, I let it get bad enough to where I was like breaking down on my own where no one knew about it. But yeah, I was still having issues mentally, and I was, I'd wake up upset and lonely all the time and worried and depressed all the time, even though I knew I wouldn't have been if I would have just not done those things.
Yeah, but
So I can relate to
you
it.
can't change what you did, So.
Right?
So,
Yeah, you can change. Right.
But you can, if you have and people that you can trust to talk to, and they know where you are, and you got it off your chest, and it's trusted, whatever. It's all kind of stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, I hear you.
it's really a good thing to have a group of people, or at least a trusted friend to talk to.
Oh yeah, I think rehab was good for me actually. Like I learned a lot from it. I learned that it's it. I learned that we have it in ourselves to actually do things great. We just have to believe in ourselves. We have to have somebody pep talk us, keep us and guide us the right way, right? Somebody that knows about it and has been through it, or somebody that's dealt with people that have gone through it or whatever, and and gotten used to it and wanted to deal with it.
Yep.
But I thought, so I thought it was interesting. I met a lot of interesting people that I even actually I've seen since, some of them. Like it was funny because this one girl that I was in, from going into the mental hospital, because my wife, I I used to get lots of different medications and I would overtake them, right? Because I was addicted to them. And so I would take too many of them to sleep, too many of them to stay awake, that kind of stupid thing. But so what happened was one night I took half the bottle of one of my pills and hid it, right? I took it and put it in another part of my drawer in my next to my bed. And I took a couple of them, but I was already drunk already, but you know what I'm saying? Like I was pretty buzzed and she couldn't wake me up, right? And she looked in the drawer thinking, well, why won't he wake up? So she looked in the drawer and saw the half bottle of pills was gone and she thought I took that many of them. And so she flipped out and she called, and called an ambulance. And I remember waking up in the hospital after having my stomach pump going, what happened? Like, what's going on? And
Rookie, you
my
really
wife's like, you don't know.
go this
It's
far.
crazy.
Hey, is your name 1973 because you were born that year?
Yeah, you ask me this every time we have a conversation this long.
Hey, God damn it.
Yeah, that's the reason why it's burning in your mind, right?
Right.
Yeah, because we're born
What's to mine?
August. Mine's August 17th, 73.
In June.
And I was born in Missouri, too. I was born in Henry County, Clinton.
Born in Ohio. But
Right.
yeah, you don't have to
Right.
share all.
No, I know, I'm just telling some old stories. It ain't nothing I'm worried about anybody finding out about or anything.
Well, but I'm glad you are. I mean, maybe there's a reason that it's coming out.
No, well, you know what? I think
Could be
what
forced
it
on
is
it.
with me is for some reason it's bothering me now. Like in my older age, it's bothering me some of the stuff that I did. So I guess I kind of feel like, like being honest about it, especially with people that I want to trust me. Like, and I want you guys to trust me, and I want to be able to trust you guys. You know what I mean? And that's hard to do sometimes. Like when you're making friends, like especially when you're going online or on Discord or whatever, it's hard to find like true friends. Sometimes you think people are your friends and you realize they're not, or they're just not able to be there for you or whatever, things happen.
Totally get
But
that, brother.
I got no qualms with saying it. I mean, if it's bothering somebody, I'll stop talking about it.
No. Well, I don't
Yeah.
have a problem with it. I just want to.
But I mean, like I said, I didn't take all that. But like I said, I understand why my
Sometimes
wife
we all get
did. But
diarrhea
man,
in
that
the
was an
mouth, and
experience. I'll tell you.
I just wanted to like let you know. It's like you don't have to say
Oh man, it was the
everything.
craziest experiment. The experience was crazy, bro. It was terrifying because I remember I spent some time in the county hospital, like for a minute, because they sent me there before they sent me to where I was supposed to go, right? And so I spent like part of a night in there, and it was the middle of the night, and there was like really crazy people in there, and it was terrifying. This one guy, he was this African American guy, but he was like, he looked scary. He was a big dude, right? And he was walking around calling everybody the N word. It was just so crazy. And I remember he was screaming at everybody like really loud. And he would like scream. He would sit next to your bed and like scream it at the wall. It was weird, and it scared me so bad, man. It really did. I was like, I thought the guy was going to jump me or something, right? I had no idea what to expect. And then luckily they got me out of there. But I had to finally go up and tell him. I said, look, I understand that I'm in here for the reasons I'm in here. And look, I get all that, but you guys are going to have to get this guy out of here because he's driving me insane. He's literally comes in there and it's like screaming at me at the top of his lungs. And then when I ask him, what's going on? What's wrong? Then he just walks away and starts doing it to someone else. And the orderlies wouldn't like stop him. It was funny. It was crazy.
They put me in jail. My cellmate was a cross-dresser. He wasn't a transvestite. He was a cross-dresser, and his thing was that he liked just dress in women's clothes. And
I've known people that told me that, but I never believed them. I always thought they were just messing with me.
This dude was freaking weird, bro. I spent 15 days in jail with this guy that like he told me about what happened in his house. He's like, I just stayed there and he had a picture window in front of his house. He didn't pay the electric bill. He just like lived there, and he had like these stacks of like women's clothing and shit. And he would just like perform in front of the plate glass window in front of his house. And this is freaking Southern Arkansas. What? I mean, this dude was so freaking.
He thought I was fucked up.
Dude, this dude was a weirdo. And every time everybody would have lunch, for some reason they would let him keep portions of food. I was on the top bunk. I shared a cell with this asshole.
Oh,
he would like he would keep all of his like extra food. He would like scavenge food from other people's trays if they didn't want it, and then keep it by his bunk. He was a weird dude, bro. So yeah, don't ever go to jail.
If I ever had to go to jail, bro, if I ever got arrested, I did the same thing. Mm-hmm. I'd be trying to hide food so I'd have something to eat whenever I got hungry.
I would just never want a cellmate like that dude. That dude was really freaking weird. Told me how he liked to just prance around in dresses and shit, Weird.
Wow.
I think it was like his grandma's house or something, and there's no power there, but he had all the dresses, and he would like prance around in the house in front of the plate glass window. Holy shit, this dude should be somewhere else besides the county jail, bro.
Well, depends on if there's people around there you can see it or are able to see it, I guess. But
dude, what was really funny is like there were different tanks in the county jail I was in. Like, they had, like the felons were in one area, like ABC, and I think I was in B. And so, but some of these guys should have been in A, where the felons were. It was a trip. I was there for 15 days. It was freaking crazy. But like when you woke up in the morning, it was open. There was like a couple of, they were like table benches, and they had TV in there. Guess what was playing? BET.
What? Really?
All day long, BET. But
Oh, wow.
so and like once that once it was open, like all the cells were open, you can go in and out of your cells. There's a what they call the tank boss. One guy is called the tank boss. Freaking county jail sucks ass. Like tank boss. It wasn't so bad, but it was not fun. Tank boss. And there was one guy that was in our tank that was a trustee, and he would drag the mop bucket in. I wasn't smoking again at that time, but he dragged the mop bucket in with the smelly flavor shit, so that people could smoke in their cells, and the smell of the pine sol or whatever would cover up the fragrance, as if the guards didn't know you guys were smoking in your cell. Stupid shit. Oh, and there was another thing. In one of the cells, there was a broken out part of the screen where they built this this tail where you could throw it over the fence and pull up a cell phone. Very, very intuitive and creative. So yeah, congrats to the people in Clark County. Know how they broke the screen out or whatever and got them cell phones in there, but trippy. You don't want to go to jail in Clark County. It's not fun. That's not even the half of it. Oh, I gotta send Paul that video I was talking about. Hold on. Yeah, enmity. I'd rather not talk to myself. You can fucking talk to me if you have balls enough to come in here and talk to me. That's a response to a personal DM that I just got.
I was just going to ask what you meant.
Yeah, somebody sent me a message. Here's what he said. Do you just talk to yourself all night? It's like you were taught the ability to talk forever. It's like, nigga, get your ass in here and talk to me, and then I'll have somebody to talk to. Otherwise, Get out.
That's fucking rude.
DMs.
That's hella rude. What he said.
Shit, that's pretty rude, isn't it? Well, this is our place. You're gonna message me about me, bloviating? Fine. Why don't you come here and try to bloviate and see what happens, nigga? Pardon my French. I need to stop saying. It's my Little Rock.
How dare you insult the fry?
I made that. It's just good. I know I say it sometimes, but it's. I live in fucking Little Rock so much. Like, I try not to, use the slang. And even though I'm a white guy, when you're in Little Rock, you can pretty much say what you want to. Damn, I don't have a. Know why someone would complain about me just talking without coming in here and talking to me. It's ridiculous. Paul, if you're still listening, I don't have a way to send you that link that you're looking for. But if you're still listening, go ahead and send me a message. I can get it to you. Okay, Matt. I just unmuted your mic. I saw your appeal. Are you
My man. Yeah, I could speak.
awesome?
What's up, everyone? Good to hear everybody. Trying to stay positive out there. It's hard to do sometimes in this crazy world.
Sure enough is. What you about? How do you find yourself in a server such as this?
Oh, man, I kind of wondered in here today. I've had Discord for a while. We spoke earlier. I've had Discord for a while, but it's only like the second time I've ever really made a call.
So you want to talk to flat earthers because?
Oh, I
I mean,
am a flat earther.
are you new?
I mean,
You are a flat earther?
yeah, yeah. You know, fan of the Black Swan. I
And
like the angle,
you
celestial navigation.
about
You know, the whole subject.
flat earth and all that stuff, right? All that shit.
Right? Yeah,
Yeah,
Roger.
all about that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Matt. Let's really get to the brass tacks. You know what brass tacks
Let's
mean?
do it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. What you want to talk about?
Smelling what I'm stepping in, Matt. Okay, so you said you've been here a couple of times. What was your first experience here? Am I? Is my audio? Check, check, check.
I hear you.
Yeah, I'm having a look.
Hey, Matt,
Can you hear me?
check yourself before you wreck yourself, bro. I'm asking you a question. I'm not
Can
taking
you
you
hear me?
seriously because, yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead. So you found your way to this Flat Earth server and you either take it seriously or you don't, or I mean, we do have a lot of fun here. I mean, it can be a fun time, especially this early on Sunday morning.
No, I take it seriously, man. I've been I guess a subscriber to 24/7 for shoot, I don't know, man, over a year, probably 2 years now.
Cool.
But just not too familiar with Discord.
All right, cool. So yeah, Discord can be kind of weird to navigate and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, well, I'm glad you found your way here. Have you followed along in the chat on the YouTube channel before you actually joined here?
Yeah, sporadically, Nathan Oakley's channel really is where I like to hang out. And then like I heard QE in here earlier. That's pretty cool. I like QE stuff. He's got a lot of good work. And
Every once in a
yeah, man. Yeah, it's pretty much my favorite subject in the world.
while. On the world, right? Know what I'm saying?
We in here. We
Fuck
in
with
here,
I
partner.
have to fuck with you. So, what is this? Is this your first time using Discord, or do you use it for?
2 days ago, I used it for the first time, and well, actually joined the call for the first time, and then you're the second place I've been to. You know what I mean?
Awesome, bro.
So I'm kind of newbie
Discord's very
to
fun. I mean,
this
it's
stuff.
like, yeah, I mean, the YouTube chats and stuff like that. Those are it's kind of old school with some stuff, but it's still it's functional. But Discord here, what we have going on here, I'm glad you found your way here. So, what do you think about like between like what Nathan? I'm pretty sure Nathan's channel and our channel is pretty much we're all on the same page. We're not contradicting each other, you know. So, if you're already familiar with Nathan's stuff, then you're familiar with our stuff.
Yeah, man, I love it. I've learned a lot over there. The scientific method, the black swan. Now they're big on the angle, celestial navigation, gas pressure without a container. There's so much to learn. The Rayleigh criterion, spectroscopy. Terrestrial spectroscopy versus the celestial, and like it's just so much to learn, man.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, Ben, good to hear it. Yeah, yeah, we're all about that, and we have a lot of discussions about that. Rayleigh criterion. I think that was going on earlier today in this, in this room. So yeah, that is yeah, that's something that when all those discussions happen here. Matt, where do you stand as far as all that goes? Do you get to be neutral, or are you just fascinated with the discussion? I mean, what's the deal?
Nah, I'm a flat earther, dude. I mean, believe in biblical cosmology. There's a heaven above, we're on earth, and there's earth below. You know, we're in containment. I don't know what the earth is, but the way it presents itself is obvious. I mean, if you as long as you have, if it's as long as you can be honest with the evidence.
Well, cool. Are you in the science versus pseudoscience server as well as this one? That's the one that's
Um,
Nathan that
Probably.
that Nathan.
Yeah, actually.
Cool. I want to make sure you said you're new. It's like your second day in Discord. I just want to make sure you got the servers all crew.
Yeah, I don't have too many. I mean, this show and then that one. I really don't know how to navigate Discord or find other resources. You know what I mean?
Once you figure out how to use Discord, it's way better than some of the other platforms and stuff. So it's cool.
It's been cool. I've been listening to you guys all night, working the graveyard shift, and just listening to different people come and go.
And according to everyone, not everyone, but some people, I'm just talking to nobody. But that's not true. People are responding when I just bloviate. That's okay. I since you're new here, you know that when we're live streaming 24 hours a day here in from this room. Did you know that?
Yeah, like I said,
All right, cool. So
I'm
we
familiar
have
with
a text room
with
associated with that. It's called live stream voice text. So if you want to talk, you can type something in there. I was laughing at other people that are making fun of me, which I'm totally used to that shit. I'm easy to make.
Yeah, I didn't know how to get your attention earlier. I was trying to get your attention earlier to get my microphone unlocked, and I had no idea how to do it, dude.
No,
But you're saying a live stream voice chat?
Yeah, right above this live stream room, it's called live stream voice text. Click on that room. Everything that you might bring forward in the future. See, like when you first join the server, you can come in this room, but you won't be able to open your microphone because we have a check-in process for new people that join. So, but you'll be able to type. You have limited access, but everything that that we're talking about, that live stream voice text room goes live to the YouTube channel. So we heavily regulate that room to whether or not you're cool. You're gonna post some really cool shit. There you go. Hey, there you go. I see you in there. Now you get it. So if you're in this voice channel, that's where you post pertinent information.
Nice, thanks. Thanks for the info, man.
Yeah, no problem, brother. I mean, this is what we do 24 hours a day. And Matt, by the way, you say you're a flat earther, but I don't usually give, unless I know you already that you're a flat earther. You usually have to wait at least 24 hours before you get that role. So yeah, just keep hanging out. Do what you do here. If you're
Yeah, so I'm not afraid of being vetted, man. You got any questions or whatever? You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
no, I get you. Yeah, just hang out here. If you're a flat earther, it's gonna show everybody gonna know, and you'll get your role, and everybody's paying attention. Oh, good. So I think you are, but I just I'm not gonna give it to you yet. So.
Man, late we got a new guy at work, and I was taking him around the field, and he just out of the blue he asked me, what do I think about flat Earth? And I was like, oh Lord, here we go. I asked him if he was sure if he wanted to talk about it because it could trigger him. It turns out he's a flat earther as well. It's kind of cool. There's a new guy at work, and he's all into it, man.
That just came up randomly, or does he already know that you were kind of looking into it?
No, he didn't know. I don't know if he suspected it or not. We were just, I was taking him around the field and showing him what we're working with, and just chit chatting about this and about that. And he just come out and asked, "What do I think about flat Earth?" I was surprised that he asked because it usually doesn't come up, and I don't bring it up,
That
especially at
probably
work.
means he's a flat earther too,
Oh yeah, he definitely is. Yeah.
right? Don't you love that shit?
Yeah, man. I think the community, everybody's worried about the message and stuff getting out there, but dude, the numbers, they have to be so much larger than we even can anticipate or what we expect.
Gotta be. It's just like, where are you going to go talk to anyone about it? here's a good place.
It's of really no consequence. If the meat of the document is about the way in which things are measured, planned, used, etc., saying that it's referencing a non-rotating flat Earth, that's more pertinent than simply an assertion the Earth is a globe. Now, if they had all kinds of trajectories and mathematics and simulations based on globe mathematics, that'd be a much different scenario. And Jem is right. If they did have that, we wouldn't know because we haven't read the other 6 pages. Now, if Jem had actually let me finish my sentence, instead of being a paranoia hyperbolic, he might actually get somewhere with some conversations he has.
Do it. I asked you to post the other 6 pages, and all I've got is objections to why we should bother to look at the rest of it. And you guys are supposed to be truth seekers. You're supposed to
Dude,
care
did you even
about...
listen to what I just said?
What? Nothing about
just
posting.
talk through it.
No, I listened, and you didn't post the document. It's useless.
Dude, what I said has no relevance to whether you even have a document to look at. Does it?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Any reference you make to this document, which you just did, is irrelevant until we know what the document says. And we don't know what the document says. We know what the title of the document says and what one line from page 7 of the document says. That does not give us a full understanding of the document. Only children would try to pretend that it does.
Jem, you obviously didn't hear what I said at all.
You can have another go if you want. I think you just rambled on about how it wouldn't matter if we couldn't see the rest of the document. I disagree.
No, that's not what I said at all.
I think to get a full understanding of this document, you need the full document.
Your assertion was that if it simply says the Earth is a globe elsewhere, or if it simply references the Earth as a globe, that is somehow as compelling as trajectory math, etc.
That was not my assertion at all in any way. I didn't make that assertion whatsoever. I used that
pretty much that.
I used that as an extreme example when Miggy was saying that we didn't need to see the rest of the document. And I said, well, what if it said the Earth's a globe on every page? I was being a bit flippant, I admit. But, what if it did? You need obvious.
Well, if it did, then my assertion stands.
Well, my point would be, I don't think it would say that, but I do think it's more likely to have a full explanation of what this thing is all about. And from that, we could all gain an understanding of why it says what it says. It could be that there's a flat, non-rotating Earth. I don't think the evidence, the document will reveal that. I think if we see it all, it will reveal something else. But at the moment,
I'll put it to you like this.
At the moment, you guys are happy in your ignorance.
Listen, most globe arguers agree that in certain scenarios, even when it doesn't actually mention it, that to take it as if it is flat and non-rotating is much simpler, and effectively the tolerances are so small or the effects are so negligent that it really doesn't matter. And if you did calculate it this way, it would be the most practical, usable way to do it, because all those other things are so inconsequential. Because most of the time, when these arguments come up, it's where people are in charge of the thing.
That's what I say.
It's like you could correct it.
That was my argument, and that was my argument.
Right,
but
yes.
I think you made it better than I did. I have to say. But yeah,
right. To which I would then add a caveat, which is, if the supposed curve and spin are so negligent that you could just disregard them as being valid into any practical effect, then what point is there of even saying they are curved?
You'd have to see exactly what practical effects you were modeling, right?
Coriolis.
If you just wanted to model how the shape of an aircraft moved in the air and how its flying surfaces, how adjustments to those changed how it moved, then I don't think you would need to take account of those things. But I'm no expert in this subject, I have to say, but I'm just guessing. I'm just imagining kind of like a model aeroplane hanging in a wind tunnel or something like that. I'm thinking you wouldn't need to account for those sorts.
Well, that's basically using our argument, Jem. Because we know that practically it's not even going to consider anything that the globe is actually proposing that we need to use. So if we're looking at it in that respect, then we're saying, okay, we're starting off with this model that we don't need to kind of use anything that the globe is actually defining as what it is, Coriolis effect or anything, because we don't need to account for that. Then we're bang on. Well, it's exactly.
But it's a model, Mickey. It's a model.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is that even if it is a model, and we're trying to figure out what a plane's going to do by using this model, it's the most practical way to use the idea that you're going to support aircraft, within flight and all that. That's why would you even consider it being on a globe where the altitude changes? The actual trajectory, and there's a lot more involved with the complicated.
Well, those are your beliefs, Miggy. You're bringing in the idea that planes need to dip their noses and things like that. Well, they don't. That's why you wouldn't need to consider that.
How about the Coriolis effect?
You're bringing in that. Well, look, it's a model. Now, let me explain what a model is, right? It's a simplified explanation of something. Often it's mathematical. A good easy example, everyday example of a model, right, is a subway map. You've probably seen them, right, in cities with subways, right? And they're all the lines are kind of at right angles, and they've got nice sort of right angle curves when they go, and it takes the line round a corner, or sometimes they're diagonally 45 degrees, but they're all either 90, 180 or 45 degrees. Well, we know that the lines on a subway system don't actually run like that. There's little twists and turns in them, and they go up and down and stuff like that. But that model of the subway system allows passengers to figure out how to get from one destination to the next. They can figure out how long, some of them predict the time of the next train and things like that. So it's a very useful model, but it's not an accurate depiction of the subway system. And this is the same sort of thing. You can have a useful model that makes predictions about certain aspects of something, in this case, the flight of a missile, but it doesn't necessarily have to account for everything, because you don't always want to model all of those things in one go, because you're adding in too many variables that you've got to account.
It's not like it wouldn't. The analogy would probably not fit with the example we're trying to talk about here within the context of the missile, because
we don't know because we've only got the one page.
No, what I'm saying is that in the overall, the overarching understanding that the Earth is what we're talking about, because that's what they exclaimed, even in the one little sentence or two that they said you're on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. That right there is telling you the whole Earth. Like, it's not just this one little piece in Arkansas. It's talking about everywhere on Earth. So that is the important bit I think you're not looking at.
Hang on, to understand that, though, to actually know that what you've just said is true, what you would need is the rest of the document so you could figure out exactly what this is all about, what things they are actually calculating for, why they're calculating for those, and why they're leaving others out. And I think you would need that.
I know why they're leaving them out, but
those sort of claims.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, because anywhere you go on Earth, you're using the same principle that they're actually talking about in that page that we've seen. So if everywhere on Earth this is applicable, then everywhere on Earth we're using the same.
Now you're speculating again.
No, it's not speculating. Why would they?
All right, well, in the rest of the document, Miggy, it says the Earth is definitely a sphere, and all flat earthers should take note of this sentence. I think it says that in the rest of the document.
Well, that's good.
I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, go with it. Hopefully that makes you sleep better at night. But obviously,
hopefully the stuff that you're making up. Hopefully the stuff that you're making up about the rest of the document. Hopefully that makes you sleep.
I don't have to make up the rest of the document.
You literally just did, Miggy. That's my point. Yes, you did.
Because if they're using this,
you don't know if it refers to the whole Earth.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about what
you just said that. Those are you don't care about the words you just said.
Because if NASA is using something like this, where they're talking about a flat, non-rotating Earth for this missile, where are they using these missiles? Tell me that, Jeff. Are they using it only in this specific area? They didn't say that, right? It wasn't in the document and what we read.
We don't know that, Miggy, do we? Again, you're speculating on what's in the rest of the document. You don't know if it's in the rest of the document. Why are you speculating like that?
I don't have to, because I'm telling you. If they're using
you do have to.
No, this jargon that they're using is specifically so that you can understand anywhere that they use this missile, it's going to have to be used with this model of a flat, non-rotating Earth.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. Otherwise, why would they even say it?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because it says so in the document.
It does not say that. It does not say anything about the whole Earth that you've just said. Doesn't say that. You added that. You added that in yourself.
Where is it applicable? Where is it applicable?
It says
I don't know. We haven't got the whole document.
The Earth.
Look, you can't give me this fragment of evidence and then laugh at me because I want the whole thing.
I am because
you should want the whole thing. You should want the whole thing. You're supposed to be a truth seeker.
I am a truth seeker, Jim.
So why are you quite happy to just go with the one line that confirms your bias and try your best, all costs, to avoid actually understanding what the document is about?
It's in the conclusion.
It's just hopelessly
they're talking about, brother.
What?
One time, and how many documents you think this?
I didn't say it's one time. I've never said that. That's another straw man you guys are laying on me. Why are you doing that? When
One
did I?
line.
It's at the moment we can see one line, and that's all Miggy is going on.
And what
and
is it
he's
telling you in that one line?
listen. He's not interested in any of the other document. He
It's a
doesn't
pretty
want to
bad line.
understand. He doesn't. Let
It's
me
a pretty-
finish.
it's a-
Please let me finish. He doesn't want to understand anything about what the document actually talks about. He's just happy because this line says flat non-rotating Earth, and he just wants to go with that.
Yeah,
and he's
Jim,
pretending.
listen.
He's pretending that he's a truth seeker,
I
and he
don't
cares
care.
about
I
truth.
don't care if the
And he's
document
here-
further on down
He's
the
here
road
to spread the
says-
truth.
Says that there's a rabbit humping the turtle in the bushes. I don't really care about that. What I'm talking about
Why?
is what it says.
Why don't
because
you?
It says right here on that document that it's using a flat non-rotating Earth. Where are they using
And you
it?
think
Where
that
are
that's
they
an
using
honest?
that? Yeah,
You
it's honest.
think that that's an honest, truth-seeking approach to
Absolutely.
really discover, to really understand what this is about? That's the approach you're going with.
Because where are they going to use this model if not on Earth?
We don't know, Miggy. We haven't
right.
got the
Perfect.
document. How many times have I got to? No, not perfect.
Perfect.
I didn't say I don't know because it's incomprehensible. I said I don't know because we haven't got the rest of the document and we cannot form a full understanding of it. I want to. You don't. Because you're dishonest
guys who
and you want to hide
put it
from
in
it.
there.
You're scared of what it might say.
it's
Well,
simple.
I'm not.
The guys who
I'm
wrote the
not scared of
documents
it.
put it in there.
I'm not scared of it, and I wasn't scared when you said you were going to bring it up because I know about it. I'm not scared of it. You are.
Then you got to ask yourself one question: where is this being applied?
Yeah. The question I'll ask myself: why are grown men scared of documents? That's what I'm asking myself.
You're
Why is
obfuscating.
why is a grown man? Are you asking me the same? Are you asking me the same question again, Miggy?
Yeah.
So I can give you the same answer again.
Yeah, and that's the
We
problem.
don't know. We don't know because we haven't got the whole document. I want it. You don't.
It
I
doesn't-
want to get a full understanding of it. You don't. You want to try and pretend.
I
you've got a
have the
full
document.
You want to try and pretend you've got a full understanding from one line of it. Right. Can I have the document?
Did you hear that? He's got the document.
Great.
So can we
And you
go on
post
with the
it?
documentation and validation, please? Yes. Instead of yelling and screaming your point that doesn't make any sense. Because
Shut
we tried
up.
to bring up documents. Hey, first of all, you can tell me to shut up or you what. Doesn't bother me, hon. Just
I
show me
will
what a
do.
disrespectful asshole you are. Now, I can stand my own too, babe. Don't try to come at me.
Well,
Okay.
what are you?
Sit
Nobody
down.
needs your
Sit
input.
down.
All we need is the
Seriously, you need to
document.
sit down.
All we need is the document. We don't need your input.
We're trying to provide that document. You're too busy going off and yelling.
Providing the document doesn't involve you
I
speaking.
posted the document
All right,
in the
I've got it.
chat.
I'm just pointing out to Stacey that didn't require her to speak.
What page you want to go to, Jim? What'll satisfy your little deal here?
Jim.
Well, I'm going to read the whole document.
Oh, go ahead.
Right, this is
What I'm going to tell you
I got
is
you locked,
that
stock, and
entire
barrel,
document,
so-
Right,
that
this-
entire
hold on.
document doesn't even mention a sphere or globe. So just an FYI, there's 108 pages.
This one mentions no wind, though. So tell me where on flat Earth there's no wind for an aircraft to fly in.
I think when they
Oh, give
wrote
it a
paper and
break.
included Earth, I think they knew about wind.
Well,
It's
why
not
didn't
like
they?
they're just
Why did
scared
they
to talk about what
is
the fuck they actually mentioned.
Is
You
the
just want to
wind
talk
on Earth?
about what they didn't mention again.
Oh, they did
Jen.
mention wind. They do mention wind, chocolate. They
Yeah,
do
also
So
mention.
then
I
that's
don't
your
care.
bad because you just said they didn't. So who
No,
the
I
fuck
didn't.
cares?
No, I did not. No, I didn't. I said.
You don't even know
I
what you're
said-
saying anymore.
I
bro.
said. Listen. I said they didn't include wind. Okay, that doesn't mean they didn't mention it. They specifically did mention that they weren't including it.
All right, here's
So
one-
go ahead.
Jim.
You know what
So
they
go
also
ahead.
mentioned?
So
They
go ahead.
mentioned it was flat and
So-
non-rotating.
So go ahead and tell me what. Well,
That's
they
pretty,
mentioned it was.
that's pretty shit compared
Okay.
to a
Okay.
magical
So it's
spinning ball,
does the
right?
flat, non-rotating Earth have no wind?
Why would they need to mention wind? Because
Are you breathing?
Earth has wind.
Right.
know
And
that.
why?
They
And
already
why
know that.
And do-
They
do-
have to specify that there's wind,
do
or they
aircraft?
had to specify that it's flat and non-rotational. You don't want to argue about that, but you want to argue about they didn't mention wind. Are you kidding?
Yet again, Chocolate. I didn't say they didn't mention wind. I said they specifically did mention wind. They specifically did mention wind.
So whether they mentioned wind or not,
I know.
Whether they mentioned wind or not, what they specifically also did mention was that it's flat and non-rotational.
Look, Chocolate, you can keep repeating that, but try and get with it, okay? Now, listen carefully.
Get with it.
They specifically mention that they're leaving out wind of their calculations for an aircraft. Now, do you have an explanation for why they would do that?
Over a flat stationary plane?
Over anywhere.
Over Earth,
because they're saying it's flat and non-rotational. Yeah, they've already dealt with one for years, so they already know how to do that. So
if they're building a fucking aircraft,
could it be?
If they're building a fucking aircraft that literally depends on wind to fly, I don't know why they would specifically have to mention that. But what they do specifically mention is that it's flat and stationary.
Just keep repeating that. Just keep repeating that.
Well, because you want to avoid it, bro. You've been avoiding it since I got in here.
Look, I'm not avoiding it. I'm trying to make an attempt, as I have been since I've been here, to explain why they leave things like a curved and a curved. Please let me finish. A curved and a rotating Earth out of this. Now, when I brought up wind and said that that's out of it, Stacey immediately piped up and says, "Oh, well, because they're used to dealing with wind." Well, of course, they're used to dealing with a rotating and curved Earth in the same way, and that's really. That's my
point. Because they didn't say
that. They said
flat and stationary.
Well, the point is that would be reasonable in the same way, wouldn't it? Okay. If the Earth, we're just saying it's all hypothetical at the moment, right? Neither of us know. Neither of us know.
Is this for a missile? Wait, let me just ask a question, please. Is this for a missile that's supposed to go how fast that they're worried about wind? Or is it a plane that's going a lot slower, so they have to adjust the wind because of how it's moving? And we're talking about two different things here, right?
We are talking about two different things. There are two documents.
Right, so how fast does that missile go? Does it have to worry about
Listen. There are two documents. There are two documents on the table. At the moment, thankfully, we've switched to the one that I'm more familiar with, which is the one that deals with aircraft and not missiles. Okay? I have no idea how fast the missile goes, whatever question you ask me. I have no idea. No reason why I should have any idea. I don't know why you asked me that. Now, I would like to read this document if I can.
Well, read the document while you're doing that. See if they could tell you anywhere there where this was being applied. The model, as you state, of the flat, non-rotating Earth. Where is this applied at? Let's find that. See if the document says anything about that. I, of course, don't need to.
I'm not sure what question you're asking me, Mickey.
Okay, so we first started. You read the document. I'm saying when we first started talking about this, I asked you, where is this model that we're talking about being applied? Even if they claim that it's a globe and it spins, all these other things, whatever else the document might even say, why and where is the model being applied on Earth? Because
as I understand it, this one is used for sort of. I'm not sure if it's actually in wind tunnels, or I think they maybe simulate with this or something. It's that sort of a thing, as I understand it.
So you don't know yet. You're just saying you're right now. You're based upon what you're.
It's been a while. It's a while since I dealt with it. I came across it when it first came out, which was about sort of 3 years ago, and then sort of fiddled with it around then when it was popular, and then forgot about it. But of course, in flat Earth, these things they get refuted.
Talk about the document that's been around since '88.
The thing is, these things in flat Earth, they get refuted, and then people get, they realize it isn't a strong argument, and then they disappear for a bit, and then they raise their ugly heads again. And
I don't even know how we got talking about this, but yeah, it's not really for me a point, but I mean, it's just to show you that even in their models, as they claim, Because
we got talking about it because it was, you know, you were doing your.
But that's the problem. I know that these guys are going to say globe or whatever else in those other pages. I know that. It's NASA here we're talking about. It's not. They're not going to continue to. Oh, they leaked information about the flat, non-rotating Earth. Now they're going to dive into how the Earth is flat. I already know it's NASA. They're not going to be talking about that. They're going to be talking about it's a globe and all this other business. But what I'm interested in is if they're using a model of flat, non-rotating Earth, where is this being applied?
I've answered that. Miggy, I answered that question, didn't I? Yeah, tell me what my answer was, so I know that you heard me.
You said that it was wind tunnel, right? And you said, I think that it could be applied in a scenario where they're using it like a wind tunnel.
Something like that. I think it might be more computer modeling of kind of like wind tunnel operations.
See if you can.
But I'm not entirely sure.
Like I said, I really don't care. If you're going to go on a bunny trail, that's your.
But Miggy, don't you think you should care? Don't you think you would? Why don't you want to have a full understanding of what this document's all about? Because it might reveal even better evidence for you, right? It might say something that's even better for flat Earth,
right?
But you don't know that because you're only bothered about this one line.
Because it's saying
I find that astounding.
The obvious that I know that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. It's already citing, even as a model, it's already citing what I already know in reality. I don't need to go any further than that because it confirms everything that I know. So it doesn't matter if later on down the road, NASA, the other pages that you read say, oh, definitely a globe, you know, of a definite size and shape. You know, it works this way. I don't really care. To me, it doesn't matter. They're using this model, and that's all I care about.
In that case, all I can say is then, Miggy, I feel sorry for you. If you think that is sound, if you think that is sound reasoning that can lead you to, accurate conclusions about reality, then I feel really sorry for you.
Because I'm glad. I'm actually glad that
it's not sound reasoning. Because they show you a magical spinning ball
really matter.
They assume a flat stationary Earth, and you think that's the same thing, same difference, right? It doesn't matter. Get the fuck, bro. You're the one that's delusional, bro.
No, look, I didn't say it was delusional, and I'm the one that wants to get a full understanding of this document. Miggy is desperately trying to avoid getting a full understanding of it because, as he's just admitted himself, he knows it will say things that make it not
it's NASA, Jim. It's NASA that we're talking about here. Like I said, these guys are not like proponents of the flat Earth. For number one, so even if we're looking at a NASA document, I already know going into this what the other pages are going to say without even looking. They're going to have explanations about how the globe is doing what it's doing. What I'm interested in,
think about it, Mickey. This is pretty bad for a hostile witness, right? Because they're the ones that show us the magical spinning ball, but yet in their documents, nicely shuffled away. There you go, flat stationary plane. But when we actually have to put vehicles in the air, right? We got to take this shit serious. We gotta put lives at risk, right? So we take the Earth as it is, flat and stationary. We don't play around with the little magical spinning ball shit.
You think we should take you seriously when you're deliberately ignoring more than half of a document? You think that should be taken seriously?
People drove doom buggies on the moon. How should I take you seriously? Are you out of your mind?
I'm just like
we can show that happened. We can show plenty of evidence that happened very easily. So
I know you consider
every reason to believe that happened.
I know you consider video as evidence.
You have to prove it's a ball first, and you haven't done that. So
if you watch my video, how I know we went to the moon, Miggy, you'll see.
By the way,
you'll see what I present as evidence. And
I'd rather
it doesn't include a lot of video
over themselves telling stories, telling campfire stories, telling fucking nonsensical bullshit that grown men like you are supposed to believe, right? Get the hell out of here. I'm gonna watch your video. No, I'd rather listen to the astronauts themselves blow up their own spot.
You can call it that, but clearly it isn't that. You know,
Gem Panda, just to ask you a quick question, Doody, are you in the live text at all? The text for this channel, yeah?
No, I'm trying to read this document and be angry at the same time.
All right, mate. Just to say, I popped up a thing there. Satellite dishes popping up in Ecuador. They're pointing towards the sky. you want to reiterate what you told me in your server one day, that's proof of geostationary satellites?
Why do you think it wouldn't be?
Why do you think it would be? Well,
because they're pointing up in the sky, so they can't be pointing at a tower, right?
Oh, so a satellite dish pointing up in the sky means that there's a geostationary satellite?
Well, I mean, I think if it's receiving a signal from one, I think that would be a reasonable assumption, right?
Okay, are you familiar with?
Are we assuming they're not receiving signals, or are they receiving signals?
I'm going to ask you a question. Are you familiar with Flight Radar 24?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. So on Flight Radar 24, if you go above Ecuador, there's satelloons that provide internet services, 4G satellite services all around the world. Do you know there's such a thing as Project Loon?
Yes, I know. But so what?
So the point I'm making.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So the point I'm making is, you said that was proof of geostationary satellites.
No, I didn't.
You did.
Absolutely,
yes, you did.
I would never ever have used the word proof. Never ever. You guys use that word. I would never have said that in a million years.
You did. You were witness.
Absolutely not. You're lying. You're lying. I'm sorry, mate, but you're lying. I don't want to be rude to you, but there's absolutely no way I would ever have said proof. I never ever say that word. You guys say it all the time. I never say it ever. Proofs exist only in math. Only in math.
Guys, let it be noted now that Gem Panda, whether he refuses to admit it or not, in front of about 20 other people on his server, admitted and said and gave that proof there, which is pathetic.
I would have given that as evidence. I would have given that as evidence. Not proof.
Yeah.
Evidence is not proof. They're two different things.
In my inbox.
Yeah. So anyway, let it be known, this is the type of stuff that Gem Panda thinks is evidence of geostationary satellites. It's not.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Have you given me any good reason? Have you given me a good reason why it's not? What your argument so far? Listen. Let me respond. Please let me respond. Your argument so far is there are trains, therefore cars are fake.
Oh, let Breaking respond.
Hang on. Let Breaking.
There's another way of doing it. That way.
He's addressing Breaking, so let Breaking respond, please.
Yeah. Miggy. Yeah. I need a mod in my inbox now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, let Breaking respond, please, guys. Go ahead, Breaking.
Before Breaking goes ahead, I'm happy. Just one second. I'm happy not to participate in the debate if you need like a pure moderator, because I know, Miggy, you're kind of moderating and debating, so I'm happy to just be a mod if it's needed.
Yeah, anyway, bro, thank you. I gotta actually get OJ's inbox real quick. Yeah, if you could.
Yes, so just to respond, thank you there, Miggy, I think that was saying let me respond. I'm going to post some stuff of Project Loon. You can easily look it up yourself. It's on Flight Radar 24.
Dude, I've been here for 5 years. I'm not a newbie that's just walked in off the street.
You're acting like a newbie. You said you did. You said
I did not. Didn't. I didn't. When you asked me if I'd heard of Project Loon, I said yes, of course I've heard of it.
Right, so
it was the Radar 24. The first thing you mentioned, I'd never heard of.
Right, so that's the point I'm making. You'd never heard the Radar 24, so that's why.
There are things hanging from balloons. We all know that. That's not news.
What's hanging from them?
Some great bit of evidence. You're just telling me that in some places there's an alternative way of transmitting stuff. So what?
Gem Panda, what's hanging from the balloon? What's hanging from the balloons?
I bet it's not satellite TV transmitters.
It's satellites. It's satellites, dude. There's your satellites. That's your satellites.
Is it satellite TV transmitters?
Of course it is, dude, yeah.
Is it? Prove it.
Of course it is.
All right, let's see the evidence. Let's see the evidence.
Dude, you have got no proof.
You've made the claim. Let's see the evidence. Don't tell me about me. We're dealing with your claim that you just made. Let's see your evidence that these these Sataloons are transmitting satellite television.
Right, that's fine. Okay.
So, Breaking, do you want to go ahead and do that? Stacey's been trying to get in. Stacey, do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll get what he's looking for.
Oh, sorry, I actually forgot because I'm getting DM'd as well, and I have stuff going on my server. So, can you give me one moment too, and I'll be right back.
Sure. Does anyone else want to speak? Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
I want to know what.
I know what I was going to ask him.
I just came in halfway.
Evidence. Like, Jim, what do you think evidence is? Because evidence and proof, you use two different statements there. Like you said, I didn't say proof, I said evidence. Well, for me, evidence is proof. So can you verify to me what evidence is for you?
I think what you've just said, in a way, is true. For you, evidence is proof, and I think that's the nature of it. I think I can show you evidence, but only you can decide if my evidence amounts to proof for you. And this is why we have a jury in a court, right? Because what's proof for one person isn't proof for another person. And we recognize that. And that's why we say we need 12 people to all agree that this is proof for something before we, convict someone, right? So that is what I would say is the difference between evidence and proof.
Okay.
So
I appreciate that.
One supports an argument, one subjectively substantiates the argument for a person, but not for everyone necessarily.
Then can I ask you, what would the word to be used then? Because the proof wouldn't be the word, I guess, necessarily to use anyway, because then you say everybody can have their own definition of proof. So to validate our reality, what would you use? That validation, citation? What are you looking for to? Because you want validation too.
I think to be honest with you, I mean, I'm a bit pedantic about the use of this word proof, because when we're in debates and stuff, you can get yourself caught in a corner where you say you can prove something, when in actual fact you can never prove something. You can just offer evidence for it and hope that it proves it. So that's why I tend to be a bit sort of pedantic about it. I don't think it's really that wrong to say this is my proof for this. It's in a sort of colloquial sense. But for me, I think proofs only exist in maths. We can prove that, we can prove 2 + 2 = 4 in a 10-based counting system. But for me, that's a proof. So I know we had this lengthy discussion the other day about verification and validation. And I think you guys are being... I think you're being somewhat unfair in the way that you use that, because I don't think you always think through what it is that you're asking for. And where we got to the other day, it seemed to be with Miggy, was that the only evidence that he would accept from me would be evidence that he had already checked himself and personally collected himself, which, that to expect people to give you evidence you've already got seems, I don't think that's right. So I would say... But I would, I think, of course, you need ways to verify what's true. We can't just take a photograph off the internet and say, well, look, satellites. So I guess what you've got to do is...
Can't you, I'm asking a question actually, can't you just make up a bunch of math cell and make it fit things? And we're talking about what we can observe and do with scientific methods on natural laws that we could prove. I mean, when I say prove, I mean what you actually can do in your reality. Natural laws that you can verify for yourself, experiment after experiment. So those things, the globe model should be able to easily prove at this point. I mean, it's 2020,
I would say it can. I would say it can.
Okay, tell me how the maths work correctly then, please, because I'm really looking 60 miles with my own eyes, and I'm seeing Chicago, okay? And I've seen that with my own eyes. So please tell me how you're having this massive refraction that doesn't exist. And it's bending like
why do you say that refraction doesn't exist? I'm not trying to...
No, wait. I didn't say refraction doesn't exist. Refraction does exist. But refraction doesn't exist to the point that you're trying to compete at you.
Okay, well, why do you say that?
Because there's no proof of it. Can you prove it to me that it does that?
Well, again,
besides the simulation?
We're back to proof, aren't we? I mean, what we can do...
We're talking about reality, though. What we're trying to observe, right? Scientific method, but it also has some observations in it, all right?
Right.
So we're talking about what we can
that's how we know. And that's how we know. That's how we know how light behaves in different mediums. Because those are things... Hang on. Those are things that we can test in the laboratory, right? We can stick a light in one place and stick material between it and somewhere else and see how that light behaves. And that's how we know how light refracts in an atmosphere. So we have an atmospheric pressure gradient, which is, I'll be as brief as I can because I know you've heard this before. We have an atmospheric pressure gradient that gets denser as you get closer, and that denser atmosphere makes the light change angle. Usually, well, it makes it change angle so it goes down. A bit like the easy demonstration of this effect is a spoon in a glass of water. And if the glass is half full, you see like a bend in the spoon if you're looking at the whole glass. Do you know what I mean when I say that?
Keep talking indefinitely. Your refraction's based on.
I do know what you mean. You're saying
right. So that's an effect of refraction where the light that's traveling through the water is traveling it's taking longer than the light that's traveling through the air. It actually travels at the same speed. It takes a longer route, essentially.
No, your refraction.
Is there any for me then to prove for myself? Then is there anything that you could show me experiment-wise that I know refraction? I understand that, but.
Hello, can I be heard? Hello?
Yeah, Nathan.
Yeah, Jem Panda's lying to you. He's talking about refraction in atmosphere. Atmospheric refraction's mathematical base. It's based on R. We debunked R. They can't measure it to use refraction. He's talking about refraction in light. Talking about spoons in water. That's actual refraction. His terrestrial refraction, which he specifically said, is mathematical only. It's based on R. He hasn't got an R. We debunked it. Can't measure it. Also, Jem Panda said that satellite TV dishes point up at the equator. When have you seen that? Did you just, quote, get it from the internet, picture from the internet, right?
Yeah, correct.
I've been on Jakarta. I used to work with AV equipment and satellite dishes on the equator. They don't point at the sky. Jem's just made that up. Maybe you got a picture from the internet. You're a liar. They don't do that. I've been in Jakarta, fiddling with satellite dishes, Jem. Have you ever done that? You liar. They don't point up. Point to the horizon. Same as all of them. Why did you just make that up, Jem? Did you just get a picture from the internet of a dish pointing upwards? Further to that, somebody pointed out that there's satellites on balloons. So they could be pointing up at the balloons then. Have you proved that they're not? Cat got your tongue, Jem?
Yeah, I think the music bot was playing a recording. I actually thought that you were part of the recording until I saw that you were flashing.
Sure. Jem, you there? Don't seem to be replying. You've made up that crap about satellite dishes pointing up on the equator, and your refraction's based on maths. It's not in reality like a spoon in a glass. It's just R that we've debunked. Don't seem to be responding to me. Hello?
Yeah, Jem's not here. It was a recording of a previous conversation that was being played by the bot.
I did come in to ask that. 24/7. So Jem's not here. Wonderful.
No, hey, Nathan, are you here?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, we were replaying an old video.
Typical.
Yeah, sure. So, how you doing, brother?
Bad. I thought I could get Jem on the ropes. But clearly not.
All right, everybody, reset.
My bad. Sorry for interrupting your replay.
No, that's cool. I mean, like, we do that often. Right? Since we're doing this 24 hours a day, we do have to, when there's nobody talking, we often play.
Gotta fill the void.
Yeah, fill the void with replay.
So to say.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Well, it's not a bummer, to be honest. I mean, I don't think it's a bummer.
Helio, when was that recording from? Because it seemed like Jem was in the Flat Earth.
It's from over a year ago. Yeah, Jem was really aggravated right at the beginning of it. It was so funny.
Has he changed his stance regarding that in recent times?
Do you think he's ever going to change his stance? What the fuck? But hey, Nathan, it's good to see you here, brother.
Yeah, I'll try and pop by 24/7 every now and again.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that was a replay. I just popped back in. I was playing that as a replay because there wasn't much action here on the 24/7. But yeah, man, it's good to see you here, man.
Yeah, it seems like Jem is actually in Jem Panda's server now, and he's unmuted.
I bet he is.
So if you want to go and tackle him, Nathan, I'll come with.
No.
No, he's not on the same vibe, is he? It only makes sense if he's on the vibe. If I go
you think we can get him to come in here right now and talk to us?
That's not what I mean. What I mean is, while someone's on a roll and they're talking about satellite dishes pointing up at the sky and terrestrial refraction and proof being in maths, they're on a vibe that you can go, right, I'm going to challenge all of what you've just said. Whereas if we just go in cold and go, we've just been listening to a recording of you, we want to challenge you on all of it.
Yeah, I seriously doubt that he actually heard any of that.
You know,
even though he said it over a year ago.
Sure, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, Nathan, I appreciate you stopping by. And everyone here supports what you're doing there, on your channel and everything we're doing here.
Are you guys okay with the most incarnation of the argument, if you will?
Which is the sextant?
No, it's advanced beyond the sextant to the elevation angle argument, and then it's advanced again. And that's the thing I'm going to tell you about if you don't already know.
The funniest part of when I started playing that video of Jem Panda, he said a right angle curve, and that cracked me up so much. That's when I first started playing that video, and this was from over a year ago. He said right angle curve. Wow. Go ahead, Nathan. I'm sorry.
See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Sorry, I was just distracted for a second.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought I offended you somehow.
No.
Yeah, but Jem said in that video, he said right angle curve.
Really?
He did say right angle curve. Bro, I have the evidence on my channel.
Okay, are you guys familiar with something called the equatorial plane?
Yeah.
Okay, the equatorial plane, which uses let's call it the dome of the heavens, yeah? The celestial sphere. That model has been changed into the globe model. That is to say that the elevation angle measurement from Polaris moving out along the equatorial plane is what's moulded around a sphere. So as you move away from Polaris, for every 60 nautical miles you move, it drops 1 degree towards the horizon, right? We're all familiar. Well, that is a straight line measurement, 2 straight lines, an angle off a plane. Now, if you imagine the tool that's used to measure that angle, i.e. a protractor with a curve over the top of it, that is then claimed to be the ground. In other words, the arc of the tool becomes the ground that you've just measured, ending up with your, what did he call it? Bent right angle. Well, obviously, if your original measurement to Polaris is done off a plane, and then you simply claim that the arc of the tool is the ground and the measurement is in the center of the sphere, you've taken the angle and turned it into the tool. So the measurement off the ground is no longer an angle off the ground, it's now a curve on the ground. So all of their models originated with elevation angle measurements. Therefore, all of their models, concave, globe, earth, whatever you want to do, can do whatever you like, turn it into a dodecahedron Earth. They've all originated from a flat plane.
Is it possible that it could be the right angle curve that Jem was talking about? The right angle?
I doubt it. I doubt Jem is of the understanding in this regard that his globe model has been derived from a flat plane. I doubt he understood that a year ago. I doubt he'd understood it if I explained it to him now.
I know.
I've actually tried this with him.
It's so silly.
About 2 weeks ago, I was trying to explain to him about elevation angles always coming off of a plane, and their argument was that it's just locally flat. So when you're locally flat, you can get whatever elevation angle you like on any curved surface, because locally, it doesn't matter where locally, everywhere locally is flat, but yet somehow there's an imaginary curve which is then factored in.
It's a contradiction in terms, isn't it? Their rebuttal is to say, well, it's locally flat. Well, shouldn't they be arguing for it being spherical, not how flat it can be? Well, it has to be flat because you can't get an angle any other way. So locally flat? Well, no. If you're doing celestial navigation, you can plot out a straight flat baseline to the point below the star, which could be thousands of miles away. And in order to do celestial navigation and find out where you are, you need parallel lines between you, the sky, and the right angle at that star. So all of them run on a Euclidean system with a box, with the sky being a flat line, the ground being a flat line, and then a line up from your position up through your head called your zenith, and a line down from the star to the ground called its GP. Well, those two lines, the one from you upwards and the one from the star downwards, those are parallel with each other for this to work. In other words, for you to do the maths, i.e. triangulation, you need triangles, you need a right angle triangle to do that. So when they say locally flat, well, no, because the plane that you do this on can be infinitely large, can be as large as it needs to be, wherever you can see a star to. I think there's a maximum distance for any direction, something like 4,000 miles or something like that, that the star can drop towards the horizon before obviously it goes out of view. But that means that from your position looking left, 4,000 miles to a star that you could measure, and looking right, 4,000 miles to a star that you can measure, and looking forward and backwards, 4,000 miles. In all directions, it's flat. That's not very local. That's just flat as it must be to measure that angle. And that angle that's being measured is the angle that's then used to turn a flat plane into a sphere. Now, I don't know how, some of you have been around a long time, Helioskeptic I know certainly has, and may remember Jeranism having an argument with Red Rhetoric about measuring the distance to the moon. And Smokescreen Design piped up.
Measuring the distance to the moon.
You've got it. Well, what's relevant isn't necessarily the argument point, which was whether or not they could measure the distance accurately. They were arguing about whether or not it should be done on a sphere surface or a flat plane. And the neutral result at the end of the argument was you could do it on either, a bit like sticks and shadows. So that was where we were in 2015. Oh, you can do it on a flat plane too. Look, you get the same result. Well, that's not strictly true.
No, it's not. No.
Because you have to measure it flat first. So when Red Rhetoric describes measuring the angle, the elevation angle to the moon from multiple positions, and then describes the insertion of the R value, because we already know we're on a curved surface, well, he just measured it flat to get the angle. And then he turned it into a sphere. So to get to the sphere, you first got to measure a flat plane. That's the vibe we're on at the moment. There you go. I've summarised it as concisely as I can.
Yeah.
You need a flat Earth for that, basically. So just to reiterate the point, John, one of the panel members, Refracted Curvature, has called out Kent Hovind and said, I'll debate you any way you like, and you can assign me whatever model you want, and I'll defend it. And I'll defend it with only two statements. One, you'll violate the celestial sphere model. That's the equatorial plane with that. So you'll violate the celestial sphere with that. And two, you'll need a flat plane for that. Those are the two statements. And based on that, with him being ascribed any model that Kent or anybody else wants to give him, well, you can defend the globe model then. That'll be amusing. Yeah, that's based on a flat plane. Elevation angle measurements to Polaris. Angles being off a flat plane. Utilisation of the equatorial plane as it's then described when you ascribe an equator. Well, you've ascribed it based on elevation angle measurements that were taken from a plane.
Well, I've been kind of hot on the analemma. Shouldn't it be a near figure eight? You know, with a time lapse instead of looking like it does.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, if we're the third rock from the sun in the heliocentric model, and it's tilted a certain angle, it should be a near figure eight, the analemma of the sun.
Okay,
well, that's correct.
Maybe that's a different discussion.
Someone who does good work on this is Ira Landucci, who's part of the Jeranism and Globebuster team. He's done modeling of this exactly like Helio was saying. The analemma has a smaller northern circle and then a massive southern circle. And if it were that we were on the spinning sphere where north and south appeared to have the same amount of daylight and that we're pointed towards and away from the sun equally because of the sphere, we should have an equal analemma.
Yeah, sorry, Nathan, if I interrupted what you...
No, all I was going to say is it is related. That may be the case. But the model that you're describing is a heliocentric model, and you'll need a flat plane to get to that model. So to describe the analemma with equidistant or equal timings for day and night and the tilt.
Sure, but they say it's like 3 million miles difference, with the orbit around the sun, But it's pretty much negligible as far as whether or not what you might perceive about the path of the sun when it comes to
sure, but the 3 million mile distance that they're saying is
it's really not. It's going to be negligible. But the analemma, how you experience the sun in the sky over the path of a year, it doesn't do a full figure eight pattern the way that it anyway, that's the analemma. If you haven't looked into it, that's fine. Sure, we can talk about it later.
For my high school geometry class, I would be
What?
It's good stuff. Angle measurements, celestial navigation.
Dude, it's bad.
Powerful.
Dude, they have this heliocentric idea. Sun, middle, third rock, boom. We're tilted a certain distance. Elliptical orbit, it's only 3 million miles difference, boom. And but when you observe the analemma here on Earth, it doesn't do the almost perfect figure eight that it should. So the sun doesn't act the way that it should. The way we observe the sun doesn't represent the heliocentric model. In the very least, it's impossible.
Indeed, and that model was developed from a flat plane measurement. So you'll need a flat plane for that analemma to be described.
And they're so bombastic. They put that shit on their fake globes that they put in Walmart. It's like, everybody's going to believe it because everybody knows it's globe.
But something that I've seen that the ballers just simply cannot accept is the circle of equal elevation. Nathan, as you were describing just now, that it's not only from my vantage point where I'm taking the angle to the star, it's anywhere along that circle. So if I'm 3,000 miles from the GP of the star, it's also 3,000 miles on the opposite side of that star that you'd get the same angle because we're on the circle of equal elevation. And even Zanuck was in here this week. He's been spending a lot of time in this Discord. And he was arguing for the fact that the circle of equal elevation is like he was demonstrating that he had no understanding of what it actually was. He was trying to say that it's just a latitude line drawn around the exterior of the sphere, but that it's a plane of equal elevation to the star. They can't get around that point.
So that's kind of speaking to what I was describing earlier. So when I say that they've taken elevation angle measurements from Polaris, that gives them those lines wrapped around a sphere. Does that make sense? So they've pointed their angle tool measuring device at Polaris off the flat plane and then said, this circle I draw is now a circle on a sphere. And then when I move away another 60 miles and take the same angle, well, that's 1 degree further around a sphere, isn't it? No, you've just measured the angle off a plane. So when he says that, he can't reconcile the fact that his model started with a flat plane measurement. So he's taken a flat plane measurement and turned it into a line on a globe. But the measurement itself is a flat angle measurement. And when you navigate, you use the method that was used to turn the plane into a sphere, not the sphere. So when he says, well, it's just a line around a sphere. Yeah, it was when you used a flat plane to get it as an angle and put it on a sphere. But then when you're measuring an angle on the ground, you can't do it if the ground's curving at 1 degree every 60 miles because you haven't got an angle to measure anymore. So you can't have an area of equal elevation. You can if you say, I'm doing it with Polaris and using Polaris to make a globe when I measure a flat angle, but you can't point it at a navigation star and say, from me to the GP of that star 3,000 miles flat, it must be, I've just measured an angle. And someone on the opposite side of that circle I've just drawn below the star could also measure the exact same angle and have a flat line between them and the GP also. We're both on the same area of equal elevation. It's flat. It can't not be. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be measuring an angle anymore. So they're screwed. Their model's based on a flat plane. So they've got no get out. All they can do is appeal to the flat plane they used to get to their model and say, my model used the flat plane angle and here's how it was used. Look at this line on a globe. Yeah, that line came from a flat earth angle measurement.
Like that, Nathan, you said it can't not be.
Yeah, you can't measure an angle off a curved surface. The baseline, when you point a sextant at the horizon, you're pointing it at the horizon to establish it as a flat, level tool. That's what you're using, the horizon. But beyond the horizon may very well be where the star is or the sun is. You know, it's not going to be, if you're a couple of feet above the ocean surface, you know, you're going to have maybe 4 or 5 mile horizon. It's not going to be very far away. 6 foot man, what do they say it is? I forget what they say it is now. Anyway, your horizon not very far away on the boat. But the star is, well, once you've established that tool as level, horizontal, it's level all the way out to the star. Well, that's an angle that you're measuring. From you, along the ground, is the baseline, and then up to the star is the elevation, i.e. the angle to the star. Well, that's an angle.
It's a relationship. It's a relationship, right?
Yeah, between the flat ground and the star that you're looking at. Flat ground, angle to it. That's it. Has to be flat.
It doesn't have anything to do with shape of where you're standing.
No, it does. It has to be flat. It has
it has to be. Yeah. And, you know, anyone trying to say that Earth has a shape, they're just wrong.
Correct. Because flat's
Nathan?
That's right.
Flat's not a shape. Flat is what we experience.
Yeah, an aspect. Exactly. It's not a shape.
Yeah, I would say that even replacing the word with it has to be flat where you are with it has to be level. Because it has to be level for you to take that elevation angle. And then no one can argue that it's level because it's sea level. The only way they can argue is if the definition of level now changes to their curved definition of level. But if we use level in place of that it's locally flat, then they agree that it's level. but yet it's just pushing them to that next point where they understand what level truly means, that no part is higher than another, and that a curve cannot be level. A level is a level where no side is higher than another.
Well, again, when you're measuring an angle and drawing a circle on a flat map, which they all are, it has to be flat and level in order for it to be an area of equal elevation, and for the angle you're measuring to be an angle, and for the distance measurement, once you've got triangulation established with 3 different stars, to be accurate, to put you where you actually are. So it can't not be flat. When they say, well, it's locally flat, we just covered that. Well, no, for massive amounts of area, when you're measuring it, it's all flat. It's not just locally flat. It can't not be, because if you just take an area that's locally flat, then the GP of the star that's 4,000 miles away is no longer parallel to your position. And it has to be parallel to your position. You're going to be drawing a triangle to it. So it can't not be parallel, otherwise none of this works. Factually, it has to be flat.
It's so simple that it's complicated, I guess, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend that it's super easy. It is easy when you understand it. You're just measuring an angle, and that's just 2 straight lines meeting at a point that you're standing at.
Well, it becomes complicated when you want to derive a belief from it. And it's like, well,
you're not deriving a belief from it. You're moving around on the surface of Earth with it.
No, you're moving.
You're measuring it flat.
You're moving across Earth, but
yeah. So there's no belief needed. It's just necessitated that it is flat if you don't want to get lost. So,
yeah, exactly. Oh my God. That's what makes it. That's the simplicity of it. Simplicity of understanding how the Earth works. Our Earth we experience. You don't have to pretend that the Earth is a globe to actually navigate the globe, because if you pretend it's a globe, you can navigate it in your own personal way, but you don't have to, because you can utilize it as a level stationary plane and traverse it quite fine.
I think Nathan's point was that you have to pretend it's flat to navigate the globe. So you have to take these elevation angles off of a flat base to then believe that you're on the sphere.
Yeah, but the belief comes from just believing. But to actually navigate Earth, you have to
work from the assumption that it is a flat level plane, so that you can use your elevation angles. Yeah.
Exactly, flat or solar. Yep.
Well, that comes back to one of John's statements. So, in terms of what he will end up defending is, if he has it with Kent Hovind in the debate, that violates the celestial sphere model. So if you're navigating on the surface of Earth, you're using the celestial sphere model, which is a flat plane-based model. It has to be to measure an angle. So when they say, well, I'm going to use this locally flat line, well, you haven't got one on a sphere, but I'm going to use it anyway and pretend that it's flat, even though I'm arguing for it being spherical. And then I'm going to bend the line I took as an angle. It's like, well, then none of the maths works, because that violates the celestial sphere model. And that's what you'll be using. You're using an almanac and the stars to navigate. Well, that isn't a sphere. It's a flat plane. That's how it is used. So it's not a belief that you can employ afterwards either, because that would violate the celestial sphere model.
Yeah, that's true, Nathan. Yeah.
So there you go. All of their beliefs, Gem Pandas included, have been derived from a flat plane angle measurement. All of them. So they need a flat plane to get to their sphere belief. It violates the measurement that was taken to get to it. So Earth is flat, and their globe model needed it to be flat to assert it as a globe. They had to bend an angle measurement to make it spherical. So they violated the very measurement they took to make it into a globe. So their globe is essentially a flat Earth model, believe it or not.
Hey, yeah. Are you Ripley with the believe it or not?
But just, if I said to you 3 years ago, the globe model, the heliocentric model, is actually derived from and therefore a flat Earth model. It's based on flat Earth measurements. The only thing being measured is a flat plane. That's where the angle measurements to Polaris came from. That's what it is. So if I said to you 2 years ago, well, did you realise that the globe's actually a flat Earth model? You'd laugh, right? But that's
I mean, and you would too. I mean, that's funny you bring that up. Like 2-3 years ago, it's like and as actually, to be honest, 3 years ago, I told everyone that the AE map is a globe projection, and so it's not the flat Earth. You know, a lot of people were just like going with that.
But that's the point that I wanted to make, is that they used to almost project and say, no, every flat map has been derived from this curved Earth that we live on. And when you actually start to dig a bit deeper, you realize that all of their curved Earth assumptions had to be taken off of this flat level base with elevation angles in the first place.
John, it's functional in certain ways, but it's not Earth.
But it's the derived from. So they always pushed that the flat was derived from a curve, but like Nathan just mentioned, now it's definitively derived from a flat base. And then the celestial dome theory or celestial dome model is then applied off of this flat base to create this whole spherical model in the first place.
Well summarized. Exactly. Beautifully put. It shouldn't be a shock. We all know it's flat. So, logically, it has to have been derived from that, because that's what actually presents itself as the measurements. We just were scratching the surface looking at NASA documents and stuff, and they're talking about navigating on a non-rotating flat plane. It's like, yeah, you've got to, because people die if you don't, and people get lost if you don't, and buildings fall over if you don't. And we all know this, and we can prove all this. But to take it one step further, when they used to put what we're showing in terms of building things and navigating and flying and all the rest of it, those things were never stacked up with, well, we can also show that those usages of the flat plane were also then directly applied to your globe faith. That's how your globe faith was built too. It's not just navigating and building on the flat plane that we have to contend with. Making your globe model had to take measurements from the flat plane too. So I think it's a real turning point, which started a couple of years ago with the Black Swan, annihilating the model and then taking it to a point where we can say, how did it actually come to pass? How did we actually get from flat to globe? And this is how they did it. We even had Flat Earth Data come in a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and tell us about how the navigators were using mathematics to get better idea of where the horizon would present itself based on your elevation. And the mathematics presented for this, for navigators, was and is identical to the Earth curve maths. Now, there's no mention of this Earth curve or the assumption that the horizon is in any way depicting a physical geometric limitation to your view. It's just presented as, this is a way of calculating where your horizon may present itself in a general way. So you
no
can
surprise there, right?
No, they just took the maths and just relabeled it. It's very psychopathic. They love recycling. They just recycled it, changed the heading, called it Earth curve maths, and then the horizon's not the horizon anymore. It's Earth
what
curve.
Would be a surprise if someone was like, wow, that doesn't match up with my geometric idea of the globe Earth. But they never came in here and say that, so...
Well, they'll need a flat plane for that geometric idea of a globe.
Yeah, sure, exactly, right. So we have the actual, and they're going to say, "Well, that doesn't line up with my geometric curved Earth." And it's like there's no such thing, and that's what we're trying
to tell you. They needed flat Earth to get to it.
Yeah, I know exactly. They're going to have to go backwards, with this dumb idea. So.
There you go, that's the tip of the spear for us at the moment after, 18 months development after the Black Swan. That's where it's at in flat Earth debate at the moment. I know a lot of you keep up with it anyway, but just thought I'd drop it in.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Nathan, thanks for dropping in tonight, man.
It's a pleasure.
Really cool.
But yeah, I'm going to do one. Thank you very much for having me.
I mean, you don't have to leave. I'm just saying, hey, I appreciate you being there.
No, it was a good opportunity for me to say goodbye anyway, because yeah, I've got stuff to do. But it's been nice. I thought it'd end up in an hour-long row with Gem Panda, but chatting about elevation angles.
Oh yeah, I was playing that Gem Panda video. Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it? Did you listen to it?
I was listening to it and outraged, thinking, I like TV. What's he talking about?
He was so mad. He was so mad.
Right, I'm going to love and leave you. Thank you very much for having me.
Hey,
thanks,
Nathan. Man. Thanks for stopping by, brother. That was cool.
Yeah.
I
recorded
Nathan's stop here, and I'll upload it later. So
excellent. I heard Jem's voice, and I also came in here thinking, why is Jem in our server?
No, he's we might let him in again later. Yeah.
No, I think it's productive to have the dialogue. I think it is productive for us to go there or them to come here and to progress the discussion.
It can be, but they don't have carte blanche in this fucking server,
Yeah, exactly. But it's also about intellectual honesty, and if they understand and be honest with themselves, then they have to start conceding some of our points.
Do you think they ever will? Come on, Flat Earth. Are you out of your mind? They're not gonna fucking concede any of that stuff. Pardon my French, but bro, Flat Earth Solar, they're not gonna concede any points when it comes to that. They're total anti-Flat Earth, and they're just going to do the same nonsense over and over.
Yeah, I hate that you're right.
You don't have to hate it. It's just the way it is. If you think you're going to change any of those assholes' minds, never going to happen.
No, I just believe that you can plant seeds, and that somewhere deep in their subconscious, they'll convince themselves.
Well, sure.
If you can get the right seed. But
hey,
as you say, an anti-flat earther,
check this out. We have dozens of new people that join this server every single day. They're not Gem Panda. They're not a lot of those other anti-flat earthers. People find this server that you get to talk to. You've talked to them, haven't you? Like new people that join. You get to talk to them about, how they found the server. What do they think about? Hey, flat earth. Oh, well, my sister said something about flat earth, and I'm just curious. That's genuine people. These guys that have been here for 4 or 5 years that are anti-flat earthers, we really don't give a shit about them. But as much as they want to exploit us, we'll freaking exploit them too. But it's really kind of a small crowd, to be honest, because the topic is popular. So when we have new people that jump in, they're very curious. Not that we're trying to exploit anybody. We actually we're passionate about this, and so we're going to tell them. We're going to give them the whole spiel, right? And hey, the whole spiel on the globe side is already given to them through the education system. So, whoo, they already know that one. And if they watch the news, all that whole side of the spiel is already given to them. So they're very curious about, what? Flat Earth? This is strange.
This topic has such a ripple effect. One person, if it's the right person, can go pass this message on to 40, 50, 100 people. And then those 100 people can pass the message on. And it's like this ripple effect. And
exactly.
It is a compelling topic. So I think most people who understand this, they want to share this with many people.
What's the alternative? It's like the standard narrative is the alternative to the flat Earth. Like, dude, it's easy to just go along with the standard. I mean, there are many aspects of the standard narrative. It's like a Democrat, Republican, we're all, or if you're Tory or whatever, all this kind of shit in the standard narrative. Now, flat Earth, nobody in flat Earth wants to get. It's trying to say, oh, since you're a flat earther, we want you to disconnect from politics. All of that is up to you once you understand the truth about Earth. Everything is up to you once you understand the truth about the nature of your reality, which is Earth as a level stationary plane. I mean, you can choose your own path from there. But if you think that you live on a spinning globe, third rock from the sun, you're under a delusion. Sorry, Flatter Soul, I didn't mean to cut you off, that hard, but
no, you're spot on.
It's really, I mean, I feel for humanity when they're under this weird deception that just has them captured. It's weird. And they think we're the psychopath or the weird ones. Like, oh, you don't believe the Earth is a globe? No, I don't. Like, you're a freaking weirdo. Okay, call me a weirdo. But you won't ask me why. Because you're too scared to find out if I'm right about this. Hey, Flatter Solar, you like that last gift that I posted in live stream voice text? So I got the clock and the zodiac and everything right there. It doesn't cycle all the way through, but it's pretty cool. Kind of gives you an idea.
Yeah, and that's that shape that Iwa identified on the clock faces. When you go look throughout Europe, a lot of the major clocks have that smaller circle offset inside a larger circle, and then it would track everything that's going on. It is such an incredible timepiece. It's kind of how we probably learned to do clock mechanisms, was by understanding how our sky moves around us and all of that ancient knowledge which they've deliberately removed from us and given people the illusion that once they've passed the education system that they're truly educated. And it's almost like shuffling the chairs on the Titanic. They allow you to go to school so you can learn to shuffle the chairs. But where that Titanic goes, no one ever teaches you about that. And it's like this real surface level nonsense education. Teach you about a sphere, teach you about countries, teach you about the wars that they want you to know about, teach you about how bad the Christians were, and then pop you out into the world and say, go ahead, now you work.
Well, but then they also teach you about how good the Christians were, right?
Well, normally it's about the Crusades and how the Catholics burned everyone at the stake unless they'd accept the religion, and they always put a negative slant unless you're actually in a church yourself.
Well, I mean, that's not the way. That's not what they teach us in the Western tradition. I mean, you're in South Africa, right? So yeah, we don't get that story over
here. By the way, have you guys watched the new documentary, Flat Earth, The Next Level, 2022?
I don't think I've seen that one. No.
Oh.
Can you post it?
Yeah, go ahead. Post it if you can.
It's not up on YouTube yet as the full length. It's the first month of it as they charge. But I managed to get the full one from Chris from this Discord. So I was thinking maybe of some kind of watch party or something later on. Maybe someone feels like it can watch the whole full length of the documentary. At the moment, it's not for free, but it will come up after next month, I believe. It will be free on YouTube and such, wherever they're going to be uploading it on.
Is that a Hibbler Productions?
Yeah. Hibbler Productions, correct.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I support what Hibbler does. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, it came out like 2 days ago, 22nd.
He makes such great work. I'm excited.
Yeah, I bought Flat Earth Man's Don't Believe in Gravity book, kid book. I don't even have any kids, but I just bought it to support him because I've enjoyed his music for so long. Friggin' $13 on Amazon. Got the book right here. That's good. Just Flat Earth Man and Alex Michael.
Healy, what time is it for?
Where I am, it's 6 a.m. I should be, but yeah. I've been up all night. I've been messing around.
All right. Yeah, trying to get.
But did you know that that Flat Earth Man put a book, children's book out about gravity?
No.
It's basically, it's a small flip book. It's paperback, and it's the lyrics to his songs. Don't believe in gravity. It's a flip. It's a paperback. And it's just like a children's book. I bought it on Amazon. It's really cool. So if you guys want to find it, I'll send the link.
Is it as a PDF version of it when you download it? The book?
I'm not sure if there's a PDF version yet. It just came out. But if you want to buy this, it's $13. You can get a hard copy. Pretty cool. If you want your if you want your kids to see, what he's talking about, you're pretty much gonna have, just watch the video, and that's free on YouTube. So don't believe
he made a video out of the book.
Gravity. No, the video came before the book, way before the book, like 2 years ago.
Yeah, sure. I don't think I've seen.
Yeah, you've seen that video, right? Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe because a theory is all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids. You haven't seen that video?
I don't recall it.
Oh my god!
Has it been played through the music pop before?
It has, but I'll just post it here now.
Oh yeah, but if you can post it, that'd be cool.
Dude, I love that video. Never been proven, but they teach it to the kids. I mean, I can actually play the song too. Hold on. I can play it. Hold on.
Yeah, I can play it.
Since y'all ain't talking, I can play it. But yeah, he just put out a it's like, it's a children's book, but it's just him. It's the lyrics to his song, and it's the character he created, Flat Earth Man, and dude, you gotta listen to some conspiracy music, guru. I'm going to play the song, and I'm going to put it in the live stream voice tags. The song. And gravity. There we go. Oh, here we go. Do a share. He's got a. What the? That is not.
I just muted them both.
I remember when I learned in school about gravity. It was so cool. I had a teacher that knew it all. She taught me how water could stick to a ball, how buildings stick to the underside of a ball that spins like a carousel ride. Man, it all sounded crazy to me, but I love learning about gravity. I couldn't wait to tell my dad about the amazing day that I had. He picked me up, I was bursting with pride. He opened up the door and I jumped inside. He smiled at me and said, "How was your day?" I said, "Dad, I was blown away. I learned about this magical thing, but it's kinda got my head in the spin. I learned about this Newton guy. When an apple fell on his head, he surmised that there must be a force that's pulling it down, and everything's being sucked to the ground. A force that sticks us all to this ball. The people, the buildings, the oceans, and all. So it was written in history. Newton had discovered gravity." Well, he just looked at me and said, "Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe, 'cause the theory's all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids." My dad felt a little bit sad for me when I mentioned that word gravity. He said, "Have a little independent thought, question what you've just been taught. I mean, how the hell could a ball that spins make a force so strong that sucks everything in? Yet birds and insects fly unaffected. Gravity must be so selective. Think about it logically, 'cause that don't make no sense to me. You gotta question all those preachers preach, question all those teachers teach. You see, gravity is just a bunch of bull. That Newton guy's just a lying fool. These guys like Newton shouldn't be trusted. They're free Masonic lies that been busted. In fact, my boy, it's density, and that's why things fall down, you see. An object always falls to the ground if it's heavier than the air that surrounds. If it's lighter than air, then it'll rise. It'll keep on floating up to the skies. That's what's known as buoyancy, and that makes more sense than gravity. So let me tell you one more time, boy. Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe, 'cause the theory's all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids. He said, "I'm sorry, son, for bursting your bubble, but that kind of thinking can get you in trouble. These theories they try to put in your head, it's all just pseudoscience," he said. "They'll have you believing in all kinds of crap. That gravity nonsense belongs in the trash. Believe me when I say to you, there ain't no gravity, and that's the truth." Well, my daddy made me think that day. He made me think in a different way. I did some thinking for myself. I put that theory back on the shelf. That gravity crap is indoctrination, not truthful, trusted information. People need to wake up and see there ain't no such thing as gravity. You let me hear you sing it one more time now. Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe, 'cause the theory's all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids. One more time now. Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe, 'cause the theory's all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids.
Very interesting, yes.
So what was it you want to talk about?
I just wanted to check in and see what was going on.
Oh, nothing much. Just playing the bot, filling in the dead space, basically.
I'm just this thing I'm keep thinking of is that no matter if the Earth is flat or like whatever shape it is, we know that governments all over the world lie about many things. Even that, from your perspective. Why is it such a thing that matters, and how will it impact people's lives? Like, if the so-called truth comes out, which I think will never. And I think the lie in itself does not matter, because it doesn't change anyone's life just because even if you don't know what the shape of the Earth is. Are you understanding my question?
Yeah, sort of.
It does matter.
In what sense?
Well, they're lying, aren't they? If the Earth is flat and they're telling you it's globe, and they're faking space and all that kind of crap, then it matters, yes.
How does it change your life?
Well, I mean
practically. How does it change your life? I mean, we know governments are lying, but how does it change your life? Physically.
We have to change it, isn't it? I mean, they're lying, like you said. The governments are lying.
So, yes. So that's no news. They have always been lying. That's my point. Is that they've always been.
We have to get together and change it. Do you want liar as your ruler?
So that's what it's all about. It's about the government lying.
Well,
do you think it's necessary to lie or not? I mean, if you were a government.
Are you happy with the status quo?
No, but I don't think the status quo is all about Earth shape. But I think you're starting from somewhere. It's like shocking people when you're saying that.
It's part of it because they're spending all these amounts of money on like space and whatever, which doesn't exist. So it does matter.
How have you come to the conclusion that space does not exist?
Because
just personally for you, but I'm not gonna attack you personally.
Yeah, personally, I believe I've always, well, not always, but ever since I've came into this arena, I've questioned even before this. They proved it with the gas pressure argument. We have pressure and gas gradient on Earth, and it can only happen if it's contained. Gas pressure, gas gradient, it can't occur on an open system. So that in itself is proof that the Earth is contained. And if the Earth is contained, then outer space is impossible. On top of that, I would say space footages. I mean, I don't know about you, but I can tell the difference between CGI and photographs.
Yeah, I can take a photograph and CGI how much I want. I mean, what I'm most
difference? Can you tell? Yeah,
of course.
Yeah,
all of them are, of course, Photoshop, but that's not the core point here. The core point. Then I would ask a question about what are all the rockets doing? What is Elon Musk doing when they put up all the rockets?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's another deception because rockets are real. They're physical things that go up. They put fuel inside and light them up, and the rocket goes up, and it comes down again like a few. I don't know, maybe 500-600 miles away.
Half of the rocket, yeah.
And they have these these Navy ships. They're waiting, to pick them up once they land on the ocean. I mean, it's so easy to do. If
what
space
are
was
satellites
real,
then?
Well,
Do
could be,
satellites exist?
not the way they say it does. No.
Explain.
Gravity. There is no gravity.
No, not like that.
Yes.
What? No, not searching
Yeah.
for that. Like, what is
Now listen, my
satellites?
friend. Listen. Satellites needs gravity for it to stay up there, right? So it's all related. So if there's no gravity, there are no satellites. There is no ISS. And if space is real, they didn't have to fake the moon landings. They didn't have to fake like the satellites, ISS, Hubble telescope.
You can fake some stuff.
Probes going to Mars and Uranus and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I get your point totally. But what I think many people are missing here is that lies can be told in truths, and truths can be told in lies. And if you can't dissect what is true and what is not true, you will either choose everything is true or everything is false. So you will go through this, black or white.
Have you considered you might be asking the wrong question?
I know about how you ask questions. Yes.
All right, cool. So
I've thought about everything.
I mean, basically, you're saying, well, if they're lying about this, or why would they lie? What is the objective here? For the lie about them faking the moon landing or rockets going to space.
They've probably done that, but that isn't the real thing. I mean,
so what is it? What is it then?
I'm kind of an agnostic on this one. That the question in itself does not really matter. It doesn't affect you just because it's a lie.
Affect you?
No, it hasn't affected me at all. I have never thought about.
All right, well, check this out. How has it affected your family members if they believe the lie?
Because you don't see it as a lie. You don't see it as anything relevant.
I see.
You don't see it as relevant.
I see it happen to my family members every day. I see them believing bullshit every single day.
I mean, even if it's bullshit or not, how does it affect their lives? How does the Earth spinning ball, so-called Earth spinning ball, how does this affect you? I mean, you gotta go to the core point. I mean, how is it really affecting their lives? It is not.
You're a fucking weirdo, bro.
No, I thought about this for a lot, dude.
Yeah, I think you're overthinking it then.
No, I'm deep thinking is, how does it actually affect people? It doesn't.
I think you need to go out more, to be honest. You seem to be dwelling in your own mind.
Are you kidding me? I was out yesterday. Are you going to personal stuff now?
Out in the nature, I mean. No,
yeah, that's exactly what I was doing 2 days ago. Even in the dark.
All right, so
great.
All right, so how do these lies affect the general public psychologically?
Lies.
Yeah, how does
the lie?
No, there's multiple lies.
Yeah, but it matters what the lie is.
Really?
Yes.
It doesn't matter. All right, so which one is truth, and how does it affect each aspect of truth that you might believe or might not believe? I mean,
exactly.
All right.
If I lie about having a cupcake here next to me, that wouldn't affect anyone. Am I right? That's just an example I came up with. It doesn't affect anyone if the government says that whatever. It always matters.
This is why we do this for people like this idiot.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is the lie, what lie it is, matters. And you can decide if it matters for people or not.
Okay, so you haven't found the way why it matters for you where you live. Yeah.
Exactly. Why would it matter?
Then? Okay, well, it doesn't matter to you, then, why are you here?
Because I feel like being here.
Okay, cool. You feel like you.
I want to have an explanation.
You feel like you could have a good time here, just taking the piss out of us about why it would matter if somebody believed the lie or something.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, hey, when you were a little kid, did your grandma tell you that Santa Claus was real?
I think they
hey,
did.
That was a yes or no question. Did your parents and your grandmother tell you Santa Claus was real?
No.
They didn't? Okay, cool. Well, then you're one of the beneficial people that didn't have to go through that stupid lie.
Well, when I was 1 to 2 years old, maybe. But then after a while,
I know
knew.
You're full of shit. So
are you gonna poison the well already? Are you gonna do this argumentation tactic instead of listening to people?
It's not a tactic. It's not a tactic, bro. We're here.
It is a tactic, even if it's conscious or unconscious from your side right now. Because I'm not here trying to push anyone down here. so no, dude.
Well, dude, I've been doing this for 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. You've been like sitting here, and when you're arguing with people,
I'm not arguing with anyone. When
bro,
Helio is nonsense.
Listen, Helio is a mod. He's a mod here, so so he, he's respected, right? So just give him.
Okay.
Give him
sure.
And I'm a guest.
All right, and you're a guest, but I answered your question.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you repeating the same question that I already answered? I mean, I'm not speaking for everyone everywhere, but you just keep regurgitating the same question.
Yeah, because I do.
As if you didn't understand my answer. Now, you don't have to.
Yes.
I mean, anyone else want to come in? I mean, we have a lot of people here that have different opinions than me. But you asked a question, I freaking answered it.
Yeah. What I mean is, I get everything totally, but what I don't think you're getting is that just because a government is lying about something, even if it's a big lie, if it does not really change how people are living, how people are thinking about
I'm going to give you the answer again. I'm going to give you the same freaking answer again. If you don't want to talk about it, if you think it doesn't matter,
I want to talk about it.
If it doesn't matter, if you think it doesn't matter, why are you here? If you think it doesn't matter, then go fuck off somewhere and live your life, pretending that that it wouldn't make a difference. Just go ahead.
Can you tell me how it would make a difference? Because I haven't heard it.
Bro.
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard the answer. Why does it matter?
Really?
Well, and you're just asking the question.
Everybody believes the lie, and it's comfortable for everybody, so it doesn't make a difference to anyone. Cool. So, no, whether they're lied to or they believe any. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I haven't. So you said, what difference would it make? Well, for number one, it would have made a lot of difference to the Protestants that died merely asking why the cosmology of the world was being changed 500 years ago. And two, we wouldn't be under the Gregorian calendar that we are now, apparently based on us revolving around the sun, which the popes pushed to publish back in the 1500s. So the difference would be that we wouldn't be under the same system that we're under today, being educated about the same thing from the same people from that same time period. It would be a very different world, at least in the way that people perceived it. As far as who has power, who is educating our children, what steps we should take about that, all of that stuff would be in consideration, obviously. But probably starting with the calendar, that's the one tangible thing I can point to you that would be different, specifically because it's a consequence of the change to heliocentrism.
I like that, Elijah. Yeah, that's why I asked him if he's actually in here asking the right question. Yeah, that's good stuff. I like that, Elijah.
Thank you.
So it comes back to how the Earth was created, and back to different.
No, we're talking about human history here, not necessarily.
No, we are talking about where we are still studying that Earth is sphere and it is not.
Yeah, the only reason we're talking about it is because, again, there are these Roman Catholics that had this idea that they never justified. As a matter of fact, started killing people over. And to this day, when people question it, you get banned on YouTube. You get the government talking about you on YouTube. You get everybody to say under every link possible that flat Earth is archaic, yada 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 yada. So
yeah, I mean, I know how the big lie works. That's my point. Is that I know if something is a lie and you repeat it many times and you project it onto the world, everything like that, and someone suddenly says that this is not true, they will go haywire because it's their feelings. I know that. I know all of that. So then when you come to the point, why is it such something that you really feel like it needs to get out? Yes, that, because there are many other things that are more important right now.
Everything that you think is more important is a consequence or a result of the heliocentric system.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is not.
Yes.
Everything you're doing is not a result of the Earth shape. No.
Yes,
Definitely
no, I said the heliocentric system, because the people who gave us the heliocentric system and spread their influence by whomever is using their calendar and their teachings in school, the entire heliocentric model and what people would argue to be entirely physics. Yeah, that's it. All of academia, and then that's all of entertainment. Because entertainment spends a lot of time imitating academia and how prestigious it is and how to get a good job and run a good company and all of these other things, right? So all of this is predicated on the system that they've put in place. So is it just about heliocentrism? No, but it's about who's in power and how they affect your life.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
So that's a broader conversation. You're asking why.
But you're going from painful. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
Okay, then.
So you're saying, well, why turn or overturn this stone when we could be overturning other stones under the same umbrella I'm pointing out to you? Because you can't point to me an issue that doesn't directly relate to the same people of power. Like I said, look at their influence. Everyone is under their influence. I just told you. The Roman Catholic Church.
You think they are the ones? Because you know what I think? I think that everyone should just study the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and I think you're very well aware of that. I think you can just study that, and then you got it all, because you know exactly their plans. I know all of these things. It's not the Roman Catholic doing that.
You think that the Zionists rule the world?
Hold on.
You could exchange that. Yeah.
And
yes,
new guy,
very much.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
You don't know about that?
No, I do know.
Then go do some research about it.
Well, don't tell me you don't know something and then tell me go do some research about it. I just told you
kind of
things.
Weird, Bang.
I just told you specific
I'll do
things.
some research about the Roman Catholic things, and you go do some research about the protocols of Zion.
No, everybody.
Remember, you're a guest here, Bang.
Everybody, chill. Yeah, I muted you because I'm sure you won't mind not being able to speak while I'm talking. So the bottom line here is you asked specific questions and I gave you specific answers. Now you can look into it. I didn't ask you a damn thing. You offered up something and then I said, I don't know about it. And you said, go research it rather rudely. After having been answered the questions you came here to ask. That's not insane to you?
Hello?
Yeah. You don't think you're out of step?
No.
Right, well,
I think you are steering yourself blind on something.
Well, how about you just sit on mute and think about what you done did?
What the shit? Yes, we're familiar with the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. You know, well, I am. You know, as far as that goes. And
what is it, Helio?
I mean,
it's spent time telling us, but he didn't feel like it. So you go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to go through the whole spiel of it, but you're on the right track with, you know, the Gregorian calendar versus Julian calendar. And everything, you know, with the methods, how they're going to rule the world. But it's not, I mean, it's a subtle method. And he came in saying, hey, if they don't, he's like, well, why don't, the implication was just like, hey, yes, I know they're lying, but how does it change my life? That's what he pretty much said.
But the point is who they are, why would they lie, who started first, blah blah blah. We will never find out, or we will if they stay on news. But can we say there is a lie outside? And then
sure. Well,
yeah, we can say who lied, Sasha. Based on everything that I just said, like that's specifically who and why. Who lied? Well, what do you mean by who lied? Who lied about what? Heliocentrism and all of the physics that people accept today. Okay, that would be the Roman Catholic Church. That's the who that spread that ideology 500 years ago. 400 years after that, people like Einstein, Newton, Georges Lemaitre, Hubble, they expanded on what people perceive as the heliocentric model and the universe today. All of that came from these particular people Okay? Yep. So when they ask who lied, it's them. Why did they lie? Well, that's the same thing everyone else was asking them around the time, seeing as that they were theists and they had another cosmology from the Bible. That was their cosmology, that the earth didn't move. So why would the popes and everybody be talking about the earth moving around the sun? People didn't understand that. They asked what the justification was for that. You know what happened? People got kicked out of church.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting to me. Somebody like Bent will come in here and say, oh, well, how does it affect people's lives? What does it matter?
Well, people come in here and say that they're atheists. That's the result of them doing that. Regardless of what they might have said was the reason, look at what the end result is. You still have people in the same schools learning the same stuff from the same teachings, and yet they're atheists for some reason. They don't even know their history.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And atheists don't even realize they're in a religion.
I was that.
You want to go ahead and give
and to ask who they are, for example, who they are. Like we are living in let's say it's only 200 years. We are living in so beautiful societies with peace, harmony, and humanity that we cannot imagine. No,
where's this beauty and harmony?
No corruption, no wars, no. Politics, everything function great, who they are, who are they, because we have so beautiful world, and why we are looking for some, evil where is not evil. We cannot see evil, What is going on in present, not in past? Oh my God, what these people living? Like
nature of reality, shape of Earth has nothing to do with it. Your ideology of it, it's like if the Earth is flat or globe, it really has nothing to do with it. It's just it's kind of
right. Let's talk about this entire subject in a vacuum, as if. As if now when we question the people in authority who give us our information, it's totally upstanding. Like let's forget the fact that there's many on record conspiracies against their own people, America, against others.
Elijah, are you like halfway through a cup of coffee? It sounds like you just woke up. I love this version of you, though.
Why you don't take the
I've been up all night, but I love this. I love hearing Elijah like halfway through a cup of coffee.
Movie about Truman, that guy. He had a life. He was working in office. Everything is cool. Doesn't matter where he's living. Doesn't matter because around him are actors. Doesn't matter because he has life. Do you understand me?
Me?
Truman Show.
Yeah.
Truman has a life.
It sounded like it just. I mean, your voice sounds like really low, like you just woke up, which is cool. Anyway, I guess we're. But anyway, yeah, this other guy doesn't really get what we're saying. Apparently, maybe maybe.
But it's not even whether he gets it or doesn't get it. Like here's the thing. You see how we're just talking at the moment. Even things could be heated between people in here, but the bottom line is, you came here to ask a question genuinely, right? And people answer you. It's like it's turning into this unwanted, argumentative back and forth. Why?
I think that was his intent that's why I was giving him shit. And so I don't think you were, but it's just like, bro, I just saw he was typing in chat, but he didn't actually type. Hold on.
Oh, well. I disconnected him because what's the point of you sitting on deafen? And
here's what he said: I'm not a nihilist. No, tell me more. Not an atheist either. That's what he said in the text chat.
No one asked. No one cared.
Nobody asked you that. Yeah.
He's a philosophist. That's what it is.
He's a time waster. I mean, I can already tell. That's why we were given. That's why me and Elijah probably hit on him quick.
It's not about philosophy.
Like,
come on, we have to stick.
You're saying something that none of us said, and it's just weird.
Maybe because of point of view, how that will change your life. It will not change anything in a sense of I will go tomorrow to work. Yeah, of course, it will not change anything because it's flat or sphere.
Now he's talking about the Big Bang in the chat. God damn it.
But in the sense of, if is that a lie, then why you lie something about that? Why I need to learn about that?
No, he says Big Bang happened, high intelligence created it. Okay. Right. He doesn't even know the fucking heliocentric model. Jesus fucking Christ. It's fucking spewing nonsense.
He doesn't know that priest discovered the Big Bang.
Now he's triggered now since he can't talk. Whatever.
Yeah, let him type. I don't want to listen to his condescending tone. Telling us what he think he knows.
I didn't watch what
See, cut the shit shows you how to catch a catfish right there, bro.
That shit's always on point, man.
Until you got big enough balls to catch a catfish like that, get your ass out.
Man, this guy is spiraling hard.
That's a big ass catfish.
As a result of a Glober.
You will never win if you can't understand other people. You think everyone accepts you and your like-minded people are sheep and didn't know anything just because they don't always show it. You need to confront yourself. Stop with the ego.
Yeah, that's just dumb. Because
this guy's really
one sensible thing he said. He said, "You know what Napoleon said? What is history but a fable agreed upon?" Ooh, yeah, that's one sensible thing he said right there. I see Chocolate saying in the chat. So,
what a loser.
Choco.
I've been chilling in chill chat for a couple of hours watching a film with MJ and Ivo. And I come in here and it's absolute chaos. It's awesome.
Sunday morning.
Yeah, man.
Everybody shout out Chocolate saying, boom. That dude, get bent, bro. If you think so, laughing is a defense mechanism.
Chocolate, leave him alone because he's about to get kicked because he's not in here either.
Yeah, he left and now he's still talking in the chat.
Look, see?
Yeah, get him. Bye.
Hard Ben.
You get him yet? I can do it.
Oh, is he dropping N-bombs in the text?
Yeah, he did. So yeah, he's gone. He's gone. I don't know if Elijah beat me to it or not, but I got him. Yeah, he's gone, Chocolate. Anyone want to hear? You got a recommendation for a tune to play? Good morning, a Sunday morning hit. Hey, I thought of one when I was looking at some of Alex's music, and I played the "Don't Believe in Gravity" song. There's another one that's good that he has. It's puppet show one. It's dang it. Song that I'm thinking of. Alex, you have too many videos on your channel. Doesn't he? He plays a good Southern man for a Brit. Hello?
The hell was that?
Hello?
Hello there.
Hello?
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 Hey now.
Hey now. Hey now. Don't dream it's over. Head now. When the world comes, they come. They
Hello.
come.
Hello.
Hello, Flatty.
Hello.
Know that they won't win.
I am Bitonde.
Flatty. Flatty in the house.
Is that like seriously someone trying to say hello, y'all, or just somebody, one of us?
No, it's Flatty fucking around.
No, but someone did say it first before I started. It was someone.
Oh,
someone
yeah,
did,
I thought someone.
He was like, "Hello," like a little quiet hello.
Well, you were the one first, so.
No,
someone before me definitely said hello.
And by the way, I talked with Matt. Well, Matt Willis earlier tonight. Genuine Flat Earther, had been following for a long time. I talked to him, so I gave him Flat Earth rule. So I just want to let everybody know that.
Matt Willis?
Matt Willis.
Yeah, he seemed pretty legit. He says he's been listening on YouTube a bit, and
he's totally legit, bro. Yeah.
We got a guy in non-BC Verify though, and Mitty. If someone wants to talk to him, maybe check him out.
Who?
Enmity. In the live stream.
Enmity. Oh, okay,
Enmity.
Cool.
Sorry, I couldn't pronounce that right.
Yeah, do you guys want to check Enmity?
You can check him out if you want. Yeah.
We can do it here.
See what's it all about.
Yeah, Enmity, you want to open your microphone and talk to us?
Please introduce yourself.
I'm just here for Elijah.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, Elijah.
Elijah, meet and
the floor is yours. Or, you know, I love Elijah too. So.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, buddy?
Hanging in there.
Keep up the good work, soldier.
Yep.
Can't be all you got. Come on, Enmity, man. You got more than that.
When respect is due, it's due, sir.
Bring that Sunday morning energy, bro. Come on.
Well, unfortunately, there isn't anyone to.
That was probably an alt account from the other asshole that just left. I want to talk to Elijah because but you were an asshole.
Nah, we can't allow this person to stay in this server.
Are you booted?
His name is, his name is shit. Nah.
Oh shit. Yeah.
No. There's just certain standards that we just can't.
Yeah.
It's just not happening.
Did you finish that cup of coffee yet, Elijah? And a lot of people will be like, "Hey, did you finish your last beer?" Oh, well, I don't think so. I'm still working on my last beer. But yeah, so what's going to happen today here Sunday on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Hi. Good morning.
Hi. I think everyone here already has, Flat Earth rolls and shit. You guys want to hear? Did you guys enjoy that fucking? Pardon my French again. Oh my! Did you guys enjoy that Jim Panda show earlier? That was funny. Let me see if I can find another one that's not too long.
They get off saying. Where did they get off saying, like, if the earth is flat, why does it matter? Are you even a real person? Like, meaning, like, are you really genuinely in this
that shit pisses me off.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about that.
Well, I'm just talking about spiritually. It makes me like, what?
No,
makes me
it's not even. It's not even about that. It's not even about that.
Like, go ahead, bro.
Who didn't come in this conversation going, huh? The earth is flat? Like, just remember, just go back to that moment.
Difference would it make?
That you first heard it. Huh? You said the earth is flat, what? There, what?
It wasn't.
Just go back to that emotion. Like you would have never said. No, it's just the kind of emotion that it drums up in you when you first discover this is actually a conversation. It from that perspective, if someone were to ask you at that moment, why does it matter? You'd be like, bro, we're literally talking about the Earth being flat.
The nature of Earth. We're talking about the nature of Earth.
What the fuck are we talking about? If the Earth is a globe, but it's not a globe and it's flat, what do you mean? Like, I think the whole Earth is a globe. How can it not? Exactly. Like, just off of just the conversation alone is like, that's like, why does it matter to finish this game of chess? Bitch, if you don't make that next move, I need to know now.
This isn't a simple freaking pawn. This is the fucking checkmate. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
It's like, why does it matter to have a conversation that coincidentally coincides with truth versus the lie I've been living?
Like, it wouldn't make a difference in my life if I knew or didn't know. Well,
good for you. Would it make a difference in your life to have your next coffee date? What difference would it make? What would it matter? Like, well, why
Earth flat? What's that? What's Earth flat?
So you're right in asking him, Helio. Why are you here then? That, like, it's like, okay, if it doesn't matter, as weird as it sounds, if it doesn't matter, if you can't see how it would matter, why are you even having the discussion?
Are you here?
Did you come here to just ask us that? Like, have you thought that through?
Yeah, man, it's like, I'm not going to waste time with your ass if you can't figure out why it would make a difference.
I mean, why does the Dragon Ball manga continuing matter? Why don't they just stop doing that? You know, like, fuck it. What difference would it make?
Wait a minute, have you gone through your first cup of coffee yet?
No.
All right, cool. I mean, it's just like this. This is how frustrating I get, you know, from like.
Why go to college? What difference would it make?
Yeah, no, let's just move his coffee.
That is the most stupidest fucking question that anybody can ask. What difference would it make if the Earth is flat or globe? That is the dumbest question. And
why would you? Why would you get up this morning? What difference would that make to everyone else? Like,
yeah.
Like, why are you getting up out of bed?
You've made all these plans for the day, but fucking why bother?
Dude, do you think the shape of Earth matters to people from western part of the Earth to eastern part of Earth? They have a different culture there, and they have a different understanding of everything, but it's still Earth, right? Isn't it?
I mean, you've tied your shoes, but what difference does it make if you even have the laces? You know? You're not doing track or anything. Why does it matter?
Hey, me and Elijah.
Why does it matter if you're not doing it?
Why does it matter? It's just like a breakthrough. It's like, well, hey, God told me that I am here at the midpoint of the breakthrough of the understanding of Earth, and somebody that has consciousness connects me to Oh, and then I'm back here at the midpoint of the universe.
That was hilarious.
It's not funny though. It's the real thing. It's like if you talk to people in the West, you can't because they can't fucking contact you like here on Discord. I mean, the people we talk to here, we get from Northern Europe, some people from South Africa, certain portions of Africa, and some people from South America, and the rest of the world is pretty much cut off from the people we can talk to. So, who are the flat earthers that are over there? They're the flat. They know the Earth is. There's a lot of flat earthers in that part of that district of the Earth, and they're not allowed to talk to us. There's some people we've talked to in Philippines. We've talked to people in Thailand, but it's very limited. It's very limited. So
like the adults in the Peanuts, the Snoopy cartoon.
all the Peanuts, the Peanuts. Hey, I have access to talk to people in the Philippines, but other than that, as far as the Far East, I don't really have a lot of contacts there. We're pretty much kind of stuck over here. That's why we get so frustrated with this idiot that comes in. What difference would it make if the Earth were a stationary plane? Anyway, I'm saying it slow on purpose, for dramatic effect. Did you catch that? Yeah, what difference would it make? Yeah, it definitely could make a difference for multiple billions of people, you idiot! If they're lying to us about what the nature of Earth is, yes, it could make a very large difference to a lot of people.
You know what it's like, Helio? It's like people identifying as a different gender than they really are is the same thing as them identifying with the Earth as being a ball. They're they identify as globers, you know what I mean? That's their pronoun.
I identify as a globe earther, even though it's not a globe.
They even got the surgery, you know what I
mean? They don't really have the surgery, though.
It's a pseudo-surgery. Pseudo-surgery.
Pseudo-surgery! We're not going to do that. Flatter Day, bro. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go there. Today, we're not going to do it. Let's not.
Tomorrow, then?
Nah. Well, probably never, unless unless we want to lose the YouTube channel.
I thought I was tripping.
Hilo, you know what the globers do is
chocolate stole my meme, which I stole from somebody else.
All these meme thieves, dude.
Yeah. I mean, but as far as vocalizing this shit, yeah, we don't need to get into that bullshit. And to be honest, you know how you this is one of my favorite phrases, and I came up with it. Torture a narcissist. Anyone remember the second part of it? Torture a narcissist. Ignore them.
wasn't that an awesome conversation with Nathan Oakley? I was actually
oh shit,
in and out of sleep, so I missed it.
Yeah, I forgot to stop the recording. God damn it! I was recording that.
So who was around? Can you guys give me like a recap on how, like, when he came in, how that came about conversation?
He thought Jim Panda was in the server. So
no, I was playing an old Jim Panda talk. I was playing that through the bot, and Nathan jumped in while we were playing that. And then once it ended, Nathan jumped in and talked to us. But I have it recorded up. I'll do some editing, and I have it recorded.
Did he argue with
Glad you mentioned that because I forgot to stop the recording.
He was speaking on the.
He was probably like, "For fuck's sake, is there no moderator here?"
No, actually, Nathan was really, really responsive and had a good time here. Yeah. Nathan really did. He was really respectful.
No, I mean, like when he was trying to talk when the bot was on, he was like, "What's going on? Can you hear me? Hello."
No, he came in towards the end of the playback, and so Nathan joined right at the end of the conversation, and I talked to him. And
yo, fuck with mic check 1 2 1 2.
No, Nathan wasn't. No, Nathan came in, and we had a good convo for a while. I mean, once I realized he was in here, I went ahead.
Your mouth, Jim Panda. Jim Panda, my balls are literally in your mouth.
Jim I think I did stop it at the right time. Never mind.
Do you not know what literally means? I'm literally at your house as we're speaking with my balls in your mouth. Literally.
Yeah, it wasn't about that like that with Nathan here tonight. But dude, that whole Jim Panda recording it's one of the times that it was one of the arena things. It was so funny, man. Oh, I was like belly laughing the entire time with Jim. It was so sick. Did you listen to any of that tonight, Elijah? That was insane.
I missed it.
All right, well, I'll
run it again. Fuck it. Why not? How long was it?
It's about an hour long. It's about an hour. It's funny, man. But we ain't doing anything else. I'll just freaking run it again.
It's gonna be intense.
Dude, it's so funny. You guys
like camping.
Load up the chat with some crazy shit.
Is it going to be like camping? Intense.
Dude, I promise you'll love it.
It's of really no consequence. If the meat of the document is about the way in which things are measured, planned, used, etc., saying that it's referencing a non-rotating flat Earth, that's more pertinent than simply an assertion the Earth is a globe. Now, if they had all kinds of trajectories and mathematics and simulations based on globe mathematics, that'd be a much different scenario. And Jem is right. If they did have that, we wouldn't know because we haven't read the other 6 pages. Now, if Jem had actually let me finish my sentence, instead of being a paranoia hyperbolic, he might actually get somewhere with some conversations he has
objection, do I? I asked you to post the other 6 pages, and all I've got is objections to why we should bother to look at the rest of it. And you guys are supposed to be truth seekers. You're supposed to care.
Did you even listen to what I just said?
What? Nothing about
just
posting.
talk through it.
No, I listened, and you didn't post the document. It's useless.
Dude, what I said has no relevance to whether you even have a document to look at. Does it?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Any reference you make to this document, which you just did, is irrelevant until we know what the document says. And we don't know what the document says. We know what the title of the document says and what one line from page 7 of the document says. That does not give us a full understanding of the document. Only children would try to pretend that it does.
Jem, you obviously didn't hear what I said at all.
You can have another go if you want. I think you just rambled on about how it wouldn't matter if we couldn't see the rest of the document. I disagree.
No, that's not what I said at all.
I think to get a full understanding of this document, you need the full document.
Jem, your assertion was that if it simply says the Earth is a globe elsewhere, or if it simply references the Earth as a globe, that is somehow as compelling as trajectory math, etc.
That was not my assertion at all in any way. I didn't make that assertion whatsoever. I used that
pretty much that.
I used that as an extreme example when Miggy was saying that we didn't need to see the rest of the document. And I said, well, what if it said the Earth's a globe on every page? I was being a bit flippant, I admit, but what if it did? You need obvious.
Well, if it did, then my assertion stands.
Well, my point would be, I don't think it would say that, but I do think it's more likely to have a full explanation of what this thing is all about. And from that, we could all gain an understanding of why it says what it says. It could be that there's a flat, non-rotating Earth. I don't think the evidence, the document will reveal that. I think if we see it all, it will reveal something else. But at the moment,
I'll put it to you like this.
At the moment, you guys are happy in your ignorance.
Listen, most globe arguers agree that in certain scenarios, even when it doesn't actually mention it, that to take it as if it is flat and non-rotating is much simpler, and effectively the tolerances are so small or the effects are so negligent that it really doesn't matter. And if you did calculate it this way, it would be the most practical, usable way to do it, because all those other things are so inconsequential, because most of the time when these arguments come up, it's where people are in charge of the thing.
That's what I said.
It's like you could correct it.
That was my argument, and that was my argument. But yes. I think you made it better than I did, I have to say. But yeah,
right. To which I would then add a caveat, which is, if the supposed curve and spin are so negligent that you could just disregard them as being valid into any practical effect, then what point is there of even saying they are curved?
You'd have to see exactly what practical effects you were modeling, right?
Coriolis.
If you just wanted to model how the shape of an aircraft moved in the air and how its flying surfaces, how adjustments to those changed how it moved, then I don't think you would need to take account of those things. But I'm no expert in this subject, I have to say, but I'm just guessing. I'm just imagining kind of like a model aeroplane hanging in a wind tunnel or something like that. I'm thinking you wouldn't need to account for those sorts.
Well, that's basically using our argument, Jem. Like, because we know that practically it's not even going to consider anything that the globe is actually proposing that we need to use. So if we're looking at it from in that respect, then we're saying, okay, we're starting off with this model that we don't need to kind of use anything that the globe is actually defining as what it is, Coriolis effect or anything, because we don't need to account for that. Then we're bang on. Well, it's exactly what
it's a model, Mickey. It's a model.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is that even if it is a model, and we're trying to figure out what a plane's going to do by using this model, it's the most practical way to use the idea that you're going to support aircraft, within flight and all that. Like that's why would you even consider it being on a globe where the altitude changes? The actual trajectory and there's a lot more involved with the complicated.
Well, those are your beliefs, Miggy. You're bringing in the idea that planes need to dip their noses and things like that. Well, they don't. That's why you wouldn't need to consider that.
How about the Coriolis effect?
You're bringing in that. Well, look, it's a model. Now, let me explain what a model is, right? It's a simplified explanation of something. Often it's mathematical. A good easy example, everyday example of a model, right, is a subway map. You've probably seen them, right, in cities with subways, right? And they're all the lines are kind of at right angles, and they've got nice sort of right angle curves when they go, and it takes the line around a corner, or sometimes they're diagonally 45 degrees, but they're all either 90, 180 or 45 degrees. Well, we know that the lines on a subway system don't actually run like that. There's little twists and turns in them, and they go up and down and stuff like that. But that model of the subway system allows passengers to figure out how to get from one destination to the next. They can figure out how long, some of them predict the time of the next train and things like that. So it's a very useful model, but it's not an accurate depiction of the subway system. And this is the same sort of thing. You can have a useful model that makes predictions about certain aspects of something, in this case, the flight of a missile, but it doesn't necessarily have to account for everything, because you don't always want to model all of those things in one go, because you're adding in too many variables that you've got to account.
It's not like it wouldn't. The analogy would probably not fit with the example we're trying to talk about here within the context of the missile, because
we don't know because we've only got the one page.
No, what I'm saying is that in the overall, the overarching understanding that the Earth is what we're talking about, because that's what they exclaimed, even in the one little sentence or two that they said you're on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. That right there is telling you the whole Earth. Like, it's not just this one little piece in Arkansas. It's talking about everywhere on Earth. So that is the important bit I think you're not looking at.
To understand that, though, to actually know that what you've just said is true, what you would need is the rest of the document so you could figure out exactly what this is all about, what things they are actually calculating for, why they're calculating for those, and why they're leaving others out. And I think you would need that. I
know why they're leaving them out, but
those sort of claims.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, because anywhere you go on Earth, you're using the same principle that they're actually talking about in that page that we've seen. So if everywhere on Earth this is applicable, then everywhere on Earth we're using the same.
Now you're speculating again.
No, I'm not speculating. Why would they?
All right. Well, in the rest of the document, Miggy, it says the Earth is definitely a sphere, and all flat Earthers should take note of this sentence. I think it says that in the rest of the document.
Well, that's good.
I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, go with it. Hopefully that makes you sleep better at night. But obviously,
hopefully the stuff that you're making up. Hopefully the stuff that you're making up about the rest of the document. Hopefully that makes you sleep.
I don't have to make up the rest of the document.
You literally just did, Miggy. That's my point. Yes, you did.
Because if they're using this,
you don't know if it refers to the whole Earth.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about what
you
they're
just
saying
said
here.
that. Those are you don't care about the words you just said.
Because if NASA is using something like this, where they're talking about a flat, non-rotating Earth for this missile, where are they using these missiles? Tell me that, Jeff. Are they using it only in this specific area? They didn't say that, right? It wasn't in the document and what we read.
We don't know that, Miggy, do we? Again, you're speculating on what's in the rest of the document. You don't know if it's in the rest of the document. Why are you speculating like that?
I don't have to, because I'm telling you. If they're using,
you do have to.
No, this jargon that they're using is specifically so that you can understand anywhere that they use this missile, it's going to have to be used with this model of a flat, non-rotating Earth.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. Otherwise, why would you say it?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because it says so in the document.
It does not say that. It does not say anything about the whole Earth that you've just said. Doesn't say that. You added that. You added that in yourself. That
Where is it applicable? Where is it applicable?
It says
I don't know. We haven't got the whole document.
Earth.
Look, you can't give me this fragment of evidence and then laugh at me because I want the whole thing.
I am because
you should want the whole thing. You should want the whole thing. You're supposed to be a truth seeker.
I am a truth seeker, Jim.
So why are you quite happy to just go with the one line that confirms your bias and try your best, all cuts, to avoid actually understanding what the document is about?
It's in the conclusion.
It's just hopelessly
they're talking about, brother.
What?
One time, and how many documents you think this?
I didn't say it's one time. I've never said that. That's another straw man you guys are laying on me. Why are you doing that? When did I? It's at the moment we can see one line, and that's all Miggy is going on.
And what is he telling you in that one line?
Listen, he's not interested in any of the other document. He doesn't want to understand. He doesn't let me finish. Please let me finish. He doesn't want to understand anything about what the document actually talks about. He's just happy because this line says flat non-rotating Earth, and he just wants to go with that.
Yeah,
and he's
Jim,
pretending. He's pretending that he's a truth seeker, and he cares about truth.
I don't care if the document further on down
he's here to spread the truth.
Says that there's a rabbit humping the turtle in the bushes. I don't really care about that. What I'm talking about is what it says.
Why don't you?
It says right here on that document that it's using a flat non-rotating Earth. Where are they using it?
And you think that that's an honest?
Yeah,
you think that that's an honest truth-seeking approach to really discover, to really understand what this is about? That's the approach you're going with.
Because where are they going to use this model if not on Earth?
We don't know, Miggy. We haven't got the perfect.
You know what's dumb about Jim Panda? It's prefacing that what's going to be detailed in the document is predicated on the assumption that the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what the document will be talking about. How is he so retarded? I don't get it.
Going to bring it up because I know about it. I'm not scared of it. You are.
Then you got to ask yourself one question: where is this being applied?
Yeah, the question I'll ask myself: why are grown men scared of documents? That's what I'm asking myself. Why is a grown man? Are you asking me the same? Are you asking me the same question again, Miggy? So I can give you the same answer again.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
We don't know. We don't know because we haven't got the whole document. I want it. You don't. I want to get a full understanding of it. You don't. You want to try and pretend.
I have the document.
You want to try and pretend you've got a full understanding from one line of it. Right. Can I have the document?
Did you hear that? He's got the document.
Great.
So can we
And you
go on
post
with
it?
documentation and validation, please? Yes. Instead of yelling and screaming your point that doesn't make any sense. Because we tried to bring up document. Hey, first of all, you can tell me to shut up, but what? Doesn't bother me, hon. Just show me what disrespectful asshole you are. Now, I can stand my own too, babe. Don't try to come at me.
Well, what are you? Nobody needs your input. All we need is the document.
Sit down.
All we need is the document. We don't need your input.
We're trying to provide that document. You're too busy going off and yelling.
Providing the document doesn't involve you speaking.
I posted the document in the chat.
I'm just pointing out to Stacey that didn't require her to speak.
What page you want to go to, Jim? What'll satisfy your little deal here?
Jim.
Well, I'm going to read the whole document.
Oh, go ahead.
Right, this is
what I'm going to tell you is that entire document. That entire document doesn't even mention a sphere or globe. So, just an FYI, there's 108 pages.
This one mentions no wind, though. So, tell me where on flat Earth there's no wind for an aircraft to fly in.
I think when they wrote paper and included Earth, I think they knew about wind.
Well, why did they
just scared to talk about what the fuck they actually mentioned? You just want to talk about what they didn't mention again.
Well, they did mention wind. They do mention wind, Chocolate. They do.
Well, look at this big segue from the initial point, which was this document is talking about a flat, non-rotating Earth, and he's like, "Well, you don't know what the rest of the document says," and then he's like, "Oh, there's no wind in this document. Why isn't it in there?" That's just like weird tactics. Like the bottom line is, bruh, when you're talking about the spin of the Earth and all of this stuff, you're not talking about wind either, because for all intents and purposes, right, the atmosphere is turning with the Earth, moving with the Earth. But in this situation, he's doing the very thing that he's trying to accuse other people of, which is like, I don't know, cherry picking or something. Like it's very weird, especially because he's being super hypocritical and within the span of like 10 minutes. It's like, wow.
They
okay. Say what?
Mention wind or not, what they specifically also did mention was that it's flat and non-rotational.
Look, Chocolate, you can keep repeating that, but try and get with it, okay? Now, listen carefully. They specifically mention that they're leaving out wind of their calculations for an aircraft. Now, do you have an explanation for why they would do that?
Over a flat stationary plane?
Over anywhere.
Over Earth,
because
which they're saying is flat and non-rotational.
Yeah, they've already dealt with wind for years, so they already know how to do that. So
If they're building a fucking aircraft,
could it be? So could it be
building a fucking aircraft that literally depends on wind to fly? I don't know why they would specifically have to mention that, but what they do specifically mention is that it's flat and stationary.
Just keep repeating that. Just keep repeating that.
Well, because you want to avoid it, bro. You've been avoiding it since I got in here.
Look, I'm not avoiding it. I'm trying to make an attempt, as I have been since I've been here, to explain why they leave things like a curved and a a curved. Please let me finish. A curved and a rotating Earth out of this. Now, when I brought up wind and said that that's out of it, Stacey immediately piped up and says, "Oh, well, because they're used to dealing with wind." Well, of course, they're used to dealing with a rotating and curved Earth in the same way, and that's really. That's
my point. Because they didn't say that. They said flat and stationary.
Well, the point is that would be reasonable in the same way, wouldn't it?
What a maroon, right? Like no one's treating no pilot. I have never heard a pilot say, "I do treat the Earth as if it's rotating and curving underneath me." They've never. Didn't he set out saying you wouldn't need to account for any of that? Therefore, you wouldn't be treating it like that. You would be treating it like a non-rotating flat Earth. What the yo, this guy is like needs help.
And not missile. I have no idea how fast the missile goes, whatever question you ask me. I have no idea. No reason why I should have any idea. I don't know why you asked me that. Now, I would like to read this document if I can.
Well, read the document while you're doing that. See if they could tell you anywhere there where this was being applied. The model, as you state, of the flat, non-rotating Earth. Where is this applied at? Let's find out. See if the document says anything about that. I, of course, don't need to.
I'm not sure what question you're asking me, Mickey.
Okay, so we first started. Like, you read the document. I'm saying when we first started talking about this, I asked you, where is this model that we're talking about being applied? Even if they claim that it's a globe and it spins, all these other things, whatever else the document might even say, why and where is the model being applied on Earth? Because
as I understand it, this one is used for sort of. I'm not sure if it's actually in wind tunnels, or I think they maybe simulate with this or something. It's that sort of a thing, as I understand it.
So you don't know yet. You're just saying you're right now. You're based upon what you're.
It's been a while. It's a while since I dealt with it. I came across it when it first came out, which was about sort of 3 years ago, and then sort of fiddled with it around then when it was popular, and then forgot about it. But of course, in Flat Earth, these things get refuted.
Talk about the document that's been around since '88.
The thing is, these things in Flat Earth, they get refuted, and then people get, they realize it isn't a strong argument, and then they disappear for a bit, and then they raise their ugly heads again. And
I don't even know how we got talking about this, but yeah, it's not really for me a point, but I mean, it just to show you that even in their models, as they claim. Because
we got talking about it because it was you were doing all your.
But that's the problem. I know that these guys are going to say globe or whatever else in those other pages. I know that it's NASA here we're talking about. It's not. They're not going to continue to. Oh, they leaked information about the flat non-rotating Earth. Now they're going to dive into how the Earth is flat. I already know it's NASA. They're not going to be talking about that. They're going to be talking about it's a globe and all this other business. But what I'm interested in is if they're using a model of flat non-rotating Earth, where is this being applied?
I've answered that. Biggie, I answered that question, didn't I? Tell me what my answer was, so I know that you heard me.
You said that it was wind tunnel, right? And you said, I think that it could be applied in a scenario where they're using it like a wind tunnel.
Something like that. I think it might be more computer modeling of kind of like wind tunnel operations.
See if you can.
But I'm not entirely sure.
Like I said, I really don't care. If you're going to go on a bunny trail, that's your.
But Miggy, don't you think you should care? Don't you think you would? Why don't you want to have a full understanding of what this document's all about? Because it might reveal even better evidence for you, right? It might say something that's even better for Flat Earth,
right?
But you don't know that because you're only bothered about this one line.
Because it's
and I find that astounding.
The obvious that I know that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. It's already citing, even as a model, it's already citing what I already know in reality. I don't need to go any further than that because it confirms everything that I know. So it doesn't matter if later on down the road, NASA, the other pages that you read say, oh, definitely a globe, of a definite size and shape. It works this way. I don't really care. To me, it doesn't matter. They're using this model, and that's all I care about.
In that case, all I can say is then, Miggy, I feel sorry for you. If you think that is sound, if you think that is sound reasoning that can lead you to, accurate conclusions about reality, then I feel really sorry for you.
Because I'm glad. I'm actually glad that
it's not sound reasoning. Because it doesn't show you a magical spinning ball
really matter.
They assume a flat stationary Earth, and you think that's the same thing, same difference, right? It doesn't matter. Get the fuck, bro. You're the one that's delusional, bro.
No, look, I didn't say it was delusional, and I'm the one that wants to get a full understanding of this document. Miggy is desperately trying to avoid getting a full understanding of it because, as he's just admitted himself, he knows it will say things that make it not
it's NASA, Jim. It's NASA that we're talking about here. Like I said, these guys are not like proponents of the flat Earth. For number one, so even if we're looking at a NASA document, I already know going into this what the other pages are going to say without even looking. They're going to have explanations about how the globe is doing what it's doing. What I'm interested in.
Think about it, Mickey. This is pretty bad for a hostile witness, right? Because they're the ones that show us the magical spinning ball. But yet in their documents, nicely shuffled away. There you go, flat stationary plane. But when we actually have to put vehicles in the air, right? We got to take this shit serious. We got to put lives at risk, right? So we take the Earth as it is, flat and stationary. We don't play around with the little magical spinning ball shit.
You think we should take you seriously when you're deliberately ignoring more than half of a document? You think that should be taken seriously?
People drove dune buggies on the moon. How should I take you seriously? Are you out of your mind?
I'm just like
we can show that happened. We can show plenty of evidence that happened very easily. So
I know you consider
every reason to believe that happened.
I know you consider video as evidence.
You have to prove it's a ball first, and you haven't done that. So
if you watch my video, how I know we went to the moon, Miggy, you'll see.
By the way,
you'll see what I present as evidence. And
I'd rather
it doesn't include a lot of video
over themselves telling stories
telling campfire stories, telling fucking nonsensical bullshit that grown men like you are supposed to believe, right? Get the hell out of here. I'm gonna watch your video. No, I'd rather listen to the astronauts themselves blow up their own spot. You can call it that, but clearly it isn't that. You know,
Gem Panda, just to ask you a quick question, Doody, are you in the live text at all? The text for this channel, yeah?
No, I'm trying to read this document and be angry at the same time.
All right, mate. Just to say, I popped up a thing there, satellite dishes popping up in Ecuador. They're pointing towards the sky. You want to reiterate what you told me in your server one day, that's proof of geostationary satellites?
Why do you think it wouldn't be?
Why do you think it would be?
Because they're pointing up in the sky, so they can't be pointing at a tower, right?
Oh, so a satellite dish pointing up in the sky means that there's a geostationary satellite?
Well, I mean, I think if it's receiving a signal from one, I think that would be a reasonable assumption, right?
Okay, are you familiar with?
Are we assuming they're not receiving signals, or are they receiving signals?
I'm going to ask you a question. Are you familiar with Flight Radar 24?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. So on Flight Radar 24, if you go above Ecuador, there's satelloons that provide internet services, 4G satellite services all around the world. Do you know there's such a thing as Project Loon?
Yes, I know. But so what?
So the point I'm making.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So the point I'm making is, you said that was proof of geostationary satellites.
No, I didn't.
You did.
Absolutely, yes, I would never ever have used the word proof. Never ever. You guys use that word. I would never have said that in a million years.
You did. You were witness.
Absolutely not. You're lying. You're lying. I'm sorry, mate, but you're lying. I don't want to be rude to you, but there's absolutely no way I would ever have said proof. I never ever say that word. You guys say it all the time. I never say it ever. Proofs exist only in math. Only in math.
Guys, let it be noted now that Gem Panda, whether he refuses to admit it or not, in front of about 20 other people on his server, admitted and said and gave that proof there, which is pathetic.
I would have given that as evidence. I would have given that as evidence, not proof.
Yeah.
Evidence is not proof. They're two different things.
In my inbox.
Yeah. So anyway, let it be known, this is the type of stuff that Gem Panda thinks is evidence of geostationary satellites. It's not.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Have you given me any good reason? Have you given me a good reason why it's not? What your argument so far? Listen. Let me respond. Please let me respond. Your argument so far is there are trains, therefore cars are fake.
Let Breaking respond.
Hang on. Let Breaking.
There's another way of doing it.
He's addressing Breaking, so let Breaking respond, please.
Yeah. Miggy. Yeah. I need a mod in my inbox now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, let Breaking respond, please, guys. Go ahead, Breaking.
Before Breaking.
Also, what he's committing is an affirming the consequent fallacy, because he doesn't know one thing over the other, right? But he's trying to spin it off as Breaking, saying cars exist, therefore something else doesn't exist. They are so backwards.
Project Loon. You can easily look it up yourself. It's on Flight Radar 24.
Dude, I've been here for 5 years. I'm not a newbie that's just walked in off the street.
You're acting like a newbie. You said you did. You said you didn't.
I didn't. When you asked me if I'd heard of Project Loon, I said yes. Of course, I've heard of it.
Right, so
it was the Radar 24, the first thing you mentioned I'd never heard of.
Right, so that's the point I'm making. You'd never heard the Radar 24, so that's why...
There are things hanging from balloons. We all know that. That's not news.
What's hanging from them?
Some great bit of evidence. You're just telling me that in some places there's an alternative way of transmitting stuff. So what?
Gem Panda, what's hanging from the balloon? What's hanging from the balloons?
I bet it's not satellite TV transmitters.
It's satellites. It's satellites, dude. There's your satellites. That's your satellites.
Is it satellite TV transmitters?
Of course it is, dude, yeah.
Is it? Prove it.
Of course it is.
All right, let's see the evidence. Let's see the evidence.
Dude, you have got no proof.
You've made the claim. Let's see the evidence. Don't tell me about me. We're dealing with your claim that you just made. Let's see your evidence that these satelloons are transmitting satellite television.
Right, that's fine. Okay.
So, Breaking, do you want to go ahead and do that? Stacey's been trying to get in. Stacey, do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll get what he's looking for.
Oh, sorry, I actually forgot because I'm getting DM'd as well, and I have stuff going on my server. So can you give me one moment too, and I'll be right back.
Sure. Does anyone else want to speak? Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
I want to know what.
I know what I was going to ask him.
I just came in halfway.
Evidence. Like, Jim, what do you think evidence is? Because evidence and proof, you used two different statements there. Like you said, I didn't say proof, I said evidence. Well, for me, evidence is proof. So can you verify to me what evidence is for you?
I think that what you've just said, in a way, is true. For you, evidence is proof, and I think that's the nature of it. I think I can show you evidence, but only you can decide if my evidence amounts to proof for you. And this is why we have a jury in a court, right? Because what's proof for one person isn't proof for another person. And we recognize that. And that's why we say we need 12 people to all agree that this is proof for something before we, convict someone, right? So that is what I would say is the difference between evidence and proof.
Okay.
So
I appreciate that.
One supports an argument, one subjectively substantiates the argument for a person, but not for everyone necessarily.
Then can I ask you, what would the word to be used then? Because the proof wouldn't be the word, I guess, necessarily to use anyway, because then you say everybody can have their own definition of proof. So to validate our reality, what would you use? That validation, citation? What are you looking for to? Because you want validation too.
I think to be honest with you, I mean, I'm a bit pedantic about the use of this word proof, because when we're in debates and stuff, you can get yourself caught in a corner where you say you can prove something, when in actual fact you can never prove something. You can just offer evidence for it and hope that it proves it. So that's why I tend to be a bit sort of pedantic about it. I don't think it's really that wrong to say this is my proof for this. It's in a sort of colloquial sense. But for me, I think proofs only exist in maths. We can prove that, we can prove 2 + 2 = 4 in a 10-based counting system. But for me, that's a proof. So I know we had this lengthy discussion the other day about verification and validation. And I think you guys are being... I think you're being somewhat unfair in the way that you use that, because I don't think you always think through what it is that you're asking for. And where we got to the other day, it seemed to be with Miggy, was that the only evidence that he would accept from me would be evidence that he had already checked himself and personally collected himself, which, that to expect people to give you evidence you've already got seems, I don't think that's right. So I would say... But I think, of course, you need ways to verify what's true. We can't just take a photograph off the internet and say, well, look, satellites. So I guess what you've got to do is...
Can't you, I'm asking a question actually, can't you just make up a bunch of math though and make it fit things? And we're talking about what we can observe and do with scientific methods on natural laws that we could prove. I mean, when I say prove, I mean what you actually can do in your reality. Natural laws that you can verify for yourself, experiment after experiment. So those things, the globe model should be able to easily prove at this point. I mean, it's 2020,
I would say it can. I would say it can.
Okay. tell me how the maths work correctly then, please, because I'm really looking 60 miles with my own eyes, and I'm seeing Chicago, okay? And I've seen that with my own eyes. So please tell me how you're having this massive refraction that doesn't exist and it's bending like that.
Why do you say that refraction doesn't exist? I'm not trying to
No. Wait. I didn't say refraction doesn't exist. Refraction does exist. But refraction doesn't exist to the point that you're trying to peep at you.
Okay, well, why do you say that?
Because there's no proof of it. It. Can you prove it to me that it does that?
Well, again,
besides the simulation.
We're back to proof, aren't we? I mean, what we can do.
We're talking about reality, though. What we're trying to observe, right? Scientific method, but it also has some observations in it, all right?
Right.
So we're talking about what we can.
And that's how we know. And that's how we know. That's how we know how light behaves in different mediums, because those are things. Hang on. Those are things that we can test in a laboratory, right? We can stick a light in one place and stick material between it and somewhere else and see how that light behaves, and that's how we know how light refracts in an atmosphere. So we have an atmospheric pressure gradient, which is I'll be as brief as I can because I know you've heard this before. We have an atmospheric pressure gradient that gets denser as you get closer, and that denser atmosphere makes the light change angle. Usually, well, it makes it change angle so it goes down. A bit like the easy demonstration of this effect is a spoon in a glass of water, and if the glass is half full, you see like a bend in the spoon if you're looking at the whole glass. Do you know what I mean when I say that?
I do know what you mean when you're saying
right. So that's an effect of refraction where the light that's traveling through the water is traveling.
See, now he's equivocating between terrestrial refraction and the refraction he's actually detailing, like with a spoon in water. He's equivocating that with the mathematical derivation of whatever the fuck refraction would be. Right? So, insane. Oh shit, what did I just do? I think I just disconnected the bot. Helio, help. No, did I fuck up everything?
Hold on, Elijah. I stopped it. We heard enough.
Oh.
I stopped it, and it's just like, bro. That's the second time I played that video tonight. So, yeah. Or today, or whatever. It's morning now, but yeah. I mean, we heard enough of that.
Equivocating between Snell's law, because he makes the example where you put a spoon into another medium, and he says, and that's what happens with atmospheric refraction. No, you're equivocating between two different things entirely. Like that's not. You can't.
Bro, he's such a bullshit.
It's crazy when we listen back because our understanding, and our perspective is much greater for being able to look backwards and see, what we were arguing then. And I mean, this doesn't age well for someone like Jim Panda,
dude.
When there are others advancing their knowledge in the subject. Like the moment someone advances their knowledge beyond what he's talking about, this becomes a bad recording for him.
Well, this is from like 2 years ago, right? And so, it's kind of like at the time he felt like, I don't know. I mean, all of us it's almost like we're going to have the same fucking conversation if we allowed him to say those things.
Yeah, the word refraction, thinking about it now is like just a big ass distraction from the actual point. Because when Stacy says, "How come I can see Chicago from 60 miles away or whatever?" It's like then she says, we know it's not refraction. Then they start talking about refraction instead of the absurdity of believing you're on the ball and seeing 60 miles away from that elevation. Instead of talking about the absurdity of that, we're talking about, man,
It's broken geometry. Isn't that Mitty's lyrics in in that song? Broken geometry. Over, man. I mean, it's just like you trying to come in here and say that nonsense. It's just not going to work anymore. Who are you trying to convince of this bullshit? About Jim Panda. That. Anyway, that was the second time I played that.
That's the scary thing, because the moment this conversation happens in reality, right? It's over for any. Like, we have conversations between these people.
So many things that he said that contradict actually what he thinks he believes, and it's so strange. Why would he say something like, well, I was listening. I was quoting some of his fucking weird nonsense. Oh, proofs only exists in math. That's what he said. Math. Proofs only exist in maths. And there was another thing that he said was
so everything else is subjective, basically.
Well,
it's subject to anyone's interpretation. That's not true, because if you have like footage of someone murdering someone on tape, then
you got some math for that.
And then their dumb peanut brains would go, well, we have video evidence of the moon landing, so by your estimation, we should accept that. Well, we're talking about a place no one has ever been, no one has ever seen. From that perspective, because they've never been there, versus someone getting murdered and then there being, it's retarded, man. Like, if someone gets murdered, they were murdered somewhere and people know it. That's not going to be questionable unless you don't have enough evidence. There's no video, there's no blood, there's no body, there's no this. Then it's like, well, how do we know? But if there's a body, if there's blood, if you're sitting right there, like, then anyway, I'm quite pleased with.
Well, I think the reason he made an ass of himself there in that video is because he really got very confused and he thought he had some kind of upper hand, and he just made a fool of himself. So, Jim Panda, congratulations. I mean, the video was almost over, Chocolate, so I just stopped it. And if you guys want to jump in and give commentary, or if you want me to play another one, I can play another video.
I quite like playing these old ones and then commentating on them, pausing them and commentating. It's pretty cool.
Let me see if I can find another old one that one from like 2 years ago. If I can find another one. You guys want to talk? You know, live talk is better than commentary sometimes. On an old video, I'm down with that too.
I just took away that one I added then, Helio.
I swear, am I fucking this up somehow? I mean, I thought...
No. Is there a big blank gap at the beginning of that file? That's what throws me off sometimes. It's playing, but you don't hear anything for a while because there's like...
I think when you use the stop command, it clears everything, and then you can just play something.
Yeah, it should clear everything, yeah.
But it didn't work that way. Frustrating. We're going to have to get with India on that one. It's not the first time it's happened.
No, he's doing it quite often. Cut the shit, try it, see if it works for you.
Yeah, because it's like, I'll try it, and then I'll say, hey, somebody else play this, and then it works for them. It's just like...
Yeah, maybe Cut the Shit can try it.
What happened?
No, we're having issues with the music bot.
I saw it was muted. Maybe that was the case. Had a server mute on it.
Oh, when it jumped up, then was it server muted? Was it?
Well, it looked like it
I don't think
when I saw it before I
joined. Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and clear the queue, so anybody else wants to jump in and play something new, the queue is cleared. When I've done that before, and tried to play something, it won't work. So cut the shit. But I just played a whole freaking video of it's just totally fucking weird to me. So I just played.
Are you able to get the bot in? Are you able to get the bot in the live stream, but it's not playing any sound? That's what you mean, or?
Yeah, I mean I have commanded the bot, but well, it's just like that video we listened to with Jim Pando. I mean, I played that, and when I was done listening to that bullshit, I hit M stop, the command, and it worked. And now,
yeah, I see it's server muted right now. Yeah, it has a red. Yeah, just unmute the bot from the live stream.
Oh, that's it is. There you go.
Fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow.
Does it slow.
Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Goes down and make a fly like Earth. And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Glovers! Glovers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
I have no idea why the bot was muted. That's weird. Very strange. Let me check something else here. Only 5 hours. All right. Glovers. Glovers. Find some good Sunday morning content for everyone.
The earth is flat. No. The earth is flat.
Man, it's flat. You son of a bitch. The earth is flat. Oh my god. We're so amazing, all of us. Any suggestions, anyone? Yeah, suggestions, put them in the live stream voice text. Let me think. Non-copyright strikeable material.
Nervous flat.
You wrong for that shit.
Nervous flat.
Nervous flat.
There's no bend in what I can find. The earth is flat, yeah, it will blow your mind. Yeah, the earth is flat, everybody. Yeah.
Earth is flat.
The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. No curvature on the earth, 8 inches per mile square. Yeah, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. You should check it out. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Yeah, mud fossils are real. And I know that they are giants. Way in the past. Yeah. Yeah. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Where there were giants everywhere. There were mud fossils, I know for sure. Yeah, I know for sure. The mud fossils. Yeah. The earth is flat. 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 Yeah, of course. What shape could it else be?
Hey, you guys want to hear? You guys want to hear two idiots argue?
News flash. More and more news reporters.
You guys want to hear two idiots arguing about gravity? I didn't even know this. I just now saw this video. And I'm sub to Modern Day Debates. You know, T-Jump and that Australian dude. I just saw this debate. Is gravity a hoax? Haven't even listened to it yet. Do you guys want to listen to it?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
We might as well, I guess. You know, we're not going to get a strike or anything from listening to this on here. That's they have that as a all their videos are free to share. Yeah. I haven't listened to it yet. See if it'll work for me. Looks like it's working.
There's nothing left to eat. We're on a winning streak, going out in style.
People of the internet, welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we are debating, is gravity a hoax? We have Iron Horse, aka Flat Earth Aussie, crossing swords with T-Jump. And going first tonight is Flat Earth Aussie, so I will turn it over to him for his 10-minute opening statement. Iron Horse, excuse me. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Kaz, and great to be here. Good to see you again, T-Jump. I'm going to do a short introduction of myself. My name is Ross Thatcher. My YouTube moniker is Iron Horse, formerly known by the joke name Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. I haven't always been a flat earther. I was born and raised in the country, and just as I was entering the home computer age, writing programs using every bit and byte my Commodore VIC-20 had to offer at 13 years of age, I moved to the coast. There I discovered surfing, mates, girls, and rugby league football. I turned to exploring the coastline rather than computers for many years. I spent my 16th year as an exchange student in North California, which gave me a greater appreciation for Australia and our education standards. My love of nature eventually led me to an ideal career as a pet store owner, when my wife and I bought a small pet store that had just closed down. We took over the day our eldest daughter turned 2 and my son was just 3 months old. Our youngest daughter was practically born in the place, conveniently waiting until 5 minutes after closing to be born. 7 years later, the business sold for over $200,000 profit on what we had as part of a property settlement on our divorce. I went on to run a successful contract cleaning business for the next 5 years, cleaning all night and studying nature's ways by day. The ocean, the forests, the weather, the stars, the moon, the tides, all these things were my life, my lifestyle, as well as studying natural health and healing and brewing my own health tonics. This coming winter solstice, I'll be turning 51 years young, happily engaged with my beautiful 15-year younger fiancée, and flat earth truth and realization has dominated my existence after formerly being interested in all manner of hidden truths about our reality. Being interested in all manner of Today I intend to destroy the ridiculous notion that mass attracts mass and liquids and gas by virtue of being massive, contained by the non-solid barrier of absolutely nothing. Does gravity exist? So far as the scientific consensus of things of mass dropping through the medium of air at 9.8 metres per second squared, absolutely. That's the observable consensus of physics everywhere on the planet Earth. The question is, why does the ground stop things dropping? The answer is resistance. Resistance from what? The density of the ground. So far, density is already winning over gravity. So 1 point to resistance as the force, 0 to gravity. Well, why doesn't it fall up, asks every incredulous globe ever. Well, what sort of resistance does the density of air give? Well, at free fall speed, it offers very little resistance, most of which can be explained solely by the attributes of shape alone, though relative density is definitely a real influencing factor as well. Clearly, the heliocentric web of lies is 100% relying on the unproven belief in the invisible pulling force of mass, for even the most simple definition for their spinning spaceball to be even remotely viable as a scientific belief. The idea that everything of mass is pulled towards the centre is the height of pseudoscientific belief. Unnecessary, unrequired, absolutely extraneous to the reality of the stationary planet Earth we clearly live upon. I'll use some real-world examples momentarily, but to entertain the space-age fantasy today's heliolists swear allegiance to, I challenge my space-brained opponent to find just one example of everyday life experiences taken from space, showing ships or planes from a distance, seeming to appear to operate upside down or sideways on the spinning spaceball, or even any object dropping in a direction apart from the universally observed direction of down. We all know the fanciful excuses used to gloss over the absolute absence of any of Earth's motions. Yet when a skydiver leaps from a moving plane, they very quickly lose the plane's momentum and drop straight down to the awaiting Earth, exhibiting absolutely zero of its alleged actual rotation motion. Yet imagine landing on the back of a speeding train at 100 miles per hour. It's barely moving 1/10 the speed of the Earth's spin, Yet the sudden change in speed would be likely to rip their legs out from beneath them, earning the daredevil a posthumous award into the Darwin Hall of Fame. Even the most simple experiments can dismiss any motion of the Earth, which is just as important a factor of the heliocentric dialect as the equally mythical gravity. We drop a rubber ball onto a moving conveyor belt, the momentum of even a slow-moving belt will impart some momentum onto the bouncy ball, and it will rebound in the direction of the momentum, no matter how tiny the speed. Yet, drop it directly onto the floor, it drops straight down, it bounces straight up. According to our heliocentric faithful followers, the ground isn't just moving eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, but has another velocity on its annual journey around the sun, the equivalent of almost 87 times the speed of sound. So basically, we're told this invisible pulling force of gravity is pulling the ball inwards towards it with such force that the ball falls sideways 2 different directions, one at max speed of 1.35, the other at Mach 87, all in order to create an optical illusion of dropping straight down and bouncing straight up. But a relatively tiny speed of a treadmill, even moving just 1 mile per hour, 1/776th of the speed of sound, and gravity doesn't know to correct for that? Maybe the stationary planar Earth adherent could be forgiven for thinking Earth isn't moving at all, that there's a universal up and down, and without the need to keep everything clinging to the underneath and sides of a ball spinning through space, that the belief in the theory of gravity is totally extraneous to everyday observable physics. I can give multiple examples how relative density is basically the only relevant requirement now that we've analysed and dismissed all that is absurd about previously believed earthly phenomena. Let's take 3 balls identical in size, a lead shot put, a solid rubber ball, and a ball of styrofoam. Taken and released from a high bridge, the rubber and lead ball will hit the water at the exact same moment. The styrofoam has the same air resistance, yet due to the properties of its density, or more correctly, its air content in its physical makeup, it actually possesses some amount of buoyancy in the medium of air. By comparison, an air-filled balloon would waft down even more slowly. But both the solid balls with no air content drop 9.8 meters per second squared in the medium of air, as they both possess the same air resistance. But now, in water, gravity gets selective. Why? It pulls the lead ball down to the solid bed of the water, but leaves the rubber ball floating on the surface. This is a prime example of relative density and buoyancy. While it might be reasonable to say that the word weight can be substituted in many instances where the word gravity is used, even that would be a gross oversimplification. Even though the very word gravity was originally borrowed from the Latin gravis, which literally translates as weight, it's quite simple to prove that relative density also relies upon the attribute of volume. This thoroughly debunks any last notion of an invisible pulling force of mass attracting mass, which I'll put to rest by retrieving the lead ball from the bottom of the river and weighing it. Exactly 5 kilograms, whatever newtons of pulling force Earth's centre is allegedly exerting on it. I hammer and beat and roll it flat, then shape it into a dish. I weigh it again. Still exactly 5 kilograms, same amount of raw mass. But now when I place it in water, it magically floats. What sort of wizardry can debunk the force of gravity so easily? By altering the volume and turning it into a container of air, which also has extra mass and weight, it now floats. Relative density wins again. Another example. I weigh an empty balloon. It weighs 100 grams. It sits flaccidly on the ground. I place a canister of helium on the scale. It weighs 10 kilos. I fill the balloon from the canister until the scale shows it weighs 9 kilograms. So now the balloon, with a knot tied into it, must weigh 1,100 grams, or 1.1 kilograms. Its overall mass has increased by a kilogram, but its overall volume has to at least a cubic meter increase to a cubic meter or more. And we know that the mass of the ceiling cannot possibly contain more gravity than the Earth beneath. The relative density of the volume of the balloon relative to the density of air finally satisfies the globe incessantly asking, why down? Why not up? Gravity is not only an outdated theory for an outdated mythical belief, but we can equally dismiss it as the ancient superstitious explanation for tides. It may have served its purpose very well as the go-to god of the gaps throughout our former, somewhat darker ages. Yet the explanation of how the one mass of only one moon can pull water by virtue of its own mass twice per day has to be on par as ridiculous as a pressurized atmosphere bounded by a vacuum like a helium balloon stuck to the ceiling with no balloon. The global will demand that the moon's gravity will pull the oceans towards it for tide 1, then pull the Earth itself through its own ocean to create tide 2 on the rear side. Not only would this immediately negate tide 1, the 6 times stronger gravity of Earth would be pulling with the moon, thus negating tide 2, no matter how much spin they put on it. Not only was the moon the final nail in the heliocentric coffin when I last met T-Jump negating fictional space, I'll leave it as the final word debunking gravity on the absurd spinning spaceball cult belief.
All right, thank you so much, Iron Horse, and we will go ahead and kick it over to T-Jump for his 10-minute opening statement. T-Jump, the floor is all yours.
Gravity's really easy to prove. All we do is take a container, suck out all the air, make it a vacuum, put an object in it, and for some reason, even though there's nothing in there to cause relative density, it's completely empty, it's a vacuum, it will still fall down. And if you turn the container upside down and put a ball in it, it'll still fall down, which means there has to be some force that isn't relative density that is causing objects to go down and not up, because if we have a vacuum, there's no relative density, but it's still going down for some reason. That disproves relative density, disproves all of flat Earth and shows that there must be some force that pull things through a vacuum, and we're going to call that gravity, and it works. Everything else he said is scientifically wrong. The moon
you just took air out,
in one direction,
making
pull water
the thing more dense than
the water on the other
no
side
air.
will come to fill the giant hole that's placed, and that creates a second wave. There you go. That's where you have double different tides, different times of the day. Because if there's an absence of water, the rest of the water is going to rush to fill the absence. There you go. Two tides, pretty easy. It's not hard to prove that at all. There's also like the Atvos effect. If you are traveling east, you are actually lighter than if you're traveling west because of these effects. So it's not like this is hard stuff. I don't know what Ozzy's
Eli, bro, that dude
he's proven by vacuums and dropping balls
has
in them.
such a weak
Solved.
argument against what Flat Earth Ozzy just.
All right, thank you so much, T-Jump, for your opening statement. And let me just say to everybody in the chat, I want to let you know,
this
especially if it's your first time joining us at Modern Day Debate, that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we want you to feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. And if you have a question or comment for one of tonight's debaters, please fire into the live chat and be sure to tag me at Modern Day Debates. Super chats go to the top of the list. They will get first priority.
If you take the air,
keep it civil, attack the argument.
And that was his argument.
Insults will not.
And you have
all that shit. He said, "Oh, put it in the container,
valuable moderator
take the air out,
to elevate the conversation." So please show them
but that doesn't stop
the respective
density from happening. You still have the thing inside, more dense than the evacuated container's medium.
Gravity.
The fuck.
Oh my god, man! I mean, dude, props to Flat Earth Ozzy. He's been doing this for a while. He's one of the guys that will jump on there on Flat Earth Debates. He hasn't been here. He hasn't been in a lot of the different rooms, but he goes on Flat Earth. He goes on a Modern Day Debate a lot, and bro, it was a really good explanation. Sounded like he was reading the script, which I think he prepared, and all of that, that was really, really well done. So shout out to him. And then this dipshit comes in with like, I'm gonna just put shit in a container and pull the air out and see what happens. Gravity, bitch. What a dipshit.
That's not proof of gravity. That's just another. That's just another baseless assertion. Well, you're begging the question basically, because you're like, things go down. Why do things go down? Okay, well, you take the air out of a container and something goes down. Like we already know, things can go down. Look, voila, it's gravity. No, bitch. Like that's why I like Flat Earth Boxer's questioning of that cosmologist, and he's like, is there any experiment that will show gravity with properties distinct from density? Basically, there's this force, like how do you...
Dude, he pretty much confirmed exactly what he was saying. but he thought he was making a claim that proves gravity, but he actually confirmed exactly what Flat Earth Aussie was saying.
Yeah. I didn't hear this. Well, obviously, because it just happened yesterday.
Well, I didn't hear it either.
It should be
It's the first time I heard it, So, yeah.
Cool. All right.
Do you guys want to continue listening to it?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Flatty. Resume it. I didn't pause it. Flatty.
Our guests are linked in the description below, whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast as well. So please, if you like what you're hearing, please check them out. Click on their links and show them some love. Hit the like button if you like what you're hearing. Subscribe so you can hear more juicy debates in the future. And also in the description, there'll be a link to the after show tonight that I'm going to be putting on. I believe Flat Earth Aussie, Iron Horse is going to be joining me, and I think T-Jump as well for a little bit. And then also... with that, we will kick it into the open discussion for 1 hour. Gentlemen, the floor is all yours. It's your first word.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. I have him muted, I think. My bad. Go ahead.
I just want to quickly mention, before we go any further, that I'm having real trouble hearing this here. Is there any chance you can turn it up on the app that we're doing this through? Because I really struggled to hear T-Jump through that.
I can't control his volume.
Do you have a volume button on your phone?
Yeah, I've got it turned right up, and it's like only half volume or something. So anyway, I'll work with it. I'll just struggle to listen in to whatever sort of responses you have. You started off with saying a vacuum is a proof of gravity, but you've got it all totally backwards, like usual. Is that the fact is that a vacuum is a complete lack of density. So why would a complete lack of density have more resistance to, say, water or mercury or something that has a lot of resistance? Now, we can float an anvil in mercury, we can float a rubber ball in water, but nothing is going to float in a vacuum. So a vacuum is the absolutely worst example you could have possibly used to counteract relative density. It's the complete, total lack of density.
How does density apply a force in one direction or the other?
Well, it's not applying a force. The force is resistance. So if it stops something from dropping, then that's the resistant force. If there's no density, there's no resistance, so it drops.
Right. So density, if relative density is a resistance, then there has to be something else applying a force to cause it to go down to resist against, right?
Well, yeah, if you lifted it up in the first place, if you left it resting on the ground, it's not going to go anywhere. So you pick something up, that's the force. You let it go, the reaction is dropping. If you don't pick it up, it won't react, it won't drop.
So density is a resistance. It stops things from falling. Like if it's on the ground, it's resisting it to stop it from falling. If there was nothing there, it would fall, right? If like the ground disappeared, it would just fall. So there has to be a force
it's very
there.
simple, very basic, very obvious.
Right.
Something
So
we can observe everywhere all the time.
there has to be a force causing it to go down. Why is it going down in the first place?
You didn't listen to a word I just said. There's no force making it go down. There's a lack of a force, nothing resisting it, so that's what it does. When the first observation in anything you do in science is you make the observation first, then you design the argument to support it one way or the next. What do we observe in nature is things drop unless they've got something of density beneath them to resist them. There's no evidence of anything falling sideways towards something due to its mass. It all goes universally straight down. That's physics. First law of it, observation.
Yeah, so if there's zero forces, there is zero movement. So any movement requires a force. So if it's going down, that means there has to be a force causing it to go down. Otherwise, it would do nothing. If there's no forces, it would do nothing. It would just stay there and do nothing. So there has to be a force causing things to go down.
Amen and amen.
Well, actually, there's a force causing things to stop falling, and that is density. Without that, it will just keep dropping, as we've already asserted. You don't need a force to cause it. You need a force to lift it in the first place.
So I can stop this from falling. I've stopped it. It is now stopped. It is no longer falling. But if I let it go, it starts to fall. There's more force that's being added to it.
You were resisting it.
Where does the force coming from? When I let it go, something has to add force to it to make it go down. What is the thing adding force to it to make it go down?
No, you are creating a resistant force with your hand, and you're removing a resistant force. You're
Aussie,
not adding
resistant
another
force
force,
does
you're
nothing. The
removing
resistance
one.
is irrelevant here. I don't care about the resistance. Why does it continue to speed up when I let it go? It goes faster and why does it go faster? If it was, it has to change. It goes from 0 to plus 1 meter per second, 2 meters per second, 3 meters per second. It's speeding up. It's going faster. How is it going faster? What is adding speed to it?
By virtue of its own mass and the lack of resistance of the medium of air. As I said, if you dropped it in water, it's not going to drop that speed, is it? Because the water has more density.
Ozzy, you need a positive number here. Something needs to add a force to it. You can't just say it automatically adds a force to itself. It can't do that because it could add, if it was only itself, then it would go in no direction. So the reason it's going in one direction, not the other direction, there has to be something there to add a force to the thing to make it go in one direction, not the other direction. The thing itself can't do that. The objects within its own mass can never cause it to go down
again
on its own. It can't do that.
how you take away from the absurdity of
every direction.
saying
So
mass
why does it
attracts
go
mass
down, Ozzy?
and
What
talking
force
about
is causing
something
it to
that
go
we
down?
see and arguing about
Is it
how
still
that
going
happens. Arguing about how things are ordered, how things fall, how things rise, how things go this way and that way.
I mean, there's
is a complete, again, you're taking the conversation entirely away from the idea that objects are attracted to each other on some scale because everything because that's what happens. You have a mass, then it's going to attract another mass by virtue of itself. And that's debunked gravity, but it's still the gravity that they
there's a word that he
believe
used,
in.
Elijah, cause. What causes, right? And he said,
Helio.
He did say
Helio. That's the part that I don't care about. That's what I'm saying. This conversation about this I'm seeing is an entire red herring away from the fact that no one can prove that mass attracts mass. So here we are talking about density, something that we know about, and him begging the question. Because then you say, why do things go up? Well, that's also because there's this force that goes down, which is the thing he's trying to prove. And instead of proving it, he's asking why. That's not proof. So the bottom line is, okay, this entire conversation about density and things being falling through a medium, doing whatever, is a total segue away from the person who is supposed to be proving that mass actually attracts mass. It's ridiculous.
It is. It is. Yeah. It's just like it's everything about gravity is begging the question every single time you start the argument. If you think gravity is a thing, you begin with begging the question. Because you're starting with an assumption that is true. How can an assumption be true?
I'm driving now, Helio, so when you're ready, you are to put it back on.
Sure. Well, hey, I mean, if you're listening on Flatty, man, you can put it back on. I don't know how long we can take this nonsense, but we can keep. But I mean, I didn't even know this conversation existed. But modern day debates they put out some weirdness every once in a while. We can listen to a little bit more of it. They're gluttons for punishment over there. That modern day debate. I actually like the channel. They're fair with most of their combos. other words, Flatty, you can go ahead and resume it. Not. Wow. What the fuck is going on here?
Down now?
No,
because it's met a place of resistance.
I don't.
You applied a force to it by lifting it. You applied another force of resistance by holding it, then you remove the resistant force. So physics, because it's a thing of mass, is automatically going to want to drop until it is at a place of resistance. It is not still dropping, is it?
Wrong, Aussie. No. It does not automatically want to drop. Something has to make it want to drop. It doesn't drop automatically, Aussie. There's no force inside of a cup that makes it want to drop, Aussie. It doesn't work that way. Mass doesn't automatically want to drop.
Yes, there is, because if you left it at rest, it would stay at rest. You applied a force to it, and so that when you apply a force, there's an equal and opposite reaction, and that reaction is dropping.
No, Aussie, there's no for there to be an equal and opposite reaction. Aussie, if this is an equal and opposite reaction, me holding this, that means there has to be something going up and something going down. Aussie, what is the thing going down, Aussie? What is the thing I'm resisting against,
is its own weight.
No,
weight,
Aussie,
it's heavier than air.
Its own weight doesn't cause it to go down, because if I put it in a space with no gravity, it'll just sit there. So why is it going down?
It's the relative density. If it was a helium balloon, would it go down? No, because it's not more dense than the air. It would go up.
Electromagnetism is a different
It is such a simple concept that there's no point continuing to argue something if you're going to be that thick about it and you can't get it. Now, try and tell me again about these 3 times because I missed that.
No. So again, helium balloons, the reason they go up is because there is a more dense thing at the bottom. Density can apply force to an object. If there's a more dense thing, that means there are more molecules that pushes it up. And if there's more molecules at the top, it'll push it down. If there are no molecules, density doesn't push anything. So if they're in a vacuum and there's no molecules, and it still goes down, that means there has to be a force to cause it to go down. If there is no force, there is no movement. So if it moves, that means force necessarily. There's no automatic movement. It seems like you're confused about this, and you think that because it moves, it's just automatic. There's nothing causing the movement. It's just magic. The magic of the object causes it to go down.
But you said it yourself. The helium balloon rises. The helium balloon rises because it's less dense than the air, and so it's displacing. The air is displacing the balloon, which causes it to go up. In the case of the object that you're dropping, it is displacing the air, so the air is going up, which creates the illusion of the thing going down, which just happens to go down to a place of resistance.
So why?
And there's no such thing as a vacuum. There's no such thing as a vacuum anyway.
Yes, there is. We can create vacuums all the time. So if we create a vacuum with no particles inside of it and put an object in it, it's not displacing anything. There's no relative density. There is zero density. And why does it still fall?
But we can't create a vacuum. We can create close to a vacuum, but there'll always be some amount of density there.
Good enough. If the molecule's literally not touching the top and the bottom, that's zero density. So zero density, object in it, it falls. Why? Why does it fall? It's not displacing anything. Why does it fall?
Because the object is dense. It's not zero density.
No, it's not.
Something
that's what a vacuum means.
Unable to resist it.
There's no displacement.
It's a near vacuum. You'll never get a total vacuum anyway.
I don't need a total vacuum. I just need enough of a vacuum that it's not displacing anything. We can create vacuums that the particles are so far away that the object isn't displacing anything. So yes, we can create it where there's zero displacement. It's not displacing any particles at all. Still falls. Why does it still fall, Aussie?
Because it has mass. And mass requires resistance.
Mass is not a force. So mass doesn't go down. Mass is is not a force. So why does mass go down? Why does mass
literally
go
what you're
down?
saying gravity is. Because that's where things of mass go. We live in a relative density realm. Everything of mass
you can't
naturally goes down. There's a universal down. It never falls sideways, does it? Not even in your vacuum. Because it always goes down. That is just the first law of observation. Any scientific endeavor is to make the observation first.
You have to answer the question. Why does it go down? Just saying it goes down. Yes, obviously it goes down. Why does it go down?
Because there's nothing dense enough to resist it.
Ozzy, you can't. You have to have a positive number here. So if I say, why does something going at a speed of 7 go at a speed of 7? I can't say because nothing is stopping it. No, you have to say there is initial force.
The opposite though. You're going to assume somebody on the opposite side of the ball is things aren't dropping down there; they're dropping up. Why are they dropping up? Well, because they're going to the center of mass. But that's never been observed. It's never been tested. Never been proven. It's an assumption and a requirement of your spinning spaceball belief that has no evidence. Never been seen.
We're talking about gravity. We don't. The globe doesn't matter to gravity.
We can see that. We can scientifically prove
it. Matter to gravity. Why do things with mass go down? You can't say they automatically go down. That's not an option. You have to say there is something causing it. What is the thing causing it to go down?
Lack of resistance.
That's not a positive number, Asa. You can't say if I ask for what is a positive number, like, there is a hole. What caused the hole, Asa? You can't say because there's no resistance. You have to have a positive force. Basic logic. If you want to have an effect,
a hole in what?
A cause.
A hole in what? What are you talking about? What hole?
This is an analogy,
make a hole, like a shovel or something, but
if there is a thing, a positive event that occurs in reality, you can't say it occurs because nothing stopped it. Something must have caused it because it wasn't always occurring. So if it can't be always occurring, something must have predated it to cause it to occur. So what caused it to occur, Ozzy? It can't have been falling forever, Ozzy. So why does mass fall?
No, that's right. The Newton's law says for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So if you don't perform a force in the first place, like picking it up, then it won't drop. If you pick it up and you leave it somewhere where there's nothing to resist it, it drops. It's really straightforward stuff. You don't need extraneous forces to describe it. It is just the reaction to the initial force that you placed upon it.
Yes, it's an initial force called gravity. That's why it goes down. You don't get an option there. If it goes down, that's a force. If it moves, that's a force. If there's no movement, there's no force. So if you're saying it's moving, you're admitting there's a force. So you lose. If you think it's falling,
yeah, well, that's right. If you throw something up in the air,
no, wrong force, Aussie. If something goes down, if anything is going down at all, if anything is ever being pulled down for any reason, that's a force, Aussie. You lose.
Yo.
Getting terrible reception here. I'm struggling to hear you.
If there is anything going down at all, there must be a force to cause it to go down. It can't go down without a force, Ozzy. Must have force to cause it to go down. No force, no movement. All movement equals force. You don't get to separate the two. You don't get to say it automatically goes down.
That's not true. It's the reaction to a force.
No, Ozzy. If there's no force,
if I punch
no
a hole in the wall, are you going to say that the wall crumpling then is gravity because it made a hole in the wall? You know, like how is that saying that there's an opposite force to something? When I apply a force to something and create a reaction, the reaction is directly a result of the force applied. So if you pick something up, that's the force applied. The reaction is dropping. There's no extra force applied to cause it to drop. Just as there's no extra force to make the hole in the wall if you put enough force from your fist in the first place. It's as simple as that. Whatever force you apply, there'll be an equal and opposite reaction.
I already debunked your nonsense there, Aussie. If an object is moving, that's a force. There has to be a force to cause the movement. So if an object is falling for any reason ever, there is a force causing the falling. Resistance doesn't cause the falling, Aussie.
No, throwing it up in the air in the first place did.
No.
It's just a reaction. It's just a natural reaction to applying a force. If you left it alone in the first place, if you didn't apply a force, it's not going to drop, is it?
Wrong, Aussie. If I throw an object up, I'm applying a force upwards. There has to be something else to cause it to come down. A different force. Another force, Aussie. Basic logic. If you throw an object up, if you apply a force up,
what this is
go down, Aussie.
A wrestling match
why don't you
where
listen then? That force is relative density because the object is more dense than the air, and so it will move through the air and come back down.
I already disproved that, Aussie.
Yeah, he's attempting to basically wrestle him down to accept that he's begging the question. Because he's saying, well, we see things fall. There must be a reason that things fall. I already have this belief in gravity that makes things fall, but it's really, mass being attracted to mass. But that's informing me telling you that this thing that's falling down is mass attracting mass. So he's basically just trying to get him to, and forcefully so, accept his presupposition in the first place. That's not good form. That's definitely not proving mass attracting mass. But here we are having the flat earther have to talk about why things go down instead of them proving their initial assertion.
And it doesn't matter if it's Einsteinian or Newtonian, it's gravity, bitch. I'm on the third rock from the sun. I don't care what you say. We hear all of us live on this earth. T-Jump's retarded. I don't know if you ever heard him talk before, but
yeah, I did. Yeah.
What, Ozzy?
No, I'm talking about T-Jump.
So the universe without walls, being a giant vacuum, how do we have an atmosphere on Earth?
Gravity and electromagnetism, the forces that pull things together. Yes.
So gravity is electromagnetism now, and it pulls on air.
Gravity does.
Neither pull air into spheres or into anything.
I mean, T-Jump is one of the most religious people I've ever.
Well, how come I can get a straw, stick it in a glass of water, put my finger over the top, and lift the straw up out of the water, and the water doesn't fall back down? A tiny little vacuum, closest to the center of gravity, can beat gravity. A tiny little vacuum force.
Because of the strong electromagnetic force.
That's strong enough to pull all the air off of that.
That's because of the strong electromagnetic force. It's 40 orders of magnitude stronger than gravity. This is very easy, basic stuff, Ozzy.
Strong electromagnetic force of my finger.
No, it's the strong electromagnetic force of the universe, which also applies to the particles in your finger.
Wow.
Okay, so if I get a vacuum hose and I start drawing some water out, I can lift it up over the roof of a building. And as long as I put the other end lower than the water source on the other side of the building, that water is going to flow all the way up the hose and come out the other side. That's another example of a vacuum force being way, way stronger than gravity, which has no say in the matter. That water will forcefully flow out until it's all lower than the outer end. How do you explain gravity?
You can jump, Ozzy. Like, it's easier. You can just jump up and down. You can use the strong and weak electromagnetic force to tension your muscles and then go up above, fight gravity. So gravity is 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the strong and weak electromagnetic force. So obviously, you can use those to overcome gravity. That's why rockets work.
Okay, so you can admit then that a very tiny vacuum force is multiple times stronger than gravity, and yet you're saying that tiny little air molecules with virtually zero mass can be miles and miles up in the air, and gravity is still going to override the universal force of a vacuum with its really, really, really weak force as it hurtles millions of miles an hour through the vacuum of space.
No. So dark energy means that the energy vacuum is actually overcoming gravity. It's pushing things further away than gravity. So the opposite of what you said. But yes, gravity can still pull things.
You hear what he said, Elijah? The vacuum energy.
But an air molecule has virtually zero mass. Like, yeah, it's like probably 0.00001 grams of mass, if that, even less. So if gravity is a force of attraction, an electromagnetic attraction to something that's virtually non-existent, then how the heck can we be hurtling through a vacuum of space and still have an atmosphere?
Because vacuums don't apply forces, so vacuums wouldn't push anything away. Like,
or the
vacuums apply zero force to anything.
I don't know if I'm breaking up to you, but you're breaking up a lot to me. I'm struggling to hear what you're saying here.
Vacuums don't apply a force, so traveling through a vacuum wouldn't cause the air molecules to move away. Gravity does apply a force, so it causes things to pull together, and so the non-force of a vacuum would not stop air from being pulled by the actual force of gravity.
But we've just demonstrated how easily a tiny vacuum force can overcome gravity where gravity's strongest.
There is no
say
vacuum
now
force.
that where gravity's weakest, it gets even stronger again than a vacuum, which is massive force, as opposed to the tiny little one of a simple siphon hose.
There's no vacuum force. What vacuum force are you talking about? There is no vacuum force.
In a siphon is a vacuum force. You've removed the air from it, and so you've got the water molecules flowing through a closed pipe or hose, and you can lift it up as much as 8 stories over a building. And the water will flow because water's so strongly wanting to seek its level, and as long as you don't get any air bubbles in that hose, then gravity has no say in the matter. If you take it up too high, I think about 18 stories, the water will even start to boil because water needs pressure. So
it's not a vacuum.
Without the pressure of a natural pressurized environment, your little gravity is weak, it does nothing, and it cannot hold an atmosphere to a ball spinning through a vacuum of space.
Ever heard?
So when you put your finger on a straw and hold up water, the vacuum is doing nothing. There is no vacuum force. It is the air around the straw that is pushing the water. There is no vacuum force. So if space is a vacuum, it applies zero force. There's no force that applies at all. The thing that does apply a force is the particles, the density that you're talking about. That applies a force, but it stops at the vacuum. When there's a vacuum, it stops applying a force. There is no longer applying a force once you get to the vacuum. So it's not a problem that we're in space covered with particles and the particles hold themselves together and are pulled by gravity, because they can only push out where the edge of the particles are. Because when the particles stop and there's vacuum, they can no longer push anything. They're not able to push anymore because they can only push as far as they're touching one another.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm having such poor reception here because you keep breaking up so much. It's almost impossible for me to hear what you're saying here. But
okay,
I think I've demonstrated that a vacuum force of a simple siphon is way, way stronger than gravity. And that's just a very simple vacuum force. It's a very tiny one. So
there's no such
thing. To say that the universal vacuum is weaker than a hose, that's the most insane thing ever.
Again, Aussie, there's no such thing as a vacuum force. There is the force of other particles pushing. So if you create a vacuum on one side of a straw, the vacuum does nothing. The vacuum is not a force. The other particles are pushing the water from the other side. It's not, the vacuum does nothing. So the vacuum doesn't just pull because of vacuum. That's not how it works. That would violate your silly gravity principle of everything falls. If that happened, it would literally prove your own theory wrong if that happened. So the fact that one particle will push another particle because they're bumping into one another stops when there's no more particles. If there's no more particles, they can't keep pushing. It doesn't work that way. That means there's something else. If something is pulling and there's nothing else pushing, that means it's going to come collect into a gigantic ball called Earth.
Okay, well, we can attribute that pushing force, if I'm assuming you finished there, yep. We can attribute that pushing force simply to the mass of its own existence, because we're not hurtling through a vacuum of space. If we say that atmospheric gases have some amount of mass, then they have some amount of weight, which is what gives us, air pressure, then that works totally perfectly fine on a stationary planar Earth with a direct downward force only. And therefore, that air pressure could be pushing on the water of the higher side, even to the point where the water itself is only this high on one side, but it's still going to flow all the way over that 8 stories, if you want, or whatever many stories of building to get to the other side, because that's water seeking its own level. And it's going to do so because of the vacuum force created in the hose. As soon as you get a bubble of air in there, you've lost the vacuum force, and the water won't be seeking its level through that massive hose, through that amount of height, against the force of gravity. So it just proves that a vacuum force is indeed way, way stronger than gravity, and we can have pressure because we're not contained by a vacuum. Like I said, if you've got the helium balloon stuck to the ceiling without the balloon, it makes no sense. But we've got the whole atmosphere stuck to the ceiling of the sky without a balloon. It makes no sense. We can't have it. You can't have a pressurized atmosphere in a vacuum.
So you've debunked your own silly position, Ozzy. So if a vacuum force is a thing, why doesn't the water fall? So like you have a straw and you have like your finger on the straw and there's water in it. Why doesn't it fall? Why doesn't the water fall out of the straw when you hold it up?
We might have to do this another day. I'm not even getting anything from you here, sorry. I live in a pretty poor reception area here with internet, so I'll get my dongle and bring it close.
I turned him up all the way. I turned him up all the way.
Can you hear me all right, Kaz?
I can hear you just fine. I'm going to mute myself and him. Let's see if you can say something, and then he can hear it now.
Well, I don't know if he's back at the TV yet.
See if you can hear you now.
Ozzy, can you hear Kaz all right?
Can you hear me okay?
He's frozen.
Yeah, he is. Frozen as hell. Ladies and gentlemen, just letting you know that we are having some technical difficulties at the moment with Iron Horse, so hopefully he'll be back in a moment. If not, I don't know what we'll do. I guess we'll just read the super chats that are for T-Jump and go from there. In any event, I want to let you know that both of our guests are linked in the description, along with after show if that happens. And also want to let you know that super chats will go to the top of the list. And please tag me at Modern Day Debates. Attack the argument and not the person. Insults will not be read. I don't know what I should do. Maybe I should kick him out and then see if he can come back in. Ozzy, can you hear me? God damn. Leave and come back. I'm going to try to kick him out and see if he can come back in.
I think he's already been kicked out.
Maybe.
But his computer probably just doesn't recognize it. But I think it should be okay to insult James. I think that should be totally okay. Send super chats to me.
Okay, I stopped it. Yeah. Got the gist of that one. We figured out T-Jump doesn't understand what a siphon is. And both of them don't know how to argue this on any of the major points with this. So, but that's interesting. Let me find something else more interesting to listen to. And if you go to the comments on that video, everyone was saying that Flat Earth Ozzy is a total dumbass. He's Flat Earth, and it's just Flat Earth. You know how they rail on us. You know, fuck them, feed them fish heads. That's what, isn't that a saying? Fuck them, feed them fish heads. Fuck them, feed them fish heads. You can't even figure out how to. Almost like T-Jump. They acted like T-Jump was winning the debate. Motherfucker didn't even know how a siphon works. Do what it do. There we go. There's a new Nathan Oakley video. I don't think he'd mind us sharing this one.
So, Wolfie, riddle me this. Do you get a call from ground control? Ground control to Wolfie Clown Show. There is a man observing you from a non-inertial turning reference frame. Please make micro adjustments immediately. Do you get that call, do you, Wolfie, you stupid buffoon? Look like it's drifting. Yeah, ground control to major idiot. You've got to account for a not actual drift you're not experiencing.
What you just heard, Nathan Oakley rip his soul right through his throat, like he said, concisely, to the point. That's the standard. Can you do that?
I do get a closure of the point with Wolfie. So if I scroll down towards the bottom, you'll see. So you agree that aircraft need to make regular small heading corrections to remain precisely on course. Good. Well, he's talking about the observer that sat opposite.
Don't tell me what he's talking about.
Mind
just read. Tell me what he says. I want to hear him say that he makes corrections on account of the Coriolis deflection. That's what I'm looking for.
The aircraft will drift if no corrections are made. We know aircraft need to make constant corrections. So are you talking about the pilot?
That's good enough. No. Contextually, that's good enough for me. Leave it on screen, please. That's good enough. Drift, you say? Drift. What would that be? Coriolis drift. I'm definitely describing Coriolis deflection in this argument between Wolfie 6020 and Sleeping Warrior. It is about Coriolis, correct?
Yeah.
And according to Wolfie's statement, they do have to account for drift in the aircraft, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Wolfie, you complete idiot. You do not understand what Coriolis effect is. Coriolis effect, that would be the drift you detailed in your comment, is an observation from the non-inertial turning reference frame. That would be to say that you see a ball travelling straight appear to drift if you're on a roundabout with a ball thrown over the top of it. Analogous to your aeroplane travelling straight and appearing to drift from the ground as you turn beneath it. That would be the Coriolis drift Earth is claimed to have. Like you standing on the ground and looking at the stars moving because it's claimed you're turning beneath them. So in your example, your plane is drifting from the ground, but not actually drifting in reality. So Wolfie thinks you have to account for drift observed from the ground that isn't really occurring. So Wolfie, riddle me this. Do you get a call from ground control? Ground control to Wolfie Clown Show. There is a man observing you from a non-inertial turning reference frame. Please make micro adjustments immediately. Do you get that call, do you, Wolfie, you stupid buffoon? No, you do not. Why don't you? Because it's not actual drift. Coriolis deflection is the not actual drift observed from the non-inertial turning reference frame. There is no accounting for drift in the projectile, which would be your little aeroplane, wouldn't it, Wolfie? You fundamentally do not understand Coriolis drift, you total moron.
They can say that the plane makes adjustments.
Adjustments would be on your roundabout, if you want to bring it back up, Anthony. The frame of reference being filmed is the turning reference, so everybody on the reference stays the same as the camera position. It's the ball that's moving. Well, the ball that we see from the camera's position seems to curve. But in reality, it's only seeming to curve because your camera position is moving. The ball in reality is moving straight. Now, that is analogous to Wolfie's plane not drifting, moving straight. The only time it seems to drift is if you're observing it from the ground. Now, it's not really drifting, it just looks like it is. So what's he getting his micro adjustments for, exactly? The not actual deflection observed from the ground? You're a thick idiot, Wolfie, and you do not understand Coriolis effect. I'm proud to tell you as a flat earther, to a pilot, no less, you don't understand Coriolis and you're being schooled by me. The drift is not actual. You're not going to be adjusting for a not actual drift observed from the ground, you idiot. You don't understand Coriolis, Wolfie. Thicko.
Optical, baby.
Not actual. Apparent drift. That's what Coriolis is. The ball, in Neil deGrasse Tyson's example, seems to drift through the goal because the goal moved under the ball. Earth's supposed to be turning under stuff. That's what Coriolis is. So Earth is claimed to turn under Wolfie's plane. And what's he going to say? Oh, well, I account for the Coriolis drift. Do you now? Given that it's accounted for from the ground as you observe something that's not drifting, look like it's drifting. Yeah, ground control to major idiot. You've got to account for a not actual drift you're not experiencing. Hello?
Yeah, but see, these are some of the tricks they used to use back in the day.
Well, there's a couple of problems there with what Wolfie's saying. First of all, I have to point out, even though I'll be unpopular, right, with Anthony, he's not actually specifically stating he's making corrections for Coriolis.
The drift.
He's making corrections, but he says he's making corrections for Earth rotation.
He said drift.
Does he say drift? He does.
Yeah, that's why I ripped him a new asshole. Because he said drift. Contextually, that's Coriolis deflection. We all know what drift is. What about drift as we watch the pendulum swing and knock over the dominoes? That's it drifting. Because Earth's claimed to turn underneath it. Not actually moving anything other than back and forth. Just looks like it because you're standing on a rotating platform according to the claim. So according to the claim, the pendulum quote-unquote drifts. Not really, just looks like. Apparent, not really. That's what they're claiming. That's Coriolis. That's drift. Yeah, Wolfie definitely said drift, and then had his ass ripped through his own throat by me, a flat earther, for his total lack of understanding of Coriolis deflection, observed only from a non-inertial reference frame. That would be his drift.
Okay, but the problem is...
Flat Earthers. Hold on a second. Flat Earthers listening out there over the past 5 minutes or so, that is the standard. What you just heard Nathan Oakley rip his asshole right through his throat, like he said, concisely, to the point. That's the standard. Can you do that? That's the question you have to ask yourself. If you can't, you shouldn't be out here.
Correct. But according to a Kumo virus, Nathan doesn't understand Coriolis.
Excellent rebuttal ad hominem fallacy. Also a baseless assertion disproved by the last 5 minutes of statements made by me about non-inertial and inertial reference frames and the observation from a non-inertial reference frame of a not actual deflection in the inertial reference frame. That would be a very concise one-breath rendition of the Coriolis effect, proving beyond all certitude that I absolutely know what I'm talking about.
The 1, 2, 3. Then the 4.
Helio, did you fall asleep? Helio, Helio.
Is he roboting or snoring?
He's having sweet flat earth dreams. Is anyone interested in watching a Flat Earth document that came out a couple days ago? It's called The Next Level.
That sounded interesting.
Sorry, I didn't copy.
It sounds mucho interesante, bro.
Yes.
Is it with ODD and Eric Dubay and the guys?
Eric Dubay is not on this one. But yeah, it's ODD and others. It's Hibbler Productions. Made by them. It came out like 2 days ago.
I saw a trailer a couple of months ago.
Yeah. I got the whole thing downloaded, so I can play it in the cinema downstairs.
I would like to watch.
Yeah, cool. Give me a sec. Try to catch others as well. If you hop down to chill chat, can play it from there. I'm just gonna see if there's others interested in watching it together with us.
All right, bro.
Yep. I'll see you in a bit there.
Oh, are you snoring? That is a yes.
Let's look at the examples here in this slide.
As we look at the left-hand example, we'll see that there are two objects that are very close together. If you look closely, you'll see on the paper the orange squares have a certain amount of finite distance between them. It's very small, but it is there. In this particular camera system, they get imaged up onto the sensor so close together that they actually create one object that is 2 pixels in size. And it's really impossible because there's not enough information there to determine how close they are together, or if it's one object or two or anything else like that. They've actually blended all the way together. This is where we're hitting the limiting resolution of the system.
So my criteria of what is in physics, a very joking remark, is if it once it enters the history book, the high school textbooks, it's there to stay. You know, Newton's theory is there to stay. By the way, Mr. Pickering, Newton's theory, we know is kind of wrong, but it's not going to go away.
It's a mutiny. The captain thinks the world is around, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Good, good.
You see, my crew thinks the Earth is a flat, but we know it's around, right? Yeah, right. Sure, it's round.
Of course it's round.
What town, sir? What town? Why, that's easy. Now, there's the whole flat world as we know it.
I feel like it's the conservatives call it popularly, like, or the movie Matrix call it the red pill moment. I feel like it's a dangerous thought because I feel like I'm taking a step out of a society. Like there's a nice narrative that we've all constructed.
You are.
And I'm taking a step out, and it feels there's this feeling like you're basically drowning. I mean, it's not a good feeling.
It is not. But this gets back to the Heidegger Kierkegaard school of anxiety. You are stepping out.
Yeah.
And you are momentarily shrugging off the culturally constructed psychological accoutrements that allow you to stand up in the morning. And
but so I mean, in that sense, it feels like, I mean, what do you? How do you have that conversation? Because I guess I'm dancing around a set of questions, which is like, I guess I'm disappointed that people are not as willing to step outside, like even any kind of thought experiment.
Yeah.
Let's forget denial of death. Like there's now a community of people. Let's take an easy one that I think is scientifically ridiculous, which is there's a community of people that believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Or actually, even better, that space is fake.
Yeah.
Like what I find surprising is that a lot of people I talk to are not willing to be like, imagine if it is. Like, imagine the Earth is flat. Like, think about it.
Right.
Like, a lot of people just like, no, the Earth is round. They're like scientists too. They're like, yeah, it's well, actually, wait, have you actually like thought about it? Like, imagine like as a thought experiment that like basically step outside the little narrative that we are comfortable with. Now, that one in particular has a really strong evidence and scientific validation, so on. It's a pretty simple thing to show that it at least is not flat. But just the willingness to take a step outside of the stories that bring us comfort has been disappointing, that people are not willing to do that.
Aye, so I wanted to kind of continue with some of our mind your language stuff that we did quite a long time ago. You know, the word level and how these terms are redefined in a mathematical way, which you can call sophistry, right? I mean, whether you go as far as to say it's deceit and stuff is something different. But put it this way, people have redefined those terms, those words, and they're redefining the use of our common language to make it appear to be something else.
Yeah.
And I'm saying appear because that's the word I want to look into.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just say, sorry, mate, just before you go? I mean, that's exactly the point. If people are getting involved in their education and they're understanding these definitions and applying it to the way they're being taught, again, they're not actively lying. They're just not understanding the subtlety of the language, and they're applying it in the right way in regards to what they're being taught. So again, it's just this whole aspect that people would have to be actively lying, and it's not the case. So, people involved in mathematics, they're understanding these definitions, they're agreeing to it, they're practically applying it to their equations and whatever else they're up to, and it's working for them in the language of mathematics. So it's not that they're actively lying in order to apply it to a big deception.
Spot on, man. As I say, I think that's where half the trouble is, that people don't have those skills in words and rhetoric. And grammar and logic. We've talked about this often enough, and that includes mathematicians and physicists. They are not immune to that, to the fact that they haven't had that upbringing either. So that they're just as easily fucked over, let's call it, by these abuse of words and language. I was in the position myself. So the word I want to look at today is the word called apparent. Now you'll see this word cropping up in so many different pieces of text, right? And basically, I'm talking about the words like appear, to disappear, appearance, and apparition. They all kind of, are part of the same root, or the same word, and you have to differentiate very carefully of the meaning of that word in the different contexts in that it's being used.
Yeah.
So there's examples of it being its own opposite, right? There's definitions in mathematics. There's definitions when we're talking descriptively about apparent motion. We're told that it appears to move, right? But it's not the stars and the sun that are moving above us. We are actually moving, right? So in that respect, it's made out to be something deceptive or unclear, right? But there's also the use of the word, for example, when I say it's apparent to everyone, then it means it's absolutely evident and observable to everybody, yeah? And if I look at some of the definitions from Wikipedia, so I've just taken a screenshot, then there's two definitions that they give there. And, when you look at them closely, they would appear to be absolutely contradicting each other, right? So we have the word apparent, meaning clearly visible or understood, and absolutely obvious, evident, plain, manifest, visible, discernible, perceptible. And then at the bottom, we've got it meaning seemingly, superficial, supposed, assumed, declared, pretended, feigned, right? So there's one word that is exactly its own contradictory in terms of its definition, right?
Yeah.
Now, there you go.
No, I was just going to say, apparently, Gav picks his nose and eats it. I've heard that through the grapevine. So that's apparently you pick your nose and eat it, Gav. But what would be apparent would be if Gav was on camera right now actually picking his nose and eating it, and then everybody would be able to see that that's exactly what Gav does. But one is hearsay and utter bullshit, and one is self-evident, apparent.
Yes. Everybody's doing it, picking their nose. No, absolutely. No, I think it's just clear. So there's one word that has two different meanings, right? And here's another from another online website, right? Just to show people that I haven't cherry-picked anything, right? It was increasingly apparent, yeah? Or it means seeming to exist or to be true, right? But now I'm just going to go to the mathematical definition of what apparent actually means. And if you look up something like apparent angle subtended at the eye, then you'll get a whole lot of things around visual angles. And visual angles are then basically what it is when you look at something. So if you look at something and you try to define the separation between two stars in the sky, let's say, yeah, then you will automatically, from the way that you are built and the eye that you have, you will notice a visible separation between the two. And that separation between two objects would be your visual angle. Yeah? Now, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail, but the very fact that the visual angle is meant to be something that is apparent is also something that if you look into these Wikipedia definitions, you'll see that they specifically bring up the point about terminological confusions, right? So in astronomy, the term apparent size refers to the actual angle or the angular diameter, right? But if you look at things like experimental psychology, then apparent is something that is a subjective thing, yeah? So we basically have those different meanings of the one word. Apparent can be obvious. It can also at the same time mean only seemingly or, unclear. And from a purely mathematical definition, what it actually means is the angle subtended at the eye, the visual angle seen by an astronomical instrument or by your own eye. Yeah? That is what the word apparent means. Yeah. And then if you start to look into a whole bunch of different subjects, whether it's astronomy, optics, mechanics, vision, psychology, you'll see that word apparent being used in many different contexts. Yeah. And the word is very ambiguous in a lot of cases. I would contend that it's also nefariously used, deliberately used, right? To bring about these contradictory things or to have this dissonance that comes with people believing things that shouldn't be believing in. So, an example would be the ecliptic, where the sun appears to move with respect to the fixed stars, as seen from the orbiting Earth, the little picture on the right-hand side, or the sun's apparent motion against the background of the fixed stars. Now, looking at that one sentence, you could either think, okay, the sun appears to move, but it's not. It's us that's spinning. That's one interpretation of it, right? That's what they like to tell us, yeah? You can also think, though, that the sun's apparent motion is exactly that, the visual angle measured during the course of a day as the sun goes across your observational visual field, yeah? And that apparent angle is really a mathematical term. That defines also some of the things that I want to get into in a second, namely spherical astronomy. So what I'm trying to point out is that these words, you have to discern very carefully how they're being used and where they're being used and what their actual meaning is. Most people will think, oh yeah, apparently, yeah, it only looks that way that the sun's moving. It's us that's rotating, yeah, or spinning on our axis, or it's us that's going round the sun once a year that is causing the sun to appear to move, yeah? But mathematically, all we're doing is measuring the visual angle of the sun as it moves through the day. And as we all know, and our common senses tell us, we ain't fucking spinning. This place is stationary and fixed. And yes, the stuff is moving above us. How it's doing it, I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate. But what I do know is that the pish they're telling me that I'm spinning is totally nonsense. And these words are being used to confuse me, yeah, or confuse us, yeah. So I'm just going to take away this one and go to this a book called A Manual of Spherical and Practical Astronomy, right? Can you see that still, eh? Right, okay. Now, before people get worried that I'm actually going to go through this 700-page book, I'm not. What I want to show is that by looking at the abstract and the preface and the introduction of these books, you can actually spot the sophistry without being a mathematician, right? And that's what, if I look at a book, then if you don't look at the mathematics in the equations, because where the sophistry is right at the start in the first principles, the axioms, the assumptions of what they're trying to do. And there's some good examples in this that I'd just like to step through. Yeah, it's only a couple of pages, so bear with me. Yeah. So this is a book written in 1863, so quite a long time ago. Yeah, 1963, 150 years ago. Yeah, and by a professor of mathematics and astronomy at Washington University, St. Louis. Right now, this book, if I just look at some of the chapter, let's say the index, it should be coming in a second, which I just want to flip to. Here it is here. So if you guys just have a quick butchers at some of the contents here, right, of spherical astronomy, you'll see it has a lot to do with the celestial sphere. So that's the big dome-like structure that we see when we look out at the night sky. It has to do with the ephemeris, yeah, which is all these big star catalogs, yeah, where people, you know, have catalogued and tabulated the movements of the little luminaries in the sky, yeah, and on the basis of tabulating them over a long period of time, they can make predictions. It's got nothing to do with the mathematics. I'll say it again, just for people. If you look at something close enough and you record it over hundreds of years, then yes, you will be able to predict when something comes again, right? Because it keeps reoccurring. Right? It's a periodic thing. I know when the eclipse is coming, not because I have a mathematical formula that proves it in any way, but because I know from looking at it long enough that it's going to repeat itself. Yeah? That is a star catalogue, right? Clear and simple. Then there's all kinds of tough talk here about the figure and the dimensions of the Earth and the reduction of observations to the center of the Earth. I'm going to come back to that because it's quite an important part. But this book would probably have been used by anybody in the 1850s who was going to sea. When I say sea, I mean ocean, traveling the world's ocean, you know, ruling the 7 seas of Britannia and all that pish, right? To do that, you would have had to had knowledge of spherical astronomy and of trigonometry to be able to find your position on the sea. Right? And you would have done that by astronomical observations. Yeah. And there's a whole bunch of stuff in this book of how to do that. You can see here by the pole star, for example, everybody knows if you measure the altitude of the pole star, then it tells you what your latitude is, right? On a supposed sphere. Yeah. So all these chapters will help people navigate around the world, right? And there's a whole bunch of stuff, right? Finding your longitude by all kinds of ways, finding your place at sea, meridian lines, and this is quite an extensive, you know, dictionary. It's more of a reference work. But if you were seriously looking to navigate around the world across the sea, you would need to have some of these tools here, right? Yeah. Now, I'm just going to skip to basically the first couple of pages because I think this is really important that people understand this, right? So, spherical astronomy, what the fuck is it? Let's just look at this first paragraph. From whatever point of space an observer be supposed to view the heavenly bodies, they will appear to him as if situated upon the surface of a sphere of which his eye is the center. If, without changing his position, he directs his eyes successively to the several bodies, he may learn their relative directions, but cannot determine either their distance from himself or from each other. Yeah. A really important point. Spherical astronomy only has to do with direction, nothing else. It's the position of something when you look at it in a supposed celestial sphere, and you're looking at its position on the sphere. Yeah. Now, I don't believe in the word heavenly bodies. I've got no reason at the moment to assume that they're bodies. I've never been. They can tell me a lot of stuff, but I don't know whether the sun is a body or not. Yeah. What they do in this second paragraph then, though, is and I would agree wholeheartedly with this first paragraph without the word bodies, that yes, that is the way I see things. Yeah. And yes, from a purely geometrical perspective, I cannot tell if something is far away and is really small, really big, or whether it's close to me and really small. If I hold a penny in front of my eye about whatever arm's length away, it will be the same size as the sun in the sky. Yep. So what is it? Is the thing close, or is it far away and really big? It is impossible to tell geometrically. Yep. Yeah? Yep. And that's why that first paragraph, as far as I'm concerned, is correct. The second paragraph, they start to talk then about the position of an observer on the surface of the Earth is constantly changing. Now, this is obviously where I don't agree. In consequence, the diurnal motion, or the rotation of the Earth on its axis. So that's where they're trying to tell us, okay, we are spinning, and that's why the stars appear to move. Now, the only other option to that is, no, we're not fucking spinning, and it is the stars that are moving, This guy's taking the stance that, yes, he's on the surface of the Earth, and because it's spinning and because it's going around the sun, his position is changing, so he's going to see things differently. And he goes on to say that the changes produced by the diurnal motion in the apparent, there's that lovely word again, relative positions or directions of the heavenly bodies are different for observers in different parts of the Earth, and can be subjected to computation only by introducing the elements of the observer's position, such as latitude and longitude. So that's where, mathematics would have us believe that we're on a sphere, we're on the surface, and we can pinpoint our position on that sphere through two coordinates, namely latitude and longitude. And I'll get to that in a second as well, because it's quite interesting the way it's shown in this book. Let me just go through the paragraph, though. But the changes resulting from the annual motion of the Earth, as well as from the proper motions of the celestial bodies, may be separately considered. Very important phrase, because you can separate the geometry of position from the geometry of motion and time, which is exactly what they've done. Mathematics concerns itself nowadays with the geometry, and physics concerns itself with motion. And because these two things have been separated, physicists don't necessarily know geometry. You probably won't find a physicist alive today who would understand this book, or be able to really go through the theory of what the mathematicians meant. I may be generalizing. There probably are a few physicists, but you get my point. Because they've separately considered these things, and the directions of all the known celestial bodies as they would be seen from the center of the Earth, again, very important, from the center of the Earth at any given time, may be computed according to the laws which have been found to govern the motion of these bodies from data furnished by a long series of observations. Exactly what I was saying a second ago, because you tabulate things over a long period of time, then that's where the data's coming from, that people show what these motions of these bodies or of these luminaries are. I'd rather refer to them as luminaries, I think. So that it's got nothing to do with the mathematics behind it. Where this is coming from is tabulation of looking at things for a long time. And here's a very clear separation. The complete investigation of these changes belongs to physical astronomy, and that's where they would consider distance and magnitudes as well as the direction. But spherical astronomy treats specially of the directions of the heavenly bodies. And in this branch, therefore, these bodies are at any given instant regarded as situated upon the surface of a sphere of an indefinite radius described about an assumed center, right? So there's a very clear separation of the geometry of spherical astronomy, which is talking about spheres, position on spheres, and physical astronomy, where they're trying to tell us what the actual distance and the magnitude and how big these things are, So very clear separation. And you've heard me saying this before, and I don't want to, I will labor the point because it's important, is that a sphere is not the same as a ball. A mathematical sphere is a two-dimensional geometry that is not the same as a three-dimensional physical ball. Spherical geometry is done nothing else other than redefine straight lines to be great circles on a curve, right? Curved segments. And a redefinition of what parallel means, but it is still a two-dimensional geometry, and you can go from planar geometry to spherical geometry with the swap of these two definitions, and nothing else will change. Your equations will stay the same. You can transform between one and the other without losing any data or integrity. Spherical geometry is the same as planar geometry. So, and I just want to stop there and labor that point a little bit, because I see people still confusing this issue, saying, oh, but we navigated the world. That's only possible if the mathematics was correct and it really is a ball.
Yeah.
No, it's correct because the mathematics of a sphere are two-dimensional mathematics, yeah? And not because it means that we're on some three-dimensional ball floating in a vacuum, right? And anybody who wants to deny that, I urge them, just look at a few of the books, go back in time, pull these things up. You can even look in Wikipedia. They've got a very clear differentiation between what's a two-sphere and what's a three-ball. The fact that you can navigate around the world has everything to do with spherical mathematics. That's an absolute given, but it doesn't mean we're on a ball, right? Yeah. And any mathematician will confirm what I'm saying, right? So all the globe people out there who still believe that mathematics is proof, you really want to go away and have another look at it, yeah? So I just want to, there's just one paragraph and a footnote that I want to go through, and then I'll relieve you guys from this murder of mathematics. But I just want to make sure that people understand what a spherical coordinate is. So the direction of a point, so any point in our physical space, right, can maybe expressed by the angles which a line drawn to it from the center of the sphere, or point of observation makes with certain fixed lines of reference. Now, this is a really sneaky bit coming up now, but since such angles are directly measured by arcs on the surface of the sphere, the simplest method is to assign the position in which the point appears when projected upon the surface of the sphere. Now, I don't know whether this is complicated, so I've got a little video that I hope will help.
Yep.
Which is something I did here quite a while ago in a program called GeoGebra. I'm just going to scale it back. So I want people to understand what it means. There's a sphere. There's 0 is the center of that sphere. And I've drawn a spherical triangle on here with A, B, and C, right? So 3 arbitrary points. Now, if I look at exactly those points, you can see that if I cut that sphere with a plane, then that plane goes through the arc segment BC, right?
Yeah.
And if I do this with some of the other ones, that one, I have now drawn a plane going through the center of the sphere that is cutting through the points O, A, and C. And the arc segment CA is now part of that circle that is being left behind by those planes. So I'm just going to move this video forward a little bit so that it can become a little bit clearer. I'm going to put the circles on there. So these are the great circles that you can see. And I can change some of the coordinates on that sphere. For example, I can move A or I can move B up and down, yeah? And you can see that the measure, this arc, the arc BC and the arc CA down at the bottom are actually exactly the same as the angles that are being subtended at the center of this origin, right? Yeah. So that whatever, if I make those angles bigger, it really is the same geometry as this spherical wedge, right?
Yeah.
And that's where the trickery comes in. So if this was a real object, like an axe, let's say, an axe head, then the angles subtended at the point O by each one of those lines, OB or OA or OC. Any of the angles in between them can also be measured by the arc lengths of the great circle segments. Yeah?
Yeah.
So that's the connection between the two-dimensional spherical mass and the three-dimensional ball mass. The angle that I measure at the center of that sphere, if it was a real planar angle by a wedge, something that looks like an axe head, it's exactly the same as if I measure the lengths of these arcs on the sphere. And that's why it was so useful at navigation, right? Because what you were seeing can then be measured basically using spherical geometry, and all the problems that you had in navigation were basically reduced to solving this triangle. If you knew one angle, then you could get the other side, so you could find out what the length was, or if you knew three lengths, you could get the angles. So basically, if you're navigating anywhere, then what you're doing is trying to solve a spherical triangle. And the sneaky bit is that this spherical triangle is measured using arc lengths of a sphere, but it's the same geometry that you would have on a 3-ball if you were measuring from the center of the sphere.
Yeah.
Now, I hope that's clear, and maybe people might want to revisit this afterwards and mull through what I'm trying to say. I know it might be, I don't know, too quick and a lot to take in at one point, but just to go back to what this piece of text said. So we're drawing a line from the center of a sphere or a point of observation, and we were using certain fixed lines of reference, and then came this sentence, but since such angles are directly measured by arcs on the surface of the sphere, the simplest method is to assign the position when projected upon the surface of the sphere. And that's exactly what I've shown there. I've basically shown that the angles at the center, right, from the lines drawn at the center, are actually measurable by the arcs on the surface of the sphere. So that's the 3-ball, in this case, from the center of a ball, if you like, looking out, is basically the same geometry as a 2-dimensional sphere where I'm using the arc lengths on the surface of the sphere. I just want to go through this last paragraph and then we're pretty much done. But so every single projection, so you hear a lot about this all the time, astrolabes that were used for navigation. There's all kinds of different quadrants. Everything that people have used is based on this idea of projecting from a sphere. And there's only really two ways to do this. You have basically what's called a primitive circle, and you have what are called secondaries. And basically that's what we would normally call the equator, for example. And secondaries would be these longitudinal lines, yeah, that you can see when you're looking at the globe model. So basically you have two spherical coordinates, with one is the distance of the point from the primitive circle, and the other one's the distance intercepted on the primitive between the secondary and some other one. And you have to assume what is the origin of the coordinates. I'm just going to draw I'm just going to show another little picture here. So just to make this clear to people. Here is, if you like, these two coordinates. So one coordinate is the length of this arc, which we would call altitude, up to where we can see a visible star. And the other one is from some reference point like north, where we say, okay, I turn to the right, let's say 45 degrees, and then I tilt my head backwards another 45 degrees, and that's where I'll find that star in that position. So this would be an example of a coordinate system based on that principle which was just shown. If I go back to it again, the principle is always the same. You suppose that you have some primitive circle, and then you refer to that circle by finding out where the secondary circles pass through it. Now, in physics, you can do all kinds of different coordinates. The one I just showed was the one called the altitude and the azimuth. And this is where I find it very interesting, this next. In this system, the primitive circle is the horizon, which is that great circle of the sphere whose plane touches the surface of the Earth at the observer. And there's a little asterisk here, which I'm going to go into. But what's interesting is this: the plane of the horizon may be conceived as that which sensibly coincides with the surface of a fluid at rest. Now, basically what they're saying there is that if you look at the big wide world of oceans and seas and large standing bodies of water, then yes, that can be conceived as your horizon if you look out towards it, i.e. water is fucking level, right? It's planar, yeah? And if you're standing looking at it, then it will in fact match your horizon. But one of the things that's really sneaky here, and I really want to point this out, even so that mathematicians can also see this. This little star here, where they're talking here about the circle of the sphere whose plane touches the surface of the Earth, I'm just going to go to this little asterisk at the bottom, and I'll just make this a little bit bigger. Oh, that's too big. So, in this definition of the horizon, we consider the plane tangent to the Earth's surface as sensibly coinciding with a parallel plane passed through the center.
Yeah.
Now, basically what they're saying is that if we consider the radius of the celestial sphere to be infinite, so really, really far away, in galaxies far, 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 far away, then the radius of the Earth can be taken to be 0. Right?
Right.
So they're basically doing away with the whole idea of the radius of the Earth from the center point to the surface can be completely ignored in this definition of the horizon, right? Which is very convenient for them, of course, right? Because that way they can use the same projection of the sphere from the center of the eye to be able to use their sophistry. Yeah. And it's very similar to the same fallacy we see everywhere else, Del, that, you know, that they assume light rays to be so far away that they're parallel when they come in. They're basically using the same trick here in mathematics to redefine where the horizon is and to completely ignore the theoretical radius of the Earth. Yeah. They're basically saying we can forget it because it's so small as compared to how far away the celestial sphere is that we don't need to worry about it anymore. Yeah. In general, any number of parallel planes at a finite distance may be regarded as marking out upon the infinite sphere the same great circle. So it doesn't matter whether I'm using a plane on the surface, like a tangent plane on the surface, or a plane cutting through the center, or any other plane in between. They're basically saying that they can all be considered as one and the same thing, right? Yep. Because we're in spherical geometry, we're only looking at direction. So that is, all parallel lines or planes must be regarded as intersecting the surface of the sphere in the same point or the same great circle. Because everything's so far away, they're all going to meet at the same point. Yeah? And again, the fallacy is believing that everything is so far away. Right? It's the same fallacy we see again and again. The point of the surface of the sphere in which a number of parallel lines are conceived to meet is called the vanishing point. Oh, what a coincidence. Yeah. That perspective and vanishing points is so deeply ingrained in the terminology of spherical astronomy, right? Yeah. And the point of the surface is conceived to meet the vanishing point, and in like manner, the great circle in which a number of parallel planes are conceived to meet may be called the vanishing circle. So if I was to go back to thinking of the hula hoop that I have round my eyes when I'm looking at something, right? I can rotate 360 degrees. I can see a flat horizon. If I rotate on my, do an about turn, so to speak, then that is what they're referring to as the vanishing circle. And the vanishing point, they're basically doing away with the radius of the Earth so that they can use the celestial sphere, which is two-dimensional spherical geometry, to navigate around the world based on tabulated positions of stars. Yeah. And it's very, for me, this is very telling. You see perspective involved in here. You can see how they're confusing the definition of what horizon and what these terms, these coordinates are, and you can transfer between the two. And that's all that they're doing when they're doing this, how should I say, mathematical sophistry and telling people it has to be a sphere because we've navigated the world back and forth, right? And I just want to make clear that if you look very carefully at the words being used, don't even go into the mathematics. So don't bother about all the stuff that comes. Just look at what their assumptions are and question them. That's what I'm trying to make people aware of.
Excellent.
So I hope that wasn't too long-winded, my man.
I'm still, same as everybody else, so the majority watching this, mate, I've still got a lot to learn in regards to this. So again, it's invaluable to me, that you've got that knowledge and you can share it. I'm starting to piece wee bits together with it. So, questions I would have, when they're saying this, you can do away with this. If you're trying to navigate and you have to negate the radius of the sphere, so again, you're just assuming level, you're just assuming a plane. But what I'm kind of getting for that, does that then suggest, because I've heard this said a number of times, that, or does it, I'm asking you, does it point, or am I missing the point altogether? Does it point to the possibility that what we see as the stars and the luminaries are different to each subject depending on where you are? Like, they're somehow aligned with your specific position, and it moves relative to where you are. I don't know if I'm way off the mark with that. I don't know if it's even pointing towards that, but do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do understand what you mean. So, what they try and tell us is that by looking at the stars, we can locate exactly where we are on this supposed sphere that we're living on, right? Yeah. That's what they're trying to tell us, right? So by looking at the stars, by cataloging, by making those observations, we can basically make one field observation, which we measure with our physical, instruments, and we find the separation. And then we can go away and look at a catalog of tabulated catalogs. And if we know the instant at which something is being measured, i.e. if we know the time it's being measured, then we can use the two of those things, the field observation and the star catalog, and to bring it together and to pinpoint our position on a supposed sphere. That's one way of looking at everything. The other way of looking at it is what we've said, multiple times. If I walk around something, then I'm going to see things at different positions all the time. If I'm in Scotland, I'm going to see different stars than I will if I'm in Spain, right? Yeah. Just because of the very fact that, yes, I am in a different position, but because of the way things appear to me, right? And again, we're back to the angle that I'm measuring. It doesn't mean that the thing's curved, right? I could be on a flat plane looking at certain things, and I am basically seeing those things because of the way my eyes work and because of the position I'm in. The situation of my eye relative to these things is the other way of looking at it, and you're on a flat plane. So there's no reason. So they'll always jump to this, okay, it'll show you, we can use these measurements to show you where you are on a ball, if you're upside down or on the top. But the other way to look at it is you're on a flat plane, and just because I'm going away from you, then things will fall in your visual field, and I will appear to be lower than I was when I'm getting closer, right? So I think that's the question you were trying to ask, whether it has a certain meaning, or did I misunderstand what you were asking me?
No, you gave me a bit more clarity there. I was just kind of waffling, trying to make sense of it. Again, it's not easy for me to grasp this. I've never had a background in any of this stuff. So, as I say, I just understood the language in an overview kind of sense, but the expertise level, I've not got a clue. So, I'm learning the same as the majority, mate,
Well, I think that's what I'm trying to say, that, if you look at the introduction, the preface, the table of contents, the assumptions that are generally at the beginning of any book, then I think that's the most important thing that people need to discern, to dismantle, or to desuffocate, right? This deception, because You won't find the mistakes in the mathematics afterwards. That's where, hundreds of mathematicians will have pored over these equations and would have found any mistake in them. But where they don't pore over, what they don't look at closely enough, is the assumptions that are being made. Here we can see in this book, we're basically making the same assumption that we make all the time, that stuff is so far away that the radius of the Earth can be ignored. And it's the same fallacy as light rays are parallel because we know the sun is 1 billion miles away. And then use that, for example, that Eratosthenes, right? The measuring of the stick. It's the same fallacy in geodesy. It's the same fallacy being used in astronomy. And those things all come back to the same mathematical sophistry at the end of the day, which is what I'm trying to point out. And I'd love a mathematician to come along, or even somebody who believes in the globe, who thinks he understands mathematics, to come along and discuss it. Let's rebut this stuff. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where, these assumptions are correct to be making. Yeah, because you can't make those assumptions, Del. Yeah, that's you already believing in the vacuum of space, and that you're making a base assumption. So it's circular reasoning, right? You can't say that mathematics reflects reality properly, because they're making assumptions that are not observable and not directly within our direct experience. Yeah.
Spot on, right? Even just looking at some of the diagrams that they use, you always see that it's a planar surface and measuring angles. I spoke to us about the other day, the whole the Masonic compass and square, and what that actually is representing. The squares for Earth and the compass is for, just as you pointed out, thank you, pinpoint the location and astronomical movements. Am I right? Is that right?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
So, even just in a simple term, looking at the diagrams and how these things work, it's assuming a plane, and then you're measuring the angle from your position to where these things are.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can see it all the time, and there's lots of documents and books and manuals about whether it's how to fly, where they're assuming that it's a plane level surface, and there's this interchangeability between heliocentrism and geocentrism, which physicists agree you cannot tell the difference, right? Both of these things are equally, how should I say, equally true, if you like, because there's no way to be able to tell the difference from a mathematical standpoint. Yes, from a physical standpoint, we can sit here quite clearly and say, I ain't fucking spinning, right? And I know I'm not spinning because I trust my senses. But from a mathematical perspective, you couldn't tell the difference between looking at it one way or looking at it the other way, right? But mathematics proves nothing. And I don't weary in trying to make sure that people understand that. I see one guy, and I'll mention him specifically, Wolfie6020. He's got a little video competition. He's trying to do a search and rescue mission, and he's basically challenging flat earthers to come up with a flat Earth map that would allow them to find somebody at sea, right? Along the lines of, the flat earthers don't have a map. The globe map, or the globe sphere, we can pinpoint people at sea and rescue them. So again, we must be right. It's a ball, right? But if people understand what I'm trying to say, I can switch between his spherical version and the planar version with a very simple transformation. It's not even difficult. There's a couple of sines and cosines in there, right, that look scary, but there's actually no difference. So whatever spherical solution he finds to this challenge, right, and somebody says, this is my map, I'll just say, take this mathematical transformation, change it into planar coordinates, and hey, that's my flat Earth map. And you know what? It'll find the person exactly the same as he can, because the mathematics is no fucking different, So, I'm pointing to that guy's channel because he tried it a year ago, putting out this red herring of trying to get people to make a flat Earth map, whereas the reality of the situation is you don't need to redo the mathematics. It's already there. I've said this before. What they use to prove their spherical globe bullshit, we can use exactly the same mathematics if we slightly redefine the terms and the axioms, and they work just as well for us too, right? So there is no dichotomy. Yeah?
Which is probably where they originated in the first place, and the spherical nonsense came later. Because they keep invoking this fallacy that all these ancients and people back then, assumed a globe. Well, that's a fallacy in itself. If I look at the instrumentations and the methods they used, they weren't assuming a globe. So whatever's happened along the road, they've twisted the planar understanding and how things were applied, and then twisted the mathematics to suit their concept or idea of a sphere.
That's exactly what they've done. Yep, exactly what they've done. They remodel it now. Even this whole geodetic, sciences, where they're trying to get us to believe that it's all, being measured by satellites in space. All they're really doing there is also just reworking data and observations they had, making a model, and now they're trying to get us to believe that model, right? Yeah. But it's got nothing to do with that. It's just mathematical sophistry and tabulated observations and real planar surveying where markers were put in the ground and things were measured properly. Even that whole science is using the same fallacy to try and deceive us that there's something up there that's actually measuring stuff. It's bull crap. Absolute bullshit. I can see it so clearly, right? I just wish I could sort of beam it into everybody's head, immediately, how the mathematics has been duped, and it, I don't know what to say.
I'm trying. I wish
you bring it simpler and simpler. I know it's maybe not trivial, but
no, well, it is. It's just because it's your line of expertise, and I wish you could just beam it right into my skull. But I'm going to do my best to keep pushing and try and understand it as much as I can to whatever level I can get to, And I think it's important for other people to try and understand it as well. But I appreciate that there's people like you there that are willing to share their knowledge and tear apart these things, mate. It's invaluable. People like me, to be honest with you.
Well, as I say, I don't think it's difficult as long as people don't get too lost or too afraid of the mathematics. Just look at the text, the assumptions that they're making, and you can pull a lot of these books. So I've got at least 50 of those books, right? They used to write them, because it was such an important thing back in them days, 150 years ago. The libraries are flooded with those books, right? How to do spherical, how to use the instruments properly, to navigate. And they've all got the same underlying flaws in their assumptions and in their conceptions. And again, I'm not saying the mathematician has done it to deceive us. I'm just saying that he's basically redefining terms and words, right? Yeah. He believes them to be true, maybe because he had that education. And what we need to do is reclaim those words and look at them very closely and say, no, hold on. You can't just ignore something like that, or you can't just make that assumption, or you can't just redefine that word to suit your own purpose, right? Yeah. You have to look at these things, the real first principles of them, and that's where the fallacies lie. And that's where I think the discernment and the empowerment will come. Doesn't have to be mathematics, but in all these different, levels of discernment that we're trying to bring, yeah?
Yeah. So it was interesting, just listening to looking at the word in there when they were, saying, the projector assume the stars to be on the outside edge of a sphere, which, if I play into my whole, hypothesizing, the possibilities that we are actually encased in a sphere would be, even more.
It will work just as well.
So I've said that to people before. Well, people talk about this in a conspiratorial type arena. Everything they tell you is reverse, right? So let's look at the heliocentric model then. The stars and these luminaries are infinitely far out in the vacuum of space. We're on the outside of a sphere, and everything's calculated to the centre. So you could reverse that and say, okay, well, the stars and these things are fixed on the outside shell of a sphere. We're on the plane within it. And at any moment given time, that's us. We're at the centre of that sphere. And that's where we're measuring for. So,
that was basically the old model. The Ptolemaic system was basically a geocentric one that believed in those kind of shells, yeah? Yep. And that, that's the way things moved around, that is basically a geocentric view of the world, and it worked for thousands of years, right? Everybody thought that was just fine, yeah? So, yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying is the mathematics is a descriptive language that you can make your terms and definitions, as we've seen in this document. And depending on those terms and definitions, that also drives what your conclusions and the interpretation of your conclusions. So, yes, we could make a descriptive mathematics cell that would show exactly the mathematics would be fine, and it would be, perfectly consistent within itself. And we could then claim just as easily, yes, the mathematics proves it's a flat Earth. What I'm trying to say is mathematics cannot be used as a proof for either of them. That's where we come back to physical substances, direct experience, common sense, and those things, which would be the next topic, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What happened? Sounded like Neil deGrasse right there. What it is? I don't know. Next question. Gravity. Gravity. That's when a bunch of women get in a one-day sale. They're all gravity. Okay, if it's like this and you people that never speak are in there, you're going to have to start speaking. Right, Indio? Chow Yun Kat? Band member? Am I even coming in?
I'm just looking over the other material. I'm still trying to decide. Thanks.
All right, very good. Yeah, keep looking. There's a lot of information. When you find something that piques your interest, like on a particular topic, perhaps that we have in the additional information, go ahead and ask a question. Maybe I'm sure you'll have some, but take your time.
We're hearing you.
Thanks.
Yeah, this takes a while. Arwen, I good to hear you. I can barely hear you, Arwen.
Oh, okay. How
You're
about now?
super low. Hold on, let me turn my main volume up. Should be okay. Try it again.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, that's very good. Now I got to turn it down. Greetings. Okay.
Today's a bit of a lazy Sunday for some reason. Everybody's all taking their time with everything.
Sunday is like that a lot on here. Saturday too. And weekdays are really slow in the morning for me about this time.
Right. Well, for me, that's not typical for Sundays, but it is today, and everybody in my chat was all getting all not saying anything for 4 minutes straight.
Wow. Is it late evening there for you?
No, it's early afternoon, or well, almost evening.
Oh, almost evening or early or late afternoon. Okay, cool, man. Yeah. Kind of got an idea. Yeah. Interesting. You live in a very flat area. There's lots of water. You're low elevations, right? Yeah.
I'm in the Netherlands, and everything is pretty much flat here. So.
Right. Yeah, I talked to Roger a lot about that. Do you guys know each other?
No, outside of the internet, we haven't met.
Oh, okay. I'm just interested because it's a fairly small country. Anyway.
Well, I don't really go around a lot.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I was fortunate this morning. I got up and I looked out my south-facing window. I live 8 stories up, and I got a chance to see this beautiful half moon right in my view.
Cool.
For a few minutes. Amazing that in the morning the sun's coming up. That sun is low to the horizon. That moon was up there, and the half moon is shining like the, what do they call that line between the light and the dark? I know there's a name for it, but anyway, like if you were to take that lit part of the moon, it was shining like straight out at 90 degrees, but the sun is just coming up on the horizon, which is, I don't know. I'm always harping on that point, the angles of the phases. And we know that's not caused by the sun anyway.
Well, if you all project the apparent sphere of the heavens, the demi-sphere that we see, into a flat plane, and it makes perfect sense, and all the angles line up perfectly, but we see it in a spherical fashion. Somebody actually demonstrated that to me, like in their own projection. Like it was at a place all about planets and all that. And they showed it like, hey, yeah, you're projecting that flat. Now it lines up, but just when you look at it like a 3D thing, then it gets all weird.
Yeah. Well, it's like that discussion that Dell was having. I'm not sure who the other gentleman is. BTIC. I'm not familiar with him. Or maybe I do, just don't know what those initials. But anyway, yeah, they've taken this, the way we see the sky. Let me know if, because I think you've been in this maybe longer than I have and may know more about it, Arwen.
Probably.
So they've taken this, the way we see the sky, and they projected it onto the earth, and that's how they made their ball. Is that pretty much correct, what they've done?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
Well, they take away, it's like a lot of the anchor point claims for the model rest on, okay, look at the star now, assume this, and then we can get going. Right?
Yeah, it's always assumed this first. Right? Anchored in the star, but assumed this first. Right. I got you, man.
And the mapping does also work like that.
Yeah, it does.
Right? Ironically, there's two ways to warp things. You can either like warp the Earth underneath the apparent sphere that you see, right? Imaginary wise.
Right.
And have the ball Earth, or you could do what the cartographers have done, and that is unwarp the apparent sphere of the heavens into a parallel flat plane.
Yes,
perfectly for coordination.
And it actually has worked for centuries before this helio thing was taught in schools. So like what I was thinking about sitting at my kitchen table here this morning drinking my coffee is I would think that the people that are engineers and surveyors that are actually doing things in a plane are like working with reality, working with physical things like canals, roads, whatever, anything, laying undersea cables. But people doing engineering that deals with Earth exactly as it is, I would think they would be outraged. But I guess I have to take a step back because they just believe it too. Like, even though they're doing everything planar, they still have this idea in their mind that that's just locally here, but everything on a larger scale that no one can get to, by the way.
They don't like build the bridge between the local level and the largest scale. They don't actually build that bridge. They leave it kind of mysterious. It's like, oh yeah, we don't really know, but
just hang in there. Just do it because you believe it. Yeah, that's why it does it, because
but they don't connect the belief to the practical direct.
Yeah, the practical. I think that drives them nuts. That we just go, look at Earth. Have Earth. Earth is what's giving us this idea. It's flat earthers didn't just
stop imagining things when you think. Know. Right? Look at it.
Yeah. So they're pissed because it's so simple, and all we're doing is look at reality. Right. And I don't think they like that because they're all up in their heads with this idea.
They're dreaming.
Yeah. Dream world.
I used to do it a lot.
Yeah, I think we all did. I did too, quite a bit. Big daydreamer.
I still kind of do it, but I used to be fully suspended into it. Could make myself believe crazy things and then really believe it. Really
that's
stand
true.
behind it.
That's true. I was talking about that about myself yesterday, as far as that I probably believe some really wacky stuff. Yeah, we were all susceptible. We all went through this process. Like, that's the thing, though. Like, flat earthers didn't just all of a sudden hatch out of the ground, and make all this stuff up. Well, maybe we do. Okay.
Yeah, out of nowhere, it just happens. It's like everybody's like, "Oh, this worked great," and then you have this person that's just like, "Something weird here. It feels
Something going
off.
on.
Like, what's going on?" And then they suddenly stumble into something like this, and it just pops out of the ground, out of nowhere, in a group.
Yeah, we have someone in the chat named Lucifer is Lord God. I don't know if you want to unmute them. Here we go. Hey, Lucifer is Lord God. How so? No, never mind. Hey,
I thought this was a flat earth server, Sonny.
Oh, gee whiz. No wonder he was muted. That's our friend P Drinker. Anyway, yeah, we're not unmuting him.
Wow, you got some real interesting customers.
Yes, we do.
Anyway, I'll be back in a minute.
No problem. Maybe I'll play song. Get the morning started. No one's really speaking up here. Wait a minute. Super spinning monkey ball. Oh, you're a silver FE. Right on, man. How you doing?
Hey, not bad. You okay?
Good. I don't think we've spoken. Nice to hear you.
Yeah, I've spoken to you before, but I don't speak very often. I'm usually just a listener.
All right. No problem. Calling all Indios. Is Indio there? I wonder if the Glovers have Indio popping up in their heads and their dreams. That must be frightening.
What?
This ninja Indio comes sneaking up. Earth's flat.
But it is kind of annoying. So.
What part?
Well, I don't really like the idea of just disrupting people's dreams like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't. Indio's
They
not
have to
doing
be
it on
curious. They have to actually have a natural longing to understand something more. You can't just steamroll that onto somebody, especially when they don't expect it. Can
That's
be
true.
very traumatic.
That is
I
true.
experienced it as very traumatic as a kid. Right?
Yeah. Me too.
So don't just attack somebody with that,
Yeah.
Always realize, like, yeah, that shit makes impact, especially if you're really fresh and you're not even
I know.
aware that there is this challenge of the mind out there, right? If you don't know that, dude, it makes so much impact, can give you nightmares.
Yeah, and sometimes we are a bit rough,
Right.
with
Well,
this.
we get to deal with trolls, and yeah, you harden up, right? You got to
Yeah,
realize
that's
that
true.
out there in the world, when you actually face people, it's not like that. Doesn't
Yeah,
work like that.
that's true. And if we start
There's no
treating every
internet barrier in between, right? The internet barrier is also a safety net for your feelings to a certain degree. That's why everybody gets rougher. But
Yeah.
in the real world, it doesn't work like that. If you do that in the real world, you get smacked in the face.
Well, natural
Or
laws,
reported by the police or something.
the natural physical laws start taking effect. Exactly.
Right. So I never start talking about flat Earth. It's
In real
usually
life,
people that
in
are
real life
curious
or on
that
here?
pull it out of me.
In real life, and like out in the real world or on here?
No, in the real world. In here, it's a flat Earth. We got a flat Earth stamp. It's a flat Earth Discord, right?
Yes, yes.
And my show, Flat Earth Early Bird, is also. It's like, yeah, that's flat Earth. It's right there in the title. It's like the first word. So
I know. I have a Flat Earth channel too, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. It's been stuffed away in a dark, dusty corner. I'm surprised they allowed me. Thank you, Masters, for allowing me to keep my Flat Earth channel. Gee whiz. I'm ever so grateful.
right. Well, mine's kind of stuffed into a corner too, technically, even though I have a daily show. I do it every day on camera.
Well, you're doing something like that every day. I'm not going out
Over
doing
1,000
live.
shows.
I've been kind of lazy with the channel. Like, I didn't even think it would go anywhere. I never thought it would ever be monetized. It probably never will be, because like in 5 years, I only have 500 subscribers. 5 years. Now,
But if
but
you
to be honest,
constantly think that, though, you will actually manifest that with these things, right?
I guess that's possible.
I barely have subscribers right now. What is it? Let me check. But it's slowly growing. It's always slowly growing. It's now at
you're doing something. You're doing something
2.24K.
consistent. You're doing something
Yes.
regularly, like consistently. That's
But
why.
I get like maybe 10 subscribers a month at best. It's
Yeah,
so slow. But it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm very well known. I'm always building. I'm
sorry
really
about that.
connecting to people.
There was a TV miniseries.
Sorry about that.
But it's about what do you, how serious are you going to take it, right? If you think like, it's never going to go anywhere, then that's what you're creating, right? If it really is important to you for some reason, or you make it important to you, then you can project out the struggle that you're going to have building it up.
Well, I've done a lot better
You will
since.
learn.
Yeah, I've done a lot better since I've been on here in the Discord, because I promote it. You know, I say, go look at mine. I have a lot of really great videos. A lot of them have been taken down, and my channel
Is it
still has.
pre-recorded, or do you do it live?
No, I used to do some like bicycle flat smacking when I first started, but they're very rough. And but some of them are good, like where I stop and I talk to people back in 2017 when I first. So I'd be riding my bike by the park, and I would come up and say, "Hey, have you heard this news?" And I would start talking like that.
But you're recorded. It's pre-recorded, right?
Yeah, some of that I recorded, but most of them are just mirrored videos. Some I did my own videos, like on the vestibular system. I did a series on Gutenberg, a couple of my own on some old world buildings in my city. So I posted it in the live stream here.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's a typical channel. I mean, I know a whole bunch of people that have those types of channels, and it's all about the networking, and it's all about how much you just care at what's going on. Will you make another video about it, right?
Yeah, I did some original videos about like back in 2017 when the eclipse was happening. Here, you know, there was a lot of talk about the eclipse back then, and so I did one on how shadow works. You know how shadows. Here, I'll post that. These are the ones I did myself.
Right. The holographic shadows, right? Amazing.
Just simple, like actually with the light, and here you'll see it if you can see the live stream.
Oh, physical close by demonstration, right?
Yeah.
I thought you meant the actual eclipse shadows. Have you ever
No,
seen
and then someone said, "Oh, you have to do it outside." Well, I did it outside. It did the same thing. The shadow never was smaller than the object making the shadow ever.
I get that. That's one thing, of course, but what I meant is you were talking about eclipse shadows. Have you ever seen that? Like an eclipse happening and then the shadows that it actually casts, like leaves and shit. Every shadow is exactly eclipse.
That's right. That's right. Like
that's holographic proof. It's a proof that every beam of light, however it's happening, all has that visual as a signature within it. Freaking amazing.
Yes, actually, when I was a kid, my father was into stuff like that. So he showed us how during a solar eclipse how to make a pinhole in a paper and then hold another paper, and you could see a small version of the eclipse, and we were all doing it. So we all had our little own version of the eclipse on separate pieces of paper. Yeah, interesting
Yeah,
stuff.
I used to love that
Amazing.
kind of shit as a kid.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we thought we were so smart. Like, well, I thought it was so. Well, I don't know. We thought we were smart because we knew all these different things about the supposed solar system. You know, like how long it takes light to travel.
Right.
You know, like how far the
It's all
distances
separate.
are. Like
It's compartmentalized
little.
knowledge, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's
On one side, you
compartmentalized.
got the TV and the imagery and the nice talkery, right? We know they explain it
Yes.
well. We remember the best versions of it. And then you have the real world experience that you actually remember looking through your own
That's
eyes.
the
at
part.
things.
That's the part that.
And
Yeah, I don't.
that's the real knowledge.
The
And it doesn't
it's
really connect up
disjointed.
there, though.
How did it get disjointed? Is my question. Like, so we know
It
we
just
have this experience.
coexists. It's like social relations, right? One time you go to the sport club, then you go to like your football friends or whatever, drinking beer. It's a totally different world. You
Yeah.
remember it separately, and thus people do that, especially when
Yeah.
they're young. They don't necessarily connect the different experiences. They just sit through the experience and see, is this what I like? And then they
Mhm.
will just keep doing that. They don't
Yeah,
really
you're
connect it
right.
up. They don't all unify it into one singular purpose or something. A lot of
No,
the
you're
time,
right.
they
It's
just
just
do it.
moving parallel. One's in the imagination. One is the actual physicality of reality.
Right, but that's why it's also very important for us to avoid Mandela-like effects, which are psychological, in my opinion, to very much figure out your memories, right? When you look back, how do you remember something that you're looking back at? Do you remember it from looking through your eyes and you will be zoning in back in how you were, perhaps even a little bit? It would be
Yeah.
like a reenactment. Or is it happening in this void space that you conjure in your mind, your micro created universe, right? You have
Yes.
to distinguish between the two. You really have to feel it out like this is different, that is different. And
This
then
makes so much sense
always
to me.
keep it separate, and then you can use both. You can be creative with the inner
Yes.
imagination, and you can be anchored to the physical reality and logos, actual
I like
logos
that.
and truth with the earthly.
Yeah, I really relate to what you just said there because especially being a very imaginative, very creative, like hyper creative, hypersensitive type person, you know? Like I lived in my head quite a bit. It's still hard for me to stay out of my head. It's a
Yeah.
constant challenge
Why
for me.
would you want to move out? We have so much more control up there.
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta come out of your castle sometimes, or
Right.
you're the shit.
That's why personally I force myself to have that I can kind of like train myself to be outside and doing something that's in the moment. Mostly I cycle all the time. That's my thing. That's my favorite. I get on that bike and I'm in a moment, and I love that because I can just stay there in the moment and it keeps me active. And it's like, to me, it's like a playing. It's like I'm
I
playing.
totally get it. I
Yeah.
have it sort of too. I don't really go out sport
Yeah.
biking, but I go out on a bike getting groceries,
Right.
and every single second of it is an experience.
It
And it
is.
doesn't really decrease to me because there's
Mhm.
many people around me, and like things, like everything changes over time, like
Does.
after a long time, right? If you don't want to keep, if you don't really want to know, you don't want to keep track, then everything is just in the moment and you don't really see how it's changing. But if you really care on a longer term and you compare things to like 40 years ago and you think in that skill, then suddenly everything is like precious temporary
Mhm.
data that's going to be part of the memory that you'll have in the future, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you'll always be thinking back like, oh man, if I only knew a little bit further back then. So why not anticipate on that foreknowledge that you will have that and try to find a constructive way to communicate things to yourself in the future when you don't yet understand it, but you do understand how it will be understood at some point.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah, that's what I do. I learned it very, very young. And it really helps with just memory cohesion. Because every time I really think back to certain things, I really feel like what it was back then, including the annoying parts. So it doesn't wear off. It doesn't burn out. It's not shaved down to something that my ego could tolerate, like a lot of people do with their memories. I don't do that. I let it burn me every time. And because my ego is always changing, right? Always finding some kind of opposition point, I just don't let it, actually tear me down. I let it confront me. I don't let it tear me down anymore.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. We're not supposed to be like all fully enveloped in this emotional thing from the past. Like we're supposed to have it reviewed, like it's supposed to come up in our viewfinder again. And we're supposed to feel the pain from it again. This pang, this pain we feel from perhaps our past behavior.
Right, powerlessness. Right.
Yeah, exactly. All
Big
that.
factor
Yeah.
for me, powerlessness. Like if you have a very fine sensory and you're like running naturally on a high speed, hyperactivism you could call it, but with efficiency, but you have no content, you have no wisdom, you have no plans. Everything is like overpowering and you see like, oh my God, there's all this stuff happening out there. I understand, but I can't find myself there. I don't know how to connect to it. It's powerlessness all the time. And like I could see how people were going to end up destroying themselves after years.
That's a very good word.
And a lot of that actually all came true.
Yeah, I know what you mean by powerlessness.
They
See,
have.
it's okay. Like things are different when us humans, whatever we are, they call it that word, but who we are. I lost my train of thought. Gee whiz, that quick. It'll come back.
You're talking about the general people, or you're talking about hyperactive-minded people?
I don't know. I was going off on like kind of a side tangent, but it's okay. It'll come back. If it's come back.
You were going on red herring, but then you got red herringed in your attack.
By myself.
Yes.
A red herring to myself. Oh, shoot. Oh yeah, so part of it was that like we have to feel the pain of things we did in the past. It's partly so we don't keep repeating those things, because I believe there's a part of us that's going like, okay, now stay on the straight and narrow path, like the best you can. Do the best you can today, Sonny. Like don't stray off into whatever it is, negativity or these bad feelings about yourself or others or whatever, or the situation.
But you have to understand them, though.
Yeah, you do, and they do have to come back. They do have to come back because
you could tell a kid like, "Don't do this, don't do that." They'll want to obey you, but they need to understand it, and they need to understand why.
Yes,
and it's very difficult to communicate something that a person has not touched upon really.
Right,
it's really difficult. They will be tempted. I was tempted about a lot of things.
Weren't we all?
And it was because I was afraid not to understand that I didn't do it. But with a lot of things.
Like personally, I just wanted to know about everything, and then
I didn't even want to know. I was scared to not know.
Yeah, there's
I
something.
don't understand it in the future because I was too weak, right?
Yeah. kind
I
of
wasn't
goes along.
expecting to understand any of it. I just needed to be able to have these grinding, deep, conflicting things and touching upon people in very off frequencies to understand how it all happens so that I would gain control
The
afterward.
bigger picture. You're one of those. You're like talking. We're like talking to the same spirit.
I know. I recognize it.
It's very interesting. No, the one thing I was going to say about children, children can know that if they do something wrong, let's say, we'll just use that word, something that they're not supposed to do, they'll get punished. But it's different if the child knows why they're not supposed to do the thing they're not supposed to do. If they know why, because there's consequences to it, then like it's hard to just do something and not know why you're doing it. You don't understand the consequences, so you don't understand the impact of why or why not to do these things. So that's the difference. There's a difference between just doing what's right because you're told it's right and knowing it's right because you suffer the consequences of doing something wrong. Different things. Yeah.
Yep.
I was going to be cleaning the car, right?
You're very muffled, but I want to ask, like, where are you from, by the way? United States?
Oh, you're talking to me then? Sorry, I didn't realize it was hot
The
mic.
other guy, sorry.
Yeah, Sonny. Yeah, I'm in California. I'm from the U.S. Yeah.
Ah, okay, California, right.
I was born in Illinois. Grew up for part of my life until I was a teen in Missouri, and now I live in Southern California for about 48 years. I've been on the West Coast.
Wow. All right. Yeah. Oh, you have a pretty young voice.
Yeah. I'm a senior. I can't believe it.
You sound like one. You sound like you could be in your 40s or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good to you.
I hear that a lot.
It's good to have a bit of youth naturally in your voice. It helps.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was just asking because, like, you're probably not watching my show because I start.
I've seen some. You know what? I'll go on and watch some of it. I will.
Okay, but watching some of it like afterward is different from actually being there live. But I start very early for you.
I see.
Probably be like 5 o'clock or something.
Well, I'll go check it out and see when you're there.
I'll post a link.
Oh, please, thanks. I think I have you subscribe. I think I've subscribed to you already, but Man, there's so many channels.
Right. Anyway. My show today was a bit slow, but yesterday's show was amazing.
So it's like going to be like super early in the morning for me.
Yeah. But I do get people from the United States live on my show, but it's like it's called Early Bird. I really call it Early Bird for the United States because I know there are some people that like to get up really early. Typically people that like gardening and farming and all that.
Yeah, like Jen over in Japan gets up at like 3 a.m. every morning.
Wow.
And starts doing laundry and then goes and works
That's
out
not in
for
the
like
morning. That's at night.
in 4 hours. He works out for 4 or 5 hours.
Wow.
Then he starts his day, apparently.
Yeah, that's fanatical. Cool.
my body just don't get up that early anymore. Like I can actually, I have very restless sleep anyway. So I'll tell you what, like I'm usually up in the morning sometime 2-3 times during the night. Like in the morning, I get cramps almost every morning. I have to get up and move, and
I
it's
don't like being up early because
I get up because I have to.
I always feel terrible if I get up in the morning.
Too early, yes, too early.
After
Yeah.
11 o'clock, it sounds terrible. I had like a 27-hour rhythm for like 2 years straight. Very
And-
consistently. My system like really grabbed hold of that. It would work like a clock. Very surreal.
Well, it does change if you just have like if you like I've had periods of time where I've had no schedule. Like nothing I really have to do other than just take care of my basic needs, you know? And so things change when you have like yeah, I have to create my own. That was the hard part because I wasn't very disciplined for a very long time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have lived a disciplined life. Like I used to live in a sailboat. I was in the Navy, you know,
Right.
stuff like that. I've been
You
married.
have tasks, right? So you're gonna.
Yeah, but like when I'm by myself, I just like I only need what I need. So the whole thing kind of my whole viewpoint of or perspective of like my pattern of everything, it changes. It's
Oh, the
interesting.
frequency changes, right?
Yeah, yeah,
You gotta take that into account, right?
yeah.
Those are luxury problems.
They are. They really are. I'm
It's
so
luxury,
fortunate.
right?
Like,
We
yeah,
strive towards
I
a
know.
situation what we envision as bliss, but when we actually get that,
Hmm.
that's when the corruption sets in. That's when you suddenly get weird ego influences, weird obsessions.
This is too quiet. I need to move things around. I need to shake something up, like to cause some.
That could happen, yes. There's all kinds of ways that can manifest, but you got to just realize that. Like, to me, I have a weird way of seeing things like that, just very counterintuitive for a lot of people. But I see like the victory is the defeat, right? Don't let victory defeat you is like a very important reminder for me. And it's like very fractal, it's very deep, right?
Well, I think it gets us
It's not
to
just it's not just like, oh, it's about the journey, not the end goal. Well, it's not just that. It's the end goal is probably going to like be almost like a punishment. And I've even experienced this just practically, like when I play video games. When the video game's like really reaching a crescendo, it's like when it's over, it always sucks. I never like that. But I love it when the game really gets going in the middle and early part, right? But eventually everything you become all powerful or whatever, and it just always sucks. Every time, every game I've ever played.
leaves you wanting something more, or something wasn't enough.
Right, but exactly, and that's what happens. So if you know that's what happens, why don't we anticipate with that pre-understanding of the cycle? It's what I do, right? Gotta be very careful not to just have a singular goal and then reach an end winning place, because that's when chaos starts to unfold. That's when you actually lose control.
Yeah, I kind of agree with. Yeah, I understand what you're saying to the extent where like I had to learn these really hard lessons because of, like you said, the ego, you know, and so then more or less now, like a lot of times what I'm doing is I'm trying to contemplate or understand what lesson or what I'm supposed to be learning this day, you know, because it's definitely different every day. And it's enough different that I like that. There's enough variation that I can improve in a lot of different areas, you know? So I kind of like that. Like I have a different, Actually, I've gotten so much more hope for life since Flat Earth. I really have. Like, it instantly gave me this, like, something I really was lacking, I think. You know, like, I had this connection with nature and so forth, but this
No spiritual.
whole world view, connected my spirituality that I already experienced in my life, and
But it's
continue
because
to.
you know
Mhm.
why that is? It's because flat Earth is such a head-on confrontation in its nature with just straight in your face lies that are very omnipresent. That's
Yes,
the
it's
thing
true.
that does that. It basically forces you almost like in a priesthood position where you become much more connected on the spiritual level just because you're
Yeah.
dealing with that.
Yeah, and we learn who we are much more along these years, you know, that since these discoveries. And it's not just flat earth, it's all of them that were all along the way of the things we were looking at to try
Right.
to discover what is really going on, because we did feel something was not right our whole lives. I think that may be a common
Flat
thread.
Earth is the most egregious one. It really reveals
Yes.
how utterly influenceable humanity really is. It really shows
Yes.
like the raw manipulation potential.
Yeah, and how
And that's
deep
very
and how,
scary. It's
and how
very scary
deeply
because
and
we're it.
yeah, and how deeply it affects like all of us, including ourselves. So we've experienced it ourselves, and we know that kind of the depth of this type of control. Yeah, it's quite disturbing. It takes like we have to go through a grieving process.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 months of sleepless nights.
More than that, man.
That's a
Freaking
clip
years.
video.
Almost like ODD, never sleep again.
There's a Mind in a Box song about that, actually. From like 2010. It's amazing. I think I could put it in the Discord.
Yeah, I have my little flat here, and I have like everything going on. Like part of it's my kitchen. I'm a naturalist, so I go out into the field. I get plants, and I make my own tinctures. Actually, I'm going to start doing that, tinctures and extracts. And I've done that for quite a few years with cannabis, like in coconut oil. I've gotten really pretty good at that. And so, like, I make my own medicine. I do a lot of my own food I get from nature. So fresh greens and things like that. I don't buy greens from the grocery store anymore. I get them out in the wild.
Sonny, what were you saying you do about your teeth?
What's that?
Cleaning your teeth. What did you say you do?
With tea?
Can you say teeth? Your teeth.
My teeth. Oh, you put pure organic coconut oil. You swish it around in your teeth for several minutes. Maybe start with like 5 minutes once a week, and then you can.
Because I use fluoride free toothpaste. But what you're saying about the brushing can be quite bad for your teeth. Yeah.
I can't brush them anymore, man. I'll brush my teeth like every couple of days, and that's it. Because I'm scraping away all the protection on my teeth. And when I did that, I have broken teeth, so I had this broken tooth. I still have it. I'm not in any pain anymore because I had to go to the hospital. I was in so much pain after brushing my teeth, and I touched it too hard or something, and it exposed the nerve. So now I just kind of leave that alone until I get it worked on next week on Wednesday. But I had to wait all this time, and the tooth's been deteriorated for like 6 months. I had no pain until recently, after 6 months. fortunate there. One thing I was going to say, hold on a second.
What? What are you gonna say?
One thing I was going to say is that if I had known I was going to live this long, I would have took better care of myself.
Well, don't underestimate the dynamics of your health when you're still young, right?
Right.
Bluster is there for a reason. You just gotta get there in time to stop doing that, or it's gonna
Exactly. Now I'm just trying to get longevity. I'm trying to live as long as I can and the highest quality of health that I can. And, like I had a couple of setbacks and I experienced extreme pain, extreme illness, and I start going like, wow, I could ruin the good health I have just by making a couple of bad decisions. Like, I got to really be I got to be very careful. I got to be responsible. That's the whole thing. Once I know that I need to be responsible for my life, if I'm laxed on that account, I could die. Literally, I could die.
Yeah. Well, you mostly got to realize when you're most at risk of like losing grip on your decision making.
Yeah, that's true.
That specifically. Right?
It's always
when will you lose control? How do you know? How do you know the signs?
Yeah.
If you just pay attention to that, then you can be a little bit loose, right? Can be loose, you can be this, can be that, but as long as you're in control of the balance of it, if you just focus on that, like you can do pretty much anything you need.
That's true. I agree. And I have quite a bit of freedom, and I pretty much do anything I want to do and go anywhere I want to go. Now, like, I don't want to go to like buildings, other people's houses. No, I'm talking about going out and like, my life is really a lot about being in nature. It's just like I'm alone out there a lot. I don't mind it. Like, I go to places where I don't see anybody for the whole day, or maybe see a person just briefly walking on a trail somewhere. Like don't see anybody for hours and hours and hours, and I just sit there and I enjoy nature. Like I have to spend at least 2 hours doing that every single day.
That's great, man. That's very therapeutical, right?
Go out in the sun, feel that sun,
Yeah.
Even lay there. Like I put my little tarp and my towel down and I lay there in the sun. And I actually fell asleep for a couple minutes yesterday. And I'm not afraid at all now. Like at first I was, because I saw some pretty big sized coyote in the park there now, but they know I'm here. They know I'm there. Because I'm there all the time.
Chewing on your foot while you're sleeping. I get it.
Yeah, I don't think they'll come around that close to me. They're very wary of humans, but I was surprised to see them in the daytime last summer.
I think a lot of the animals are in nature even are getting more used to humanity.
I think so. Rabbits come around, a bunch of squirrels come around, like
They're
the
getting
rabbit.
less shy. It's like they're getting the message that a lot of people are trying to actually improve the relations. You have to remember that like even 50 years ago, animal abuse wasn't even like necessarily looked down upon.
Right, that's true.
And they get the message, right? Because I am very certain that animals have actual spiritual intelligence.
I
They
think
don't
so
do a
too.
lot with it physically, other than
Right.
just
exist.
subconsciously communicate with each other in their hierarchy, right? They have their
Exactly.
own family struggles, just like humans, on the same level with the same
Yeah.
emotions. But
Uh,
they're actually spiritually very wise and smart.
well, you
They
can kind of
just
see that.
know, like, we're just this animal. This is what we do. That's all. They don't get burdened by some weird illusion shit.
That's true.
But
That's
they're
true.
basically just as smart and wise in ways.
Spiritually, I think so, because they come over and like this rabbit came over and he looks at me. He's like very inquisitive, just sitting there very, very still, and I'm sitting there very still. And I say like, "Hi there, bunny," and I guess I moved a little too quick, and he was gone. But at that moment when we had eye contact, and I see this little being that's going with his eyes, "Who are you? Like, I don't remember seeing you here before, but okay."
Yeah, it's amazing.
I wonder if they're probably wondering, I wonder if you got any food. But of course, they probably don't need anything
Well,
extra.
probably is wondering, like, what kind of human are you? Like, what
Yeah.
do you do as a human? They know humans do things.
Right, they
They're
do.
probably trying to differentiate what type of human are you based on what you do.
Yeah, and they see me sitting there on the ground at the same level they are. They're probably going, "Why is this human here on my level? Just relaxing," or whatever the human's doing. That's a curious conversation. Like, you wonder what they think of us, literally. Especially now in the springtime. Like, there's hummingbirds flying around, there's all these insects, there's lots of life everywhere. It's bursting forth.
I think the animals just see us as another type of animal
Yeah.
that builds shit, like
Mhm.
termites.
Yeah, build stuff.
But they probably like, I'm fairly certain that the birds here on the roof just see me as like this really big raven. Because
Or
they're
some other, yeah, like,
size, right?
yeah, because you would think they would have to use their own perspective as far as like what they're looking at. You wonder what the reasoning skills are. That's a very interesting
Well, they're very
topic as
social.
well.
Like, their social intelligence is pretty high. They don't have
Yep.
delusions to basically distract them in that. Make things go
Yeah, they're not sitting there. They're not sitting there planning the demise of other tribes of squirrels somewhere around the corner on the other hill. They're not sitting there thinking how they can make warfare against their fellow squirrels.
Right. Well, there is derangement among animals too, but it's very rare that occurs.
Yeah.
Where they do
And-
get like really traumatized and then get like aggressively obsessed and shit.
Hmm.
It does happen, but it's very rare.
Yeah.
Much more rare than with humans.
Well, they seem to have this neighborhood type thing. Like, I've seen squirrels eating food, and then this another squirrel came by and just like ripped right by and stole that food and ran off. And he just wham, just like knocked the other squirrel down and stole his food and ran off. Like, boom. A drive-by. Dang. That was like a strong arm robbery by squirrels.
Yeah, squirrels can be cheeky bastards. But they're so quick, so they can.
Yeah, I'm always trying to. I'd hate to run one over. I've had some close calls because they'll go out, they'll run across, and they see the bike coming or something, and then they reverse their track like to where they're going right under my tire. Just like that quick, just boom, in a millisecond, they're like changed direction. Like, they would have been going fine, but they got scared and reversed direction, and then they're headed back the wrong way, back towards the bike instead of away from it. I've had to like swerve out of the way of these things.
Well,
We have this.
they're easily hypnotized, right? They are very nervous in nature.
Yeah.
They're super quick, but they're nervous, and it's definitely their weakness.
Skittish, yeah.
Yeah.
Then there's like we have a zoo over here, so some of these huge big birds. Now I don't know if these birds might be native to here. I don't know, but I think it's like a blue heron. This thing is about 4.5 feet tall. It's the kind that has big webbed feet. Now this thing's on land. I see it in the park all the time. And I've watched one of those. They have big long beaks, big sharp long beaks. And I've seen them throw their head at the hole of a squirrel as a baby squirrel and snatching baby squirrels right in their beak.
Yeah.
Now this is a bird. This is a waterfowl.
Yeah, but they'll eat rodents too.
Yeah, this is a waterfowl. This is a big water bird, you know, like where its legs, this knee bends the opposite way from like what you think. Yeah. Their leg comes up front ways instead of back. Strange looking, like these things. If these things look prehistoric when you see them, it's a really large bird.
You have a picture of it?
Let me see if I can find one. It's either like a cormorant or a blue herring. No. What's that? I looked it up before. Yeah, looks like this. Here we go. Looks something like this one. Put it in the live stream. Yeah, looks just like that.
That's like a stalk. Yeah, what do you call that?
It's a great blue heron.
Heron, that's the one. Yeah.
Great blue.
In Dutch, it's called a reiger. But it's a heron. Yeah.
So I guess this probably is from around here.
Yeah, they'll eat rodents. Like yeah.
They're opportunist.
Yep. Fish, frogs, rodents, big insects, whatever.
Yeah, but that's a gnarly weapon they have when they like what I've seen. That neck, the way it's S curve, they throw their entire head. Like they aim their head and their beak, and they throw their entire head.
I've seen that. I saw that literally like a week ago when I went out walking. I saw one actually like moving its neck, almost like you see a cat moving right before they strike. Like poof.
Like look at that neck.
And they got the fish. Amazing. Lightning fast.
Yeah. Quite a weapon. I wouldn't want them coming after me with that beak. That they could really do some damage. And they don't look afraid of humans. This thing does not look afraid. Like it will fly off if you get too close, but it doesn't really look that afraid of you.
Well, a lot of big birds aren't really that afraid of humans. Like ostriches aren't afraid of humans, really.
Even ducks and geese, they'll attack humans.
Yeah, geese don't give a shit.
Is that a bird dog? A bird dog. That'd be pretty scary. If you had a big old bird like that with a dog's head. It's a good thing those kind of things don't exist, huh?
What the fuck? That's a turkey dog or something.
Just subscribe to your channel and click the bell, so should get your updates. I'll go on and check it out. I've heard you quite a bit, actually, in the past few years. Sometimes on QE's show. By tomorrow, it's supposed to be in the mid-80s Fahrenheit. Crazy heat all of a sudden. Oh, they changed the forecast down to 80. Okay, so 79 today, 80 tomorrow. Lovely, lovely pair of black swans there. Welcome to Flat Earth. Actually, the black swan is a double black swan because when you see the islands in the back, that's a black swan too. Did you fix your guitar, Flatty?
Yeah, man. I bought some new pots, those CTS pots, and I restrung it. Sounds good.
Right on.
Yeah. Cost me about 20 quid, so about $15 to do it all, so not too bad.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, sounds right as well.
You wired it up and you soldered it yourself, eh?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I'm like that too. Yeah. I do all my own stuff. Have for years.
Yeah. Yeah, I just learned how to do it myself, like trial and error.
Yeah. Because see now, like people don't understand how lucky they are as far as that kind of thing. Instructions on how to do that stuff is just it's like pretty much everywhere. But when I was growing up, I had to do it from like magazine articles. That's all there was.
Yeah, me too. The first time I tried it, right. Guitar Weekly or whatever.
Back in the 80s, yeah. Do you remember back that far in the 80s, the guitar for the practicing musician magazines and all that stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was 11 in '88, and I remember getting my first electric guitar then.
In '88, yeah.
Yeah. I had acoustics and like a Spanish style acoustic before that, and things like nylon string and stuff. And
yeah.
And I had some terrible Tanglewood fucking electric guitar, which is probably all right now, but back then I didn't like it because I knew it was cheap.
Yeah, my brother found a Tesco Del Rey guitar. I forgot to ask where he got it, but I think he got it really cheap somewhere. Like a thrift store, maybe.
Yeah, I remember my friend having a Squier guitar, and back then I was thinking it was shit because it was like Fender's not so good make.
Cheap model,
then, yeah, but realizing now that the Squiers back then were real good quality.
Yeah, my body is from a Squier, a 50-year anniversary of the Stratocaster Squier Strat, 1996, 50-year anniversary edition.
Nice.
So I replaced the neck and did all the electronics, but the body itself, yeah, which I had destroyed, then rebuilt the cavity myself because it had done. Had to rebuild the area where the nut is because see I tried to put a Floyd Rose on the guitar and I ruined the guitar.
Was it too much pressure with the Floyd Rose spring? Or?
No, the body was too thin.
Oh, okay.
Like, which I didn't realize the Squier, it's a thin line body. It's thinner than the regular Strat. And it's made of this like press board, which is not very good for anchoring things into it like that, unless you have like the standard like Strat bridge, which I have now, which is screwed into a solid piece of pine.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
That's all glued into the inside of the cavity. Had to rebuild that whole thing. So it was pretty fun job. I used to do entire fret jobs. Like I did a fret job on I have a Dan Electro copy, it has 31 frets from the 80s.
Nice.
I've had it for 40 years. It's freaking incredible.
I love those guitars. The real surf style looking.
This one's the Longhorn. It looks like the Dan Electro Longhorn, but it's a 6-string. Like you've seen a lot of those Dan Electro Longhorns with there's a bass. You see bass guitars from the 60s.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Not too many six strings. I think it was some band from the 80s. The guitar player was playing one just like that, but I think it was an original Dan Electro Longhorn. So mine's a copy. Yeah, so with the Strat, I learned how to like do fret leveling. I made my own tool to do the fret leveling. What do I use? I have it's a 24-inch level, actually, is what it is. So I just sanded the level to get it perfectly as flat as possible. Then I put a double-sided adhesive tape and emery cloth on it. It's perfect.
I've only ever like filed the edges of the frets,
Right.
Nothing more than that, really.
Yeah, it's very tedious, especially when you're polishing the frets. You have to mask the entire fretboard or you'll scratch the hell out of it. And mine is a polyurethane finish, so I don't want to scratch that. So it was tedious doing the fret.
Yeah, that can scratch that polyurethane finish is nice. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Flatty.
Sounds like flatter day. Flat nasty.
It's another flatter day. Monday, Tuesday, flatter day. Thursday, Friday, flatter day. Is Sunny on here too? Oh, he muted it. Check this out, Flatty.
What's that, man?
Okay, so this chorus is gonna go. I guess it's gonna go. The devil, 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 devil. He's clever with words. He's clever with words. But level, 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 level. It never meant curve. It never meant curve. Girl, your Gluteus Maximus, I cannot trust. The shit can't be adjusted. Girl, your booty looks fabulous. I have to touch. You have me lusting. The devil, 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 devil. He's clever with words. He's clever with words. But level, 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 level. It never means curve. It never means curve. You just give me a good chorus.
That's good, man. Have you recorded that yet, or you just written them down?
Huh?
Have you recorded that yet?
No, I'm hopefully I could do it today. This fool who has a recording studios like completely flipped a switch on me in the last couple of months because he has like some girlfriend now that hates flat earthers. So she says she doesn't, but she gets all agitated, you know what I mean?
She all agitated.
And I don't know when to keep my mouth shut sometimes, you know what I mean?
She's so agitated about her Earth not rotating.
I know. She says it doesn't make any difference. Like, okay, fine then. Just ignore me. Act like I'm not here then. Mm-hmm.
Don't get agitated. Earth never rotated.
Right?
Or I've been circumnavigated.
All right, check it out. Check it out. So I'll spit one verse for you if you want, dog. All right. It goes, hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or fact? All my tampons in the house, where my period's at? Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Got rear-ended in this freaking fender bender. It was bad. No happily ever afters, because the ending was sad. Passing so fast through space-time bends in half. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. I get it crack-a-lacking like titans that clash. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got a fighting chance. Don't like liars, but you've been lying your pants off. My hat's off to NASA astronauts. I give them half-assed backwards act as props. Half past a monkey's bass aquid dog. Put your mask back on. I done been had saws. I hope you got the jab, because we done been had ours. You sarcastic little bastard. Wow, how offended you are. Relentless, 100% yo when I'm spitting these bars. And then I'll have the chorus. The one I fit.
Nice.
Yeah. I think I'm going to do the chorus like sing-songy kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like rapping it, make it like singing kind of.
Do what's it called? Auto-tune as well. It'd be funny.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, this fool who's been recording me, he's not like a professional or anything. He just took like a semester in college, and now he's like a hardcore alcoholic. And so it's like sometimes like he'll be falling asleep like on the computer, and I'll be like, "Hey, bro, I said cut, like stop," and he'll be, oh, it's like fuck. It's kind of frustrating, but I think it's good because it makes me try to learn more to adjust for the lack of what he's not doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You're going to start doing it yourself, though, aren't you, eventually?
Yeah.
Learn about EQing, equalizing after.
Yeah.
And a lot of bands.
I look at the...
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
I look at...
Double up the...
I look at... Huh?
A lot of people double up the...
Oh, double up my...
Yeah, so you...
double up my voice?
Yeah, so you sing it twice, 2 separate times, and you put them together, and then you mix in and out of like different bits, and it gives it a bit more depth.
What I do is he'll play the song back, right? And I'll just spit over what I've already spit, so it's like almost synced up, you know what I mean? As much as it can, but you could tell it's not quite synced up. But I try to like get it as perfect as I can, you know what I mean? Sometimes I'll layer it like 3 times. Yeah, if I had more time there, I'd layer it like 5 or 6 times, you know? It gives it like a rich depth, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I was thinking that if it wasn't for people that know the globe so well, like the globe statistics, and everybody was just like a brain dead teenager on their phone, and they don't care if it's flat or a ball, would all the flat earthers that know so much have put so much effort into it? You know what I mean? Like anybody who doesn't have something that they're lacking in, they wouldn't put the extra effort into. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah. So in a way, I'm blessed that all this stuff's just not handed to me. You know what I mean?
You wouldn't have a rap career otherwise.
Probably not, bro. You know? If it wasn't for, you know what, I would never get laid. Hey, Flatty, are they tearing up the streets where you live too?
You are, bro?
Are they tearing up the streets where you live too?
What do you mean?
Like digging in the ground on the streets, like ripping the streets apart?
No, I don't. Not really. Why are they doing that a lot where you are?
Oh my God, yeah. There's system. So in Santa Barbara, if you look at a map of Santa Barbara, it's shaped like a slice of pizza. It really is. So you have like the mountains, which is like the crust, or they're called like the foothills, like the Riviera, and then the east side and the west side, which is like split right down the middle by State Street, which goes right to the pier at the beach, and then it goes out into the ocean. And when you look at it from like a sky view, it looks just like a slice of pizza. And they have all the blocks all perfectly squared off, all measuring the same square measurements. So it's kind of like it's like a perfectly put together town where like all the buildings have a building like code where they have to have like these red like adobe brick like tile roofs with like a white exterior for the buildings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like everything's going to be perfect there.
Huh?
Isn't Elon building his imaginary high-speed tunnel system? Is that why they're digging?
Around here?
No, it's in LA, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's in LA, I think, yeah. Did you see his new factory in Texas?
No, I haven't, no.
You live in SB? You live in SB?
Well, my mom's up here. I only live 20 minutes south on Ventura Avenue.
Oh,
but
shit.
I'm up in SB almost every day.
Are you kidding me, man? Look, we used to go to Oxnard every year. My dad would go with his yacht club, so we would sail up there and we would go party in Oxnard. Me and my brother.
Oh, at the shores, Oxnard shores.
Just everywhere, all along there. We would like go roller skating. We would like skate like 10 miles.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit, back in those days, that was like the late 70s.
Yeah.
Early
yeah,
80s.
Oxnard's a big little place. I don't really like going to Oxnard too much.
It was small then, man. Listen, there was it was a dusty little beach town then. There was like nothing there.
Yeah, it's pretty big now.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Yeah.
Monterey is freaking nice. Around there is really nice. Monterey as well. Yeah, that's north. Yeah, Santa Barbara's beautiful.
This is my favorite city in the whole world. I haven't been that many places, but I like this city the best.
Me and my
I grew
friend
up here, so I know a lot of people.
Me and my friend were on our way up to San Francisco to go see the Rolling Stones, and we got pulled over in Santa Barbara, and my friend got arrested and taken to jail because he had a bottle of wine in his car.
Yeah, they'll do that here.
And they took him to jail, and I had to wait till the morning, drive his car back to the place and pick him up.
Yeah.
Weird.
But the county jail up that hill?
I just have vague memories of what it looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about Santa Barbara has that Spanish the Spanish look that Adobe, yeah, what is it called? I know there's a name for it. The architecture.
Yeah, like Spanish Adobe style or something like that.
Or Spanish revival or something. I don't know.
Yeah, where they try to like act like they can really build like magnificent structures like they used to, but they're not. They're superfluous. You know what I mean?
It has something to do with the. It has something to do with the name has something to do with like when they were building all the shit. My memory's shot this morning.
The name of Santa Barbara?
No, when the Spanish came up and they were making all those places. What are they called? The churches?
The missions.
Mission style. That's what it's called. It's called mission.
Yeah. It's got a big ass mission right here. The mission's really big. The mission's a really cool spot because if you're driving from the Riviera and you're passing the mission on your right, you have a huge rose garden in front of you where all kinds of tourists go, right? And then you're on Laguna Street and it's about 15 blocks to the ocean, and you have the best view of. You could look all the way out and see the oil rigs, like the Black Swan. You could see that from the mission right there. You could see all like far in the ocean. Sometimes you could even see the islands from right there. It's interesting the way it's like laid out.
Teddy bear.
You know where the name comes from, Sonny?
Teddy bear.
Sorry, I had to step away to my garden. No, what, Santa Barbara?
Yeah.
So
the name comes from. You've heard of Santeria or Santeria?
Yes, I think so.
Their patron saint is somebody that they pray to named Santa or Saint Barbara, right? And supposedly the story goes that like she was a devout Christian. Her dad wanted to marry like a prince or something, or a leader from another town, and she didn't want to. She ran away for a while, and then he went and found her and beat her up and dragged her back. And I guess so it says that he cut off her head. And so it's just weird. That's why like they do the things they do when cutting off like animals' heads and stuff.
Well, where was this?
Only a couple places in the world.
The location? Where was what part of the world was that story from? Like where was that all supposed to be happening? With the head?
That I don't know, dog. I want to say Mexico, but I could be wrong. It could be some other country.
Spain. Probably Spain.
It wasn't here though.
Most likely
Spain.
Yeah. So all those stories are.
Yeah, but Santa Barbara got like a real strong presence of like those type of people.
Flatty, you're hot micing, Flatty.
Don't be scared of him.
What?
Teddy.
Flatty.
He's at the cafe.
Someone's got to hold the Flatty's mic.
Dog. Do be bear. He's got a puppy in it. And after a couple of minutes, Teddy stopped barking, and they were playing like all.
Flatty, you're hot micing. Flatty.
Mommy? Come on, darling.
Flatty, do you know you're hot micing, Flatty?
Teddy bear.
Flatty, are you okay? Yeah, okay.
Are you okay? Yeah, that's funny. So yeah, all that's very interesting. I watched like a 12-hour audio or listened to a 12-hour audiobook a couple months back about the explorations of Norte Californias, and very interesting because like that whole area up there, like the mission at Gabriel, let's say out in the valley, like there was lots of Indians. They decimated the Indian culture, like even early on.
Yeah,
they worked those.
There's a place called Painted Cave right here, where you could see all the Indian drawings and stuff.
Santa Barbara, Santa Barbara was a highly all those places in California. Here's what we were lied about California. There were thousands and thousands of people living here when the first people got here. Thousands.
Yeah.
There would be like let's say along Santa Monica Bay, there was probably 20 or 30 tribes living along there.
Oh yeah.
20 or be different tribes. And then going out further east into the canyons, then there'd be different family groups out and all throughout that whole area, the Kumeyaay, and
the Chumash.
Huge nations of Indians, like there, like some of the old maps shows dozens and dozens of towns and cities along the California coast, as well as the East Coast, even more on the East Coast, probably.
Yeah. Have you heard of what they call the Church of Set?
The what?
The Church of Set, S-E-T.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay, so it's like you know how the director of the NSA, Michael Aquino's branched off from Antoine LaVey's Church of Satan. He was there for a while, and then he branched off and created his own church called the Church of Set, and it was more militant-minded. Basically, they worship the setting of the sun, yada yada. But it's a worldwide organization, and he has like 50 lieutenants or something under him, whatever. But anyways, he's from Santa Barbara, and he consecrated the church here in Santa Barbara, and I think it was 78 or 79. And there's a place I haven't been able to find out exactly because there's no information on the internet about where it was consecrated. But I think there's a place called Santa Claus Lane that's between it's between Carp. Have you heard of Santa Claus Lane?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, and there's a huge castle. There's a castle there, bro. A huge castle that's all white.
Wow,
and it has like it's got like, well, you can't really see it unless you walk to the beach, but it's got like it's a 5 house castle. And what's a trip is it juts out into the ocean, and there's rocks that are like giant rocks that are piled up probably like 15 or 20 feet high. So you can't see over the wall. You can only see the domes from the castle. It looks like something from the Middle East, right? Well, these rocks jut out. They jut out into like a pyramid shape into the ocean, right? Well, if you go and stand on the edge of the top of the pyramid on the rocks, and you look at the oil rigs, you see the black swans out there, and there's 4 on each side, and it goes straight out to the middle of the island. I think it's some type of ley line or something. It's a trip because it's weird. There's a sign right before, like maybe like 200, 300 feet before you hit the exit, which is exit 88. It's really weird. Exit 88 for Santa Claus Lane. There's a random sign that says Ventura, like 19 miles. And then it says Los Angeles, 88 miles. And then it's exit 88. So all those things are like really like esoteric. And then there's Summerlin, which they say is the where all the witches from Salem moved to Summerlin, which is between like Montecito and Santa Claus Lane.
That's bizarre. There's a lot of occult stuff going on all up in that whole area. There always has been. Like it started from, more than 100 years ago when they first started developing from Los Angeles, and they Hollywood, and then all those people that gravitated over here were people like Madame Blavatsky or whatever. There were these philosophical societies. One of them was here in San Diego. Yeah, one of them was here in San Diego. I forget what she was called. But they had all that kind of stuff, up in LA. People that don't live here or on the West Coast have no idea what we're talking about. When we're talking about these strange things, I grew up seeing very odd things and very strange looking people in the early mid 70s. When I first moved to Santa Monica, there were communes still around. Like they were flying freak flags over their houses. Like this was the end of the hippie thing was going on, but you would see these people. You would see people with robes. I saw people with robes and long hair and white skin. Where me and my friends were going, who are these people? They're walking around and they look like death warmed over, like something from a Bela Lugosi movie. Laddie, I can't take it. I have to mute you.
Crazy.
Yeah, so like see people that look like they're out of a Bela Lugosi movie, and they're in real life and daytime. Like, what the hell what is that?
Right. Yeah, I think there's a lot of bloodsuckers, dog. You know what I mean?
And cults too. There was cult. I'm sure there's cults all around. All these weird little cults, like.
Yeah. Well, Bohemian Grove's like less than 200 miles from here. It's like 150 miles from here.
Yeah.
And if you know Bohemian Grove is in Sonoma County.
Mm-hmm.
If you rearrange the letters in Sonoma, you have the word Mason.
Hmm.
I don't think that's on accident.
Yep. Just a
Hey,
lot of strange
did
stuff.
you hear about the Home Depot that burned? The Home Depot that burned all the way down to the foundation in San Jose last week.
No.
Yeah, burned down to the foundation, dude. There's like nothing left except really nothing. You see like metal's all twisted and warped and like rusted looking, you know?
So is there nothing left of it except for the trees in the parking lot right near it are perfectly fine?
Literally, the trees that surround it are fine. Yeah,
are all fine. No trees harmed in the destruction of this building.
Right. Hey, they said on the news, they said that the fire was so big satellites could see it from space.
Oh,
but it was a huge fire, though. It was a huge fire, and just a couple days ago, they said that they caught the person. They said that this teenager, like this youngster, lit a fire in the lumber section because he was trying to steal tools. And so he tried to steal these tools in a shopping cart, and he got they stopped him, but he got away. And then they said he lit that fire. I was like, yeah, right. Oh my gosh, so funny.
Well, if you
It's
can
not
see
funny.
it from space, then that puts space at a certain distance that is able to be calculated by angular resolution rules. You just calculate the size of the fire times 3,000, and there you go. There's space.
Right? Yeah. I think the people that started it are the ones that took the satellite, quote unquote, satellite pictures. You know what I mean? From their high altitude platforms.
Are you back, Flatty? Flatty, are you okay?
Hey, Meadowlark, did you change your icon picture?
Oh, I'm back. I'm hot mic.
You were hot mic.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
Pikachu.
Yeah. What did it used to be?
Oh, I change it every now and then. I switch it up every week or so.
Okay.
It was like a field and a tree last time, wasn't it? Something like that. Nice landscape or something.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Like a black and white tree, huh? Was it?
I think it might have been. I'd have to look. I also did
Flat
Darth Vader. I am your profile pic. That sort of thing.
Okay.
Luke, I am your profile pic.
The main man. The main man is in the building.
Just trying to keep it flat.
Trying to flatten the curb.
Yeah. Dr. Fauci, you know.
Dr. Fauci. Dr. Puppet.
Dr. Frauci. Doing what his Jesuit handlers bid him do.
Right?
Dr. Fraud,
I don't even know if he's a living person anymore. He's like Weekend at Bernie's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe he's another sock puppet.
Probably.
Like Stephen Hawking.
Right? Oh my gosh. I was like, how is people gonna get advice about astronomy from somebody that can't even look through a telescope? It doesn't even make any sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think that stars are fallen angels, and so they're probably just communicating directly with these stars, these fallen entities, and don't necessarily need a telescope at all. That's probably just the front for what they're actually doing.
Right.
You guys want to talk to Main Man? I can unmute Main Man. Hear what he's saying.
Main Man.
Main Man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing?
Main Man.
Good, I'm good. I had a question though. So, I honestly think that the Earth is flat, but I was wondering, why? Just why are they lying about it so much?
How about this? I have an answer for you. I have an answer. Yeah, hold on. I have an answer. How about this? How about to control every single aspect of your life, including all the resources, how much you pay for things, how much you're allowed to make at a job, what kind of schooling you have, every aspect of your life from cradle to grave? How about that? If they could do that, why wouldn't they lie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
And 56 million a day is not bad either.
Up to 63 million now a day.
Oh yeah. So it's what, $12,000 a second now?
Something like that.
Yeah.
So the money is.
I would lie. I would tell everybody I knew the Earth was a globe for that much money all day. I'd rep that shit.
Think of how much your community could do. What your community itself could do with $63 million a day.
Yeah, but they're the ones who created Tang, though. Tang overrides all that. You know what I mean?
Tang, bro.
They're doing science up there, to help people.
We're trying to figure out what kind of science they're doing, but we've never seen anything. I've never seen any science. I've seen game playing with balls, playing with toothpaste, playing with shampoo. Like
they got a really good urine defibrillator though that turns their urine into coffee.
It's actually poo coffee.
Yep.
He's not here. We could play that. So yeah, well, I don't think Earth is flat, actually. What do you think about that?
You don't believe it? You just know it?
No, I don't think it. I know it.
Right.
I don't have to think or believe anything. I just go out and measure myself, do my own observations, and I can test the given geometry of the globe and falsify it myself. I can do that every single day. And Flat Earth Day knows what I'm talking about because we live in the West Coast.
Yeah, it's really easy.
We could literally go out on most days and see a black swan like 3 times a week.
Yep. All day, even at night because they're lit up at night.
I could go film, like if I had a camera. I don't have a camera, so I could go out and film another black swan probably every day if I wanted to in my area.
Yep.
I mean, some days there's clouds, some days there's fog. So yeah, but the distance that you can see over water on mostly the clear days, which we have probably over 250 clear days every year, you could see literally way magnitudes of 50, 60 times further probably than you're supposed to see.
Yeah.
Like on some really special days, you could see even further. Like there's been images of Catalina Island from San Diego County beaches.
Damn, that's a good distance right there. You're like what, 200 miles south of LA?
No, 110 miles south of LA. So as a crow flies, it could be close to like 70 or 80 miles straight out to sea. You're seeing 70, 80 miles. Think of the black swan that is 70, 80 miles. You're seeing this island.
Yeah.
So in 80 miles, like we know 100 miles is over a mile of drop.
Yeah.
From the Sagitta. So they got a big problem because how is that being lifted up almost a mile? They don't have any refraction index that can account for observations like that. Well, Canahoo is another one. Yeah.
Cana what?
Mount Canahoo.
Oh, okay.
Canagoo. The Beyond Horizons long distance photography.
Yeah,
of the mountain. Yeah, 255 miles. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sonny, you been going barefoot?
I do from time to time. Yeah.
It's so good for you, bro.
Or sometimes I'll actually just lay down and I'll be touching like my arms on the ground.
That's even better. The more of your body you can touch on the ground for longer, the better.
Yeah. Where I go, there's lots of freaking big, huge thorns. If you get one of those, you could be injured really badly. So I need to be careful in the area I go. But there are some places where there's nice soft places with leaves and things like that.
Yeah.
Those leaves and dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, every now
You
and
live
then.
by the beach or no?
I live right by the harbor.
Okay.
But the closest beach in Ocean Beach is a 8-mile bike ride for me.
Oh, okay.
So that's a long
Do you live
day.
by the border? Are you near the border?
I'm right in San Diego, 17 and a half miles from the border.
Okay. Do you ever go to Mexico?
I used to back in the old days. No, I haven't been in years. No. 10 or 15 years I haven't been in Mexico for at least 15 years. Used to go there for surfing trips. I mean, a buddy of mine used to go down there to K52 or something way down there. About halfway down to Ensenada. Fucking, yeah. Well, it's north of Ensenada, so.
Yeah.
It's about halfway down to Ensenada. It's not that far. About 50 miles from the border. What a beautiful freaking beach. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
The place to surf, man. Awesome. It used to be, it was pretty cool back then. You know, I don't know what it's like now. There's a bunch of murders and stuff every day.
Oh, down in Mexico? You know what? Though? I don't think it's as bad as they make it out to be. I know a lot of people who go
you know
down
what?
there.
No, it's not as bad as they say. It's worse. Yeah. It was worse.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Literally, thousands of bodies being hauled out of the Tijuana river bed. Thousands. So yeah, people are being murdered. But anyway,
they probably have a factory down there where they just tap the chrome and scrap the rest. You know what I mean?
I don't know. But it may not be quite as bad now. I really don't know. I don't watch the news, so I don't care what the news says anyway. But I used to be able to go down there, and along the way, you stop at these little taco shops and get the best fresh fish tacos for $2 for $1 or something. You could get 4 of those, and you'd be stuffed.
And cactus juice?
For $2, yeah.
Yeah. You know what are bomb are those churros? I like churros, dude. Those are good.
The what?
Churros?
Churros? What are churros?
Churros, the dessert.
Churros, yeah, churros,
right? Bomb, man.
Oh, they're amazing.
Yeah, no kidding.
So what's up, main man?
What's up?
So you're a flat earther?
Are you guys talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
How long you been a flat earther for?
Just a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay. What made you change your mind?
I mean, I was always like believing that the earth was round because everybody believed in it, but I didn't know any science or anything, you know? I just blindly believed it. So I was actually wondering, you know? I was wondering why some people actually believe the earth was flat, and then it led me to this rabbit hole or whatever. So yeah.
All right.
But I got a question though.
What's up?
So how do you deal with this? Like in the past, if you used to be a globe earther, like believe the earth is a globe and everything, and then suddenly you believe that it's flat, but you feel like such a fool. How do you deal with that?
What do you mean feel like such a fool?
I mean, because you've been fooled.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that fades away though after a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it did for me anyway.
Yeah, after a while, it'll subside. Like, it'll get better. Like, it won't be such a big deal. Like, I think you kind of like work it out within yourself. Okay, I was fooled, Leah. I didn't believe it. What? Like, especially me, I was in my late 50s, you know, a few
Wait.
years ago. And so I lived like a whole entire life, seems like more than one lifetime in my life. But yeah, that I didn't figure this out, even being a sailor, and I didn't figure it out. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, but you will get over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the way to get over it is to just, you know, like we all have imagination. No one in here is going to say your imagination has to stop. What it is hopefully your imagination will go into a place of like, what is this place really? Now you can shift your attention to what we actually know empirically about the physical world, the earth, and we can use what we do know for sure. And then like our imagination is so we can imagine like what God's creation actually is here. Like what is, so that's where like you can project your mind to like it creates this whole different realm of possibilities of what Earth actually is and how it was created and what is it for, what are we here for, who are we. So if you set your mind to developing yourself, then I think it'll all fall into place.
Yeah.
You can also look at things like this, like how fortunate you are that you actually found out the truth at any age. Because look at all the old people that are going to die thinking the Earth is a globe, and especially people who like claim to be Christians and then they're repping the globe as their logo for their church. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what
That
you mean.
you know what I mean? You still have your health and everything. You sound kind of young. You know, I wish I would have. How old are you?
I'm 16.
You're 16?
Yeah.
Dude, I would have given anything to be that age and know the truth. I would have been arguing with all my teachers at school.
Nah, I don't dare do that. Honestly.
Really?
Because I mean, obviously they're the fools, but like, you know what I mean? I don't dare doing that stuff, man.
Dude, when I found out the truth, I was like, compared to like the young people who like first find out about like their sobriety and they're all trying to preach the AA book to people, I was like getting my ass handed to me by people all the time, you know, because I would just come up to people and talk about flat Earth. I would try to seek people out that knew a lot about the globe to argue with them.
Yeah. You know what I told my teacher? We had physics, and basically, you know this thing about how gas needs to be in pressure or something. I don't. Anyway, we were about that. So I asked her about the atmosphere. She couldn't answer me.
Yeah. If it's not in the book, it's not up for discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to realize most of the teachers don't know that they're teaching a lie. You know, it's just secondhand information they're regurgitating.
Yeah. She used to be like before she was she used to be an engineer before she was a physics teacher, and she still couldn't answer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like messing with their factory settings. You know what I mean? Sometimes it burns them out. I love to mess with people's factory settings. I love it. It's one of my favorite pastimes.
Messing with people's factory settings.
Yeah. I love it.
Guess that's fun. And how old are you?
43.
43. What do you work as?
What do I work as?
Yeah.
I'm just a Latter-day Saint from around the way.
I see, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't have an actual 9-to-5 job, homie.
You don't have a job?
Musician. Not like a 9-to-5 job where I go and punch a time card or anything, you know?
Yeah, I don't want a job like that too, man.
Yeah.
Latter-day Saints is a lyrical genius.
Oh, thank you, bro. I try to be.
Yeah, you are, man. And you know what? We're glad you're here, main man, because you're going to have a wonderful opportunity with how much life you have ahead of you still. That having this information is going to set you apart from most people. And so what you can do is, if you use that for the positive, then you can use that to excel yourself within their paradigm while still knowing this information. You can make yourself more efficient, and then hopefully you'll get to a place where you're able to do what you actually truly are good at and what you love to do, which everybody that does that is going to excel in it. If you like and enjoy what you're doing, you love it, you're going to do better.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have the moral dogma restriction, the mental restrictions that otherwise would have been placed in enclosed your brain in. Like most people, most of your friends and stuff, they're probably just on TikTok or whatever, and they're just, you try to talk to them about it, dude. It's like trying to explain algebra to an animal or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
But don't be discouraged or despaired. You may think at times like that, you feel like lonely or whatever because you're on a whole different level, no pun intended, than the people around you or your peers or and everything. But just know that once you know the truth, bro, you can never go back unless you got amnesia or something, But I really don't think somebody can go back. So just know that there's no turning back from this, But it's a good thing. It's a good thing, If you weren't meant to know the truth, you wouldn't know it, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah, you'll never be able to. Well, you might one day be able to figure out like a methodology for the classification of people. Because dude, every day I rack my brain. I'm like, because there's no socioeconomical class or age or sex or religion or anything like that you can be like, that person will be a flat earther, that person never will be. Because I've seen people who I never thought would be and vice versa. Like some people I thought would be really open to it. Dude, it's like a demon's inside of them. They want to fight and stuff. So it's like there's no rhyme or reason for it, Although we now see but a poor reflection in a mirror, then we shall see face to face.
Yeah. I know some Jews and Christians and Muslims. I was in another server, and basically they're saying that their religions say that the earth is flat.
That's what I hear, yeah. Even the Quran, I heard, says something about it.
Yeah, and the Torah and the Bible or something.
Yeah. Well, the first chapter of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 6, he says he separated the waters above from the waters below, placed a firmament there.
Yeah. But I was wondering, basically, when they teach us this stuff that is basically false, how do we know that, first of all, the history that I'm being taught there in school? Like, I live in Sweden, and we have a Western education system. I think it's like the American, or similar anyway.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, how do I know that the history is a lie or not?
I would pretty much chop up everything they teach you in school as a lie until proved otherwise. That's how I see it. I mean, that's the way I look at things,
Yeah. But I was wondering, how do you educate yourself at home, and make yourself smarter and stuff like that, without being influenced by the education system?
Well, you're in the right place because there's a lot of really, really smart flat earthers on this server. I'm the very least of them as far as like knowledge is concerned about the flat earth. As far as like there's dudes who've been flat earthers for probably like 10, 12, 15 years on here. There's other ones that maybe have been flat earthers 5 years, but they're like, some of them are like physicists, and there's some really smart people on here. So you're in the right place, like as far as like educating yourself about the earth and everything. This is a really good server for that. And then you'll even hear like arguments from the globe side, like people who are repping that globe life, and maybe even they made a career out of it. There's people that made a career out of teaching something that has to do with the globe, and they come on here. I think they come on this server because they see that what the people on the server are saying could potentially end their career. Because if everybody found out the Earth is flat, dude, all these physicists and astronomers and people who work for space agencies and people that teach the globe Earth Bible and dinosaurs and aliens and all that stuff, they're going to be out of a job. You know what I mean?
Aren't they going to be maybe even targeted because they've been lying to everyone for so long?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like the anger could shift and turn back around on them. Yeah, it could. Yeah. I mean, they have so much to lose, you know?
Yeah.
They have so much to lose, bro. Yeah.
That's scary to think about.
Yeah, think about this. Think about all the people that have their 401ks from their retirements of their entire work life, all in global stocks. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
So I think that's why a lot of these anti-flat earthers, they've worked for these situations that are like these supposedly global concerns or companies, and everything is invested in all these stocks that are these places that are heliocentric minded.
Yeah.
But don't you think that since the Earth is flat and it's not round and it didn't happen by accident or anything, that there has to be a creator?
Yep. Most deaf.
Yeah. Because obviously this didn't happen by accident.
No. We don't come from stardust.
Yeah.
It's so funny that after this year for me, those global companies will be paying me.
That's right.
Yeah, I just have to keep doing good and I'll be able to reap some benefits. And it doesn't mean like that much, actually, like as far as monetary. It's just it'll help me to increase my lifestyle as far as comfortability and survivability and, having enough nutrition and things like that. That's what it means for me.
Yeah.
But do you guys have any other dreams instead of other than finding out more about the truth? For example, like becoming rich or something.
I think a lot of people have gone on to start their own businesses. Some are doing that through the media or different platforms like this. Other people are doing that in more realistic ways. I think people are more minded of creating communities for themselves and are actually buying property and are moving into communities. Eventually, I think this is going to have to be the way it's like we're going to have to create our communities. We're going to have to start afresh almost and learn to build a new community, kind of like if you think about how the Amish do, how they work together to help create a strong, connected community, working for a common goal. Instead of being all distracted by all this bullshit, all these lies, all this social nonsense, all these I don't know. You know what I mean? This dichotomous thinking that's given to us from all the media. Just play pretend you're sick now. Play pretend there's war going on now. Let's pretend all this. Let's pretend politics are real. Let's pretend your vote counts.
Yeah, right.
let's pretend there's actual laws behind these codes and statutes, which are not.
No, it's the color of law. That's all they're practicing.
The color of law. Yep.
It depends what he means by rich.
Yeah, actually, USC, U.S. Code 18, subsection 1983. That's a violation of rights under the color of law.
Yeah.
somebody has millions and still think he is not the rich. You know?
Dude,
You
I
need
got I
more.
got I got two friends that are multimillionaires, and I asked them both. Well, now that you have all this money, because they got money from the stocks, like a lot. One of them got like millions of dollars from Zoom, and I go, now that you have all this money, what are you going to do with your money? Like, what do you want to do now? And you know what they both told me? They don't even know each other, and they both said the same thing. They both said, now my goal is to become a billionaire. That's their goal now that they're a millionaire.
See,
Yeah.
the love of money. The love of money is the root of all evil.
Yeah, it's a
It's
trip.
not,
Yeah.
it's not money. People
Sonny,
mistake that as being money itself as evil. No, money itself is just a tool.
Sonny, I decided July to stop to work. In July. I'm starting to be rich.
You are. You decided you're starting to be.
Yeah, I have that possibility because of my wife, but I will be rich because I will not work.
All right. See, like free time is the most valuable thing.
Yeah, fucking free time for me and my daughter and my family, and
Oh my
for cooking
gosh.
and for being a mother, man, being everything,
Like
being
that's awesome stuff. That's very character developing doing that. Like it's hard work, but it's good work.
yeah, for me and for us, and but my free time. I don't need that money what I'm working for now. I want time.
You know, there's this other guy. He's called, I think he's called Chris in real life. And basically, he's trying to make a community. He has a little small community in, I don't remember what state in America, but it's in the United States. And he's trying to gather many people who think like him and believe in God and you know, are flat earthers and people who have that kind of ideology.
Man, in Italy, 15 years ago, it's only about food. People, how to say, English, seeding, putting the plants all organic, and they're making communities about that. And who wants to come there can sleep and eat, but not need to work there, and they help them to produce,
Oh, in Italy.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so beautiful, man.
You have so many communities like that about food, for example. Nothing connected with only with food, nothing connected with anything else. You have families going there to live,
Isn't that just like old times that you had communities
Yeah.
together
Yeah.
and you all eat? Yeah.
And they are producing that, and then they are also, I think, making money from that, and then taking care of a house and whatever they have.
And they protect themselves for each other.
Yeah. There is no need for any protection. They're living in love, how to say, producing food and living their own lives privately. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like an ancient village.
Well, I don't know how place look like, but
I'm looking at these flat earthers and their so-called proofs.
Alright, guys, I gotta go. It was fun talking to you.
come back whenever. By the way, today is Orthodox Easter.
So you guys are going with silence right now? Okay. Earth, not a globe. Is my mic working?
100% loud and clear, Dave. I agree. Earth, not globe.
Okay, new people on here. With that band member, how's it going? You want to talk?
Band member, you there?
Flatty would like to ask you some questions. Wouldn't you, Flatty?
I could entertain a few questions. Band member.
Yes, band member has the right to remain silent and the ability. Back to silence, or here's Flatty with another sentence.
His member is banned.
That's the best sentence you could come up with.
Oh my God, sorry, Dave. After that build-up, I just let you down. I'm so sorry.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the 10th Black Commandments. Yeah. This Globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in VC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to Congress. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Happy in the house. Tell them bounce.
Well, if nobody's going to talk, my mic's still working.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the DJ taking requests?
Why? Anything in mind?
I wanted to hear Lulu and Elijah's song. What's the name of that one?
I don't know.
Somebody knows it. Who's the DJ here? I don't want to sing it because I'll butcher it.
It's called Moonshine. Hold on.
I have it.
Yeah, that's it. Go for it.
I can play it if you want, Sonny.
Here's one of the sweetest female
go ahead.
voices in planet Earth, Lulu with Elijah.
Okay.
Moonshine.
I'm going to
Yeah.
play it.
Go ahead, Miguel. Thanks, Dave.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for sunshine, evermore.
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the globe, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up.
Actually, pretty good.
If it's in my top 5 of flat Earth music, very well done. So, India, the Earth continues to never was and cannot be a globe. How do you feel? And I see there's one of the singing stars of the last song, Elijah. Very well done, sir.
Hey guys, I just popped in to see what you guys are talking about. I'm on the other line with Gregory. I'm not staying.
We're going to talk about that post I just posted. The $1.5 million challenge to prove the earth is flat. This guy said that if we can raise $1.5 million to pay him to fly over Antarctica, he'll prove the earth is flat or not flat. But he actually said, he starts the video by saying, why do super complicated laser tests?
Wow.
Yo.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not. These people are.
Well, you can't fly over Antarctica, and I just posted something about it. Can't fly over Antarctica. Period. Sorry, can't.
Yeah, these people are dumb. So I got this big block of history that I haven't looked into. 16, 17, 1800s. Come to find out, there's some gems, sprinkled all up and in between there as well. Like the use of the word or term atheism. Because I was like, well, where did this come about? Sometime in the 1600s. I wonder why. What was going on then? Who were making the changes? Why would that be a conclusion from the people who were making the changes unless they were wolves in sheep's clothing? And then people come in here and go, let's not use any standard of measurement. How about we just fly over this continent I believe is a continent? Let's not take any accounts from the people that we, yes, are very skeptical of. When they said it took, what was it, like 70,000 miles or some shit like that? Captain Cook went, took 3 years or whatever the case. Like, all these things that don't make sense.
Yeah.
Even from their own quote unquote history. You're gonna do a challenge to prove that the earth is flat? Like, how about listening to the people who are pointing out issues in heliocentrism and proving that it measures to be a ball? Because if anyone had did that, none of us would be here. Why do they keep on doing this? Let's prove it's flat. Let's prove it's flat. Let's prove it's flat. Let's go ahead and accept the obvious. No, let's go ahead and prove the thing that isn't so fucking obvious, which is why it's in question. Let's prove that Elon Musk doesn't deserve $80 million. Well, it's not Elon, but it's SpaceX. $80 million per rocket launch. Let's prove that he's not a charlatan, because that's a lot of fucking money from the government. Let's not prove somebody who is a 9 to 5 wrong about something that's obviously obvious and self-evident. Let's not prove mass attracting mass. Instead, let's get away from that term and what it invokes and what it truly invokes. Masses being attracted to each other in empty space. There's a space between things and they're attracted to each other. Well, why is entropy a thing at all then? Why isn't everything just this one solidified mass? Because everything is attracted to each other. Why is the universe expanding then? it's contracting too. So it's like a whole bunch of shit that's like so wrong. Why when we talk about curvature, it's like, oh, it's not actually a true dichotomy between level and curved. Like, why is it that when we see something like Stacey said on the recording, well, I could see Chicago 60 miles away. Why is it that we begin immediately talking about refraction, something that is a thing, and equivocating it to terrestrial refraction, something that isn't a thing, and then we're just stuck talking about the effects of refraction, just like we're stuck talking about the effects of density, which have fuck all to do with obstructions, or in the case of density, gravity, mass attracting mass. That people, it has nothing to do with shit. All it is a diversionary tactic to get your mind away from thinking about the idea that they've implanted there in the first place, and erasing it with, of course things fall. Yeah, because of course they do. But how the fuck is that proving your case? It's not. So let's get back to that image of balls being attracted to each other. When have you ever seen that? When has that ever been proven? Fuck a ball. Anything other than magnets. You know, I guess, you know, sometimes the dust bunnies that get all, you know, other than those things. But anyway, I that was my little rant. I'm gonna get up out of here.
That was a good rant there, Elijah. I concur.
Thank you, Dave.
So, Andy, if you're there, which idiot thinks he's going to fly over the South Pole now? Does somebody know?
Best part about that video is reading the comments. So one of the comments, first of all, they're all a bunch of NPCs. But one of the comments, I don't know why Globers feel compelled to lie about things. So this is what he said. Says, I've already been in a flight from Sydney, Auckland to Buenos Aires. We flew right over Antarctica, and I happened to watch the sunset and rise in approximately 60 seconds. It was oppositely beautiful, something like that. So I went on Google Earth, drew a line, great circle route, Auckland to Buenos Aires. Doesn't even come within 1,000 miles of Antarctica. So why would this dude lie? Like, that's the shit that blows my mind. Like, it just blows my mind.
1,000 miles is pretty good distance. I don't think he saw even the coastline at that distance. So why would they lie?
I should mention that. Be like, yeah. So you just proved the flat Earth. I should go leave a comment. If you saw Antarctica from 1,000 miles away, the Earth is flat, dude. We have someone coming in that's about to get their ass chewed up. Jester.
Jester, is he an anti-flat earther?
I don't know what he is.
Guess we'll find out.
He started on the wrong foot. He started with, let's see an act. First of all, he started with, I have undeniable proof of the globe. AI asked him, do tell. I said, okay, measurements, let's see them. Then he says, of course he has no measurements. Let's see an accurate model. Also, if you're sure, let's see some predictions of meteor showers or eclipses. I double dog dare you. So then I had to inform him that the heliocentric model doesn't predict either of those things. They just happen in a cycle, and the ability to read a calendar is all you really need. And he flopped around for a minute, and now he said he'll be right in here. So
come on in, Jester. The water's warm. We just need direct measurements for Earth curvature. No big deal. If you got them, bring them on in. Otherwise, you just be telling us your heliocentric story that we've heard 6,000 times. But anyway.
For a jester, he isn't very funny.
You see, Jester, if you're listening, the heliocentric globe model makes a specific claim that bodies of water, the oceans, are on the outside of a spinning space ball, and they're displaying convexity. So this convexity should be measurable, so show us your measurement. Thank you.
Yeah. Could we see your model, please? Let's see you with the model of exactly what the heliocentric idea is supposed to portray. Make sure you got the water in the right proportions sticking onto the ball. It has to have a molten metal magnetic core spinning around in a vacuum. Let's see how the water does.
I'm sure he'll be right in here with those measurements, don't you all think? Yeah.
Sounds like those people are denying the water's fundamental nature of being level on top when contained, and all kinds of other things like they can't get their heads wrapped around plumb lines, horizontal triangles that only go up to 180 degrees, three-sided triangles with 180. They seem to think these, that there's something else going on, like curved adjacents. Pretty wild. What a world. A brand new mansion with garbage bags piled up on the wall. Nice job.
Yeah, this globe model seems to be kind of elusive, isn't it, Sonny? It's people like to talk about it and tell stories, but when it gets down to demonstrating the actual model, they seem to fall short.
Yeah, where's the demonstration? Yeah, where's their demonstration of their model? After all, like they say, oh, we've known it's a globe for so long. Okay, well, you should have a predictive model, like Indio said, by now. Stop asking us to replace your faulty model or provide a model in the first place with actual measurements, actual, it has to match reality. You're just like, you're just spouting nonsense, literally nonsense, because there's no sense to what you're saying the globe is. No sense at all. Where does it equate? Where does it match what we actually see?
Well, it's taken our buddy Jester a long time to click that link to get in here and show us this globe. Come on, man.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not what
been in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, the International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
The previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays,
Drace and Lulu, Call Up 2020, Flat Earth Disco.
Birds flying high, you know what I see. Sun in the sky, you know what I see. Planes drifting on by, you know what I see. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new earth for me. Yeah, there is no curve in this flat earth from here to Cali. Ooh, 'tis reality.
Lulu, I don't think they understand the gravity of the situation. A bit too complacent. Gravity cannot hold gas pressure, vacuum adjacent. Gas requires pressure containment. A gas expands in all directions. Pressure comes from gas deflection of the walls of the internal section. We don't believe in a map projection. Don't fall for the misdirection. Just do some introspection from recollection and reconnection, and you will notice the imperfection. The disconnection is not for your own protection. The not so natural selection. Only the creator is perfection. The truth a sound reflection. And the globe, it failed inspection. Remember, we were like you once before defection. Hear Lulu testify before the objection. We gladly accept any valid correction.
Butterflies all having fun. You know what I see, don't you know? Feel the earth as it is spun. Is that what you see? Coriolis from shooting guns that I don't see. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me.
It's a new dawn for me where I stopped being a pawn. My eyes gazing on the spawn, black as night once a time upon. There was a big bang where I flew up to the moon and sang. I saw Neil holding up the flag with one eye like a cyclone. So me and the flag gang took a ride on a shooting star. Somewhere far where Newton was playing a broken guitar. And Neil said, wake up, it's a dream. Frequencies and vibrations as I scream, streaming from my soul. All the lies and schemes seem a bit extreme, and all I can do is meme. Distrust is the theme. We bust in the team of NASA and everyone in between. And behind the scene is the Masonic Illuminati worshiping the Queen. Forgetting that the dust, listen man, the truth hurts, but this is the true earth, and that's what is measured. Word. Don't get mad at that. We already did the math. Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, there is no curve in this flat from here to Cali. Ooh,
Hey, what's going on, guys? I know it's hard to say you were wrong, but we are wrapping up this song. It does not pay to be headstrong or blind, holding your dong. It was flat all along, from here to Hong Kong. Ooh, learn your true history. Don't be blinded by sophistry. Peer into the mystery. They pacify the population to certify the indoctrination and vilify the opposition. You should occupy your own position. Do not adopt a passive submission. Preoccupy your own cognition and learn the definition. Truth or deception? No, this is your decision.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. Good morning.
Happy Sunday, friends.
You happy? Tell us all about it.
Just got home. Gonna grab some lunch, drink that afternoon coffee. You know, when you get that caffeine buzz, it's got you feeling right.
I hear you. Mm-hmm. Boo-hoo.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that.
I just realized we just played that not long ago. Sorry about that. It's an interesting little clip right there. Let's see. Scrolling. What's this one?
When I learned in school about gravity, it was so cool. I had a teacher that knew it all. She taught me how water could stick to a ball, how buildings stick to the underside of a ball that spins like a carousel ride. Man, it all sounded crazy to me, but I love learning about gravity. I couldn't wait to tell my dad about the amazing day that I had. He picked me up, I was bursting with pride. He opened up the door and I jumped inside. He smiled at me and said, "How was your day?" I said, "Dad, I was blown away. I learned about this magical thing, but it's kinda got my head in the spin. I learned about this Newton guy. When an apple fell on his head, he surmised that there must be a force that's pulling it down, and everything's being sucked to the ground. A force that sticks us all to this ball. The people, the buildings, the oceans, and all. So it was written in history. Newton had discovered gravity." Well, he just looked at me and said, "Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe, 'cause the theory's all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids." My dad felt a little bit sad for me when I mentioned that word gravity. He said, "Have a little independent thought, question what you've just been taught. I mean, how the hell could a ball that spins make a force so strong that sucks everything in? Yet birds and insects fly unaffected. Gravity must be so selective. Think think about it logically, cause that don't make no sense to me. You gotta question all those preachers preach, question all those teachers teach. You see, gravity is just a bunch of bull. That Newton guy's just a lying fool. These guys like Newton shouldn't be trusted. They're Freemasonic lies have been busted. In fact, my boy, it's density, and that's why things fall down, you see. An object always falls to the ground if it's heavier than the air that surrounds. If it's lighter than air, then it'll rise. It will keep on floating up to the skies. That's what's known as buoyancy, and that makes more sense than gravity. So let me tell you one more time, boy. Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe, cause a theory's all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids. He said, I'm sorry, son, for bursting your bubble, but that kind of thinking can get you in trouble. These theories they try to put in your head, it's all just pseudoscience, he said. They'll have you believing in all kinds of crap. That gravity nonsense belongs in the trash. Believe me when I say to you, there ain't no gravity, and that's the truth. Well, my daddy made me think that day. He made me think in a different way. I did some thinking for myself. I put that theory back on the shelf. That gravity crap is indoctrination, not truthful, trusted information. People need to wake up and see there ain't no such thing as gravity. You let me hear you sing it one more time now. Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe, cause a theory's all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids. One more time now. Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in fantasy. Don't believe, cause a theory's all it is. It's never been proven, but they teach it to the kids.
Hello, hello, anyone talking?
Hey, Chad.
Hey, Flatty, how are you?
Good, man. How are you, dude?
Oh, not too bad. Seen BCFC Ireland been here quite a bit recently. Yeah. I don't know if I've heard you speak yet. I've seen you type. And Johannes. Hello, Johannes.
Hey, Godric. I liked your video, man. That was cool. Your little interview thing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was a little while ago, but just showing that everybody can do a interview on YouTube, talk about flat Earth, get the word out.
Hello, mic check.
Yeah, sounds good.
I heard someone mention my name there, but I've got my kids here in the background, so.
Oh, right. Yeah, I just said hello. I just said I've seen you here quite a lot recently. I didn't know if you'd talked yet.
Oh, yeah, I have, yeah.
What's going on over in Ireland then? Anything good?
Not much. Pretty quiet. Pretty quiet.
How drunk is PMAC? Can you see him from there?
God, no, he's up in Derry. I'm a good bit away, but maybe 40 mile away.
Ah, now you're here. Very good.
Is your name really Chad?
Of course not. Is your name really Jester?
I've never met a person named Jester, so that would point to no.
I've never met someone called Chad, surprisingly. I mean, I'm nearly 50 years old. I'm nearly 50 years old. I've never met someone called Chad.
You're 50 years old? Holy shit, dude. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm 49. I'm 49. 50 in a couple of months. And I've never met somebody called Chad.
Wow, you need to get out more.
It's just not a common name here. I've never heard. I think last time I remember there was someone called Chad when I used to live in Cambridge.
Wait, so where are you from? Are you from Ireland or Scotland or something?
English.
He's from the UK.
You can't tell. England.
It's neither Scotland nor Ireland. It's British, some kind of British.
No. Scotland and Northern Ireland are supposedly British. I don't
You're British.
But so where do you live?
I live in England.
Oh, okay.
Right, so there should be mates named Chadwick over there. That's more Australian, but yeah.
Chadwick.
Chadwick, yeah. That's one that you might have heard in Britain.
No.
No? Okay.
I've heard the name, but I've never met anybody called it. You know, as I say, I knew a friend who knew a Chad, but that was as far as it went.
I've never met someone named Chad either.
What?
I've never ever met a Chad.
What the fuck? There's no way, dude.
No, never met a Chad. Never.
Wow,
not
I've
even
known a
not even
fuckload
my
of
kids. Not even my kids' friends. None of them were Chad. No.
Well, then I guess that you're lucky. I'm just kidding. Chad's a good name, okay? Chad's a fine name.
Well,
I think people need to get rid of this stigma and just pick a different name because Chad's fine, okay, guys?
Leave Chad alone.
That's right.
Does Charlie's Angels count the Chad?
The Chad.
Yeah,
Red Chad
nobody
on Charlie's
wants
Angels.
Oh yeah, is it the Chad?
I never met a Thad either.
I know one Thad.
I was almost called Thad.
He was a
my
police officer.
That's for sure.
Is that short for Thaddeus?
I don't
Yeah.
think so. I never
That's what it
asked
is.
him.
No, dude, it's Thadwick.
Thadwick. No, his name's Thad. Fuck, what was his last name? So we used to play on stage a lot. Like he was in one band, I was in another, and we always share the stage around town, you know, and like smoke joints and all, you know, just whatever. And then he became a cop, and I was like, oh, okay, so see you later. See you never, hopefully.
Dude, if that guy pulled you over, it would be like, dude, remember me from a while ago?
No, we knew each other pretty well. And saw each other a lot in the music scene. So it would have been like him pulling me over, and I would have been like, so what do we do?
Right, yeah, you'd be like,
He would have been like, I'm going to do my job. And I'd be like, fuck, okay, all right.
Is that like bros before fucking codes? Bros before codes? I don't know.
Well, okay, so now that we got you on the horn here, Jester, what's the deal? What's going on? What brings you in?
Honestly?
No, lie to us.
Just doing a bit of trolling. Not gonna lie.
Okay, I love it. Thank you for being honest. So, do you think within your trolling adventures that you could actually learn something about your Earth that you didn't know from us?
No.
Oh man, the hubris, the arrogance. Okay, and why is that?
All right,
you think everybody else has it all figured out, and we're just stupid?
No, you're just using words that I don't understand, and I don't like that. I don't know what hubris means. It sounds like a bone in your body.
I said arrogance afterwards so that you could maybe... It's the same thing, hubris and arrogance. Pretty much the same thing.
Well, I would recommend you use smaller words.
Okay. So you are trolling, that's for sure.
Hubris is excessive pride.
And that's not arrogance? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, arrogance is a longer word, isn't it? But it's actually, it's you know what that means, don't you?
All I know is this man Jester, I need to ask him a series of questions.
All right, go ahead, shoot.
First question. Do you know of any time in history when anyone has directly physically measured the curvature of the Earth? When, where, and how did they do it, and who was it?
That's a loaded question.
No, it's not, because Globers claim Earth curvature, so where is it? And who did it? And when?
Okay, I think you're...
Do you know of any time?
You're asking two questions in one, and I'm not that stupid.
No, I'm not. The question is, who measured the curvature of the Earth?
Nobody, and that's why you're asking that question.
There you go, see? So, first honest answer, I appreciate that. Second question, who in history has ever directly physically detected the rotation of Earth at all, or on its axis, or whatever? How'd they figure out it was moving? When did they do it?
Okay, pendulums.
No, that's not a direct... What was the word I just used? No. See, here's how you get rotation. So, like, someone's going to look at a tire from the outside. That's how they get the speed of the rotation. They can see the whole tire. Therefore, they can measure the rotation. They can detect it. How did they do that with the Earth?
Okay,
especially before going outside of it.
Okay, if they hung a pendulum from the North Pole where it spins, I could see that. But
good.
I can see your argument, but let's hang on.
When did they do that?
North Pole. Let's do that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I hear your argument. I know, but let's hang a pendulum from the North Pole. Have any of you done that? No, I know you haven't.
That's not the question. It's a yes or no question. Do you know of any time when they directly detected that rotation? Do you know?
You're asking questions that you already know the answer to.
Correct. And we want to make sure that the audience knows that you just have a belief not based on facts, not based on evidence you gathered yourself.
Can you show me a pendulum heading from the North Pole? No, you can't.
We're almost done. We're almost done with the questions. So the second answer is no, correct? Because neither of us have performed whatever test you think would obviate that?
It's a maybe.
Okay. It's a yes or no. You can't have maybe.
You can't demand a yes or no out of me. It's a maybe.
That's the kind of question it is, dude.
And I answer with maybe.
Okay, so that's a no. So the first two are no. And that was dishonest, by the way. So the first one was honest. You said no. Second one's dishonest because it's either yes or no. Either you know when they got the detection of rotation or you don't. So, last question. Hold on, I'm almost done with you, partner. I'm almost done making you Swiss cheese. So the third question, and it is yes or no, but there could be a maybe, I guess, depending on the science of it, if you want to get into it. But can you have gas pressure without a container? Can you have pressurized gas without walls of a container for which the gas can press upon which?
I've heard this before, and just hear me out. Okay?
Can you have gas pressure without containment? Yes or no?
Just hear me out first.
I can't do it. Somebody else might be able to, but I'm just asking you these three questions so we can get through them.
Okay, I can answer that.
Yeah, okay, so yes or no. Can you have, in the physical reality, gas pressure without containment?
Okay, small scale things that you can do in a laboratory or in a classroom.
Okay, we're not in a laboratory right now, you and me. We're just having a conversation.
What you're talking about is what I'm talking about. In a small scale science experiment,
just yes or no.
But in a large scale, talking about the entire Earth, you cannot. No, nobody's
and
ever.
How did you verify that personally?
Nobody's ever attempted it.
Great. So no for all three then.
Yeah.
Far.
And who has ever operated or done anything
I'm
in
almost
large
done.
scale?
So hold on. Yeah, and that's true. Who did the large scale with the entire Earth? Who did that? But no. But my last thing is, so even though you don't know who got the first two measurements and detections, and you don't know if you can have gas pressure without a container, if you were to assert those things, i.e., Earth has curvature, Earth rotates, and there is gas pressure without containment, would you say that those are just beliefs that you have?
No, because you're asserting those same things. Okay, you're asserting those same things. You use that word, assert. Okay, I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about me or any of my belief systems. You are asserting those same things against me.
I'm just asking if they're beliefs or you have factual evidence of them being fact.
You've never done it yourself.
So do you have beliefs or facts about these three questions?
I have assertions.
So beliefs, right?
Yeah, you can put words in my mouth, but that's fine.
I'm not. I'm just asking, are they beliefs or are they fact?
They're assertion.
So beliefs. Thanks a lot. Go ahead, guys.
Wow, you proved me wrong, huh?
So I hear you basically have a belief. It's not really facts. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, just
if it was fact, it would have to be backed by facts.
Yeah, you're just making a statement with nothing to back it up.
Well, you're kind of doing the same thing. That's my...
No, when did I do that?
Because you've never done these things for yourself.
You have never heard me speak except 2 words a minute ago. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you were the other guy. My bad.
No.
But either way, you've never done these things yourself.
So what? The questions were to show everybody, including everyone listening on the live streams, 3 of them, that you don't have anything to back up your statements of curvature, rotation, and you don't have no proof of gas pressure without a container. So, therefore, everything you believe about the globe itself is merely a belief. That's it. That's it. Because if it was more than a belief, then you would be able to easily show us this information of when, where, and how these things were done to prove beyond a shadow of doubt that they are what they say.
Okay, well, have you done these things yourself? No, you haven't. I know you haven't.
I've measured the surface of Earth myself. Yes, I have.
Okay, so have you measured spin? Have you tried to do that?
I don't feel any spin. Do you?
You have the equipment?
Do you feel spin? Yeah, I have the equipment in my inner ear. It's called the vestibular system.
Okay, dude, you're fucking speaking English. Sorry for
No,
swearing.
you just don't know what you're talking about. That's
No
all.
equipment exists.
You listen. You're denying all of your senses. What that means is what you're believing is nonsense, and you have the burden of proof to prove it because no one has ever experienced curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container ever in all human history, or anyone living now, and you haven't either. So you are the one that is going to have the burden of proof to prove that you're saying reality is something different than your experience. So go ahead.
Boom, that's fine. All right. So, has any of you ever conducted a large-scale experiment? Has any of you done that?
Has anyone ever, it's a red herring, has anyone ever in history ever experienced something that you're calling the large scale? When has somebody operated in that?
Well, I'm asking you.
Well is not an answer.
Sure.
What's your idea of
No, well is not an answer. I ask you, who has operated in the large scale that you're talking about? Who has ever done that?
You haven't, and you're challenging everything.
No,
Okay,
you were the one that brought it up. You
I don't like.
We have
I didn't bring it
Aries
up. You did.
failure. Aries failure appears to imply that the Earth is not moving. Aries failure was basically saying that as astronomers, we know that we have to tip our telescopes to get the light to come through from the top to the bottom of the telescope without, say, hitting the sides of the telescope. They liken it in this analogy to water dripping from a bridge overhead, and there's a bucket on a car moving underneath the bridge. To catch the water from the bridge, you need to tilt the bucket. Otherwise, it's going to tend to hit the sides of the bucket because of the movement of something, in this case, the car. For the analogy of Aries failure, it says something is moving. The stars or the Earth is moving, and that's why you need to tip the telescope for the light to come in. But the next question for Aries failure was, is it the Earth moving and or only the stars moving? So they reasoned that if you fill this telescope with water, you will need to tip the telescope even more if the Earth is moving to get the light to come from the top to the bottom of the telescope at the right angle. But they discovered something very interesting. They filled the telescope